the largest operation of its kind since the Egyptians built the pyramids. We did it, boys. In 2012, this 340-ton granite stone was wedged between these two walls as part of an art project called Levitated Mass. That's 680,000 pounds, 21 feet tall, transported over 100 miles from the quarry it was dug out of. So big, it needed a custom trailer truck 260 feet long, 32 feet wide, built around it, with 196 semi-truck wheels. That's like 11 18-wheelers, traveling 4 miles per hour, taking 11 days and costing $10 million after a whole year of prep work. Yet, this 340-ton stone is just a third of the weight of the 1,000-ton trilithon stones at the Temple of Jupiter in Baalbek, Lebanon, allegedly moved by the Romans over 2,000 years ago. Or what about the two colossi of Memnon statues in Egypt, carved from a single stone each and a little more than double the weight of the art stone, which were moved more than 3 times the distance over 3,000 years ago? Or the Ramesseum statue, which was originally over 1,000 tons and moved over 125 miles from Aswan to Thebes? Yet questioning how these ancient civilizations were able to move these megaliths is crazy. What on earth is Mesopotamia? You might hear it all the time in all these history and Anunnaki videos online, but is it a place, a race, a kingdom, a religion? Too long didn't watch. It's a geographical region that gave birth to our modern civilization and became the transition point in history where cavemen turned into civilized man. This is the entire history of Mesopotamia in a nutshell. Mesopotamia means the land between the rivers, referring to the Tigris and Euphrates rivers that surround the region. Around 10,000 BC, a bunch of wandering nomads like the Natufian people noticed, hey, this crescent is pretty fertile and would be great for growing stuff. So they decided to start growing plants and raising animals here, the agricultural revolution. They quickly realized that growing plants and raising animals in a controlled environment is much easier than roaming the world to hunt and gather, like they've been doing since the beginning of time. Hunting got replaced with raising livestock and gathering with planting crops like wheat. They even dug their own smaller rivers from the main river to make the first irrigation systems and grow plants even faster, and set up the first permanent settlements with farming communities such as the Ubaid, Halaf, and Samara in the region. Everyone had the same job, be a farmer. And a bunch of these smaller settlements lived alongside each other for a couple thousand years. Then around 4000 BC, one group got really good at this whole agriculture thing, producing the first significant food surplus in human history, which meant they made more food than they needed, so not everyone had to be a farmer anymore. And some people could do other stuff, like keep track of all that new food or sell it to other people, as well as develop writing systems, math, law, governing, housing, religion, and the wheel. Meaning they'd need even more people to manage everything and keep all this in check, which in turn requires more food. This positive feedback loop is how society starts and is why Mesopotamia is called the cradle of civilization. These really good farmers called their settlement Sumer, and hence were the Sumerians, who needed cities to house their growing population, starting with Eridu, then Uruk and Ur, which they ruled over for 1500 years. In 2300 BC, a nearby settlement called the Akkadians took notice and thought to themselves, hey, these Sumerians are really good farmers and it seems to be working out pretty well for them. Instead of competing with them in farming, let's pour all of our efforts into training our people how to fight so that we can take over them and they'll do the farming for us. So they came in with a stronger army and did just that. Took over Sumer under the rule of Sargon of Akkad, the land of the Akkadians. This is the moment humanity realized, oh shit, we kind of need a military if we want to maintain control over our land in the long run. The Akkadians established trade routes with new emerging empires like the Egyptians and the Indus Valley civilization to make friends. Eventually, Sargon died. The next ruler wasn't as good at ruling as him, which led to the fall of the short-lived Akkadian Empire after only about 50 years. The Sumerians briefly took back over the land around 2000 BC, only to be taken over by a few other settlements, which ended with the Assyrians. To think, all this fighting because the Sumerians were better farmers. Then in 1780 BC, a new king named Hammurabi conquered the land in the name of his empire, Babylon. Like the victors before him, he had a superior military and great negotiation techniques. Developed the Code of Hammurabi, the first written law system that he carved into this 7-foot statue. He died in 1750 BC and Babylon fell with him, and we slowly started realizing the importance of teaching successors how to lead. Assyria took over again and managed to rule for another 1,000 years, keeping the area growing because they started collecting taxes. They kept their military strong and would deport people who got too smart to other areas in their kingdom to prevent smart people from grouping together and forming rebellions. Around 625 BC, the Assyrians fell from the combined efforts of the remaining Babylonians, Egyptians, and other smaller city-states. Babylon takes over again to form the Neo-Babylonian Empire under their new king Nebuchadnezzar, which shortly fell after he died. Guess they didn't learn from the Assyrians. A series of wars for power broke out, only to be won by the Persians, a new up-and-coming group of Iranian-speaking tribes, with their first King Cyrus the Great taking over in 550 BC, who was so great that he took over the surrounding areas of Mesopotamia and beyond, creating the Great Persian Empire. These guys lasted so long because they finally figured out how to train new kings. So when Cyrus died, the leaders who followed were just as good, and were one of the only empires in the region to successfully, albeit briefly, take over Egypt. The Persians too, like the Assyrians, spent a lot of time growing their military, with such leagues as the Persian Immortals, a battalion of 10,000 elite warriors that no one dared fuck with. And they were going off, with their king Xerxes going up against a new city-state, Sparta, rising in Greece, which is the plot of the movie 300, although it's not historically accurate. But the Greeks actually ended up winning in the end. That started a conquest led by Alexander the Great, who conquered Persia in 333 BC under the rule of the Macedonian Empire of the Greeks, ruling for 200 years under the Greeks until 146 BC when it was taken over by the nomadic Parthians and then the good old Romans in 115 AD. Turns out the Persians weren't done yet. They just called themselves the Sassanids to form the Sasanian or the Neo-Persian Empire in 224 AD, which got overthrown by the Rashidun Caliphate, the first Islamic state in 650 AD, followed by many other military measuring contests over the next millennium, from the Turks to the Mongols, the Ottoman Empire, and a few in between, and eventually formed the modern nations of Iran, Iraq, and the surrounding countries we have there today in the 1900s. All this because a group of people made a bit too much food 6,000 years ago. So next time you complain about government spending too much money on military, remember, it's what a lasting civilization is literally built on. Did NASA actually find a face monument on Mars and try to cover it up? Back in July of 1976, the Viking 1 satellite took photos of the surface of Mars over an area called Cydonia. When a scientist studying the photos noticed this, a hill in the shape of a face on image 35A72. And close to it are these mountains that almost look like, dare I say it, pyramid. This discovery quickly gained public attention, so NASA released a follow-up statement saying they took a second photo that proves it's just an optical illusion and the face doesn't actually exist. But they never released that second photo. They just said they have it and we were supposed to believe them. Here's an enhanced version of that original image that looks even more questionable. When civilizations build monuments like these, they typically build them close to each other in clusters. Well, just a couple kilometers away from the face, we have these pyramid-looking ass mountains, including the infamous DNM landform, a near symmetrical 5-sided pyramid. Professional satellite imaging specialists even made highly educated measurement analyses and determined none of these landforms could have been naturally forming, claiming that the 5-sided shape and symmetry is near impossible to occur naturally. Now, just weeks later, Viking 2 was scheduled to land in Cydonia where all these interesting monuments were, but last minute they switched the landing site to a barren, flat area called Utopia Planitia. Like, why? Some computer engineers at NASA thought something was up, so they requested this second photo that NASA claimed they had. And it turns out this one is even more detailed than the first, so NASA straight up lied. Independent researchers started looking into this, demanding NASA take more photos of the area, eventually making it to the radio, from which NASA got hundreds of requests from the public to take more photos. NASA stuck to their guns, claiming that it was all a hoax and the mystery had been solved with their optical illusion explanation. But then in 1993, NASA launched their next mission to the Red Planet, the Mars Observer, and they weren't even gonna include a camera? At least that's what they officially stated. Sketch as f***, if you ask me. Obviously, they got major backlash for that, and they caved, ending up adding a camera that was much higher resolution than before, so people were amped. But NASA strangely announced that they had no interest in taking photos of the face again, that it was just a waste of time. Which makes no sense. Couldn't they just take these photos and prove the face believers wrong? After much back and forth debate, they finally agreed to take photos of Cydonia. And then get this, 3 days before Observer reaches Mars orbit, NASA makes an announcement, claiming that they lost all contact with the satellite and it just fully disappeared. Yes, that's actually their official statement, and you can even look it up yourself. Leaks came out at the time that Observer was actually fully operational, taking close-up HD photos of the face and other ancient ruins on Mars. But of course, back then, anyone that believed in leaks was considered a nutcase, C-word theorist. We've since learned that leaks can very well be real, but they could also not. Dozens of other images have been released of Mars with sites that are questionable. We got this perfect cube-shaped monolith standing on its own, and then there's this 16-kilometer high freestanding obelisk of some sort, which is literally higher than an airplane. Take a look at this thing that vaguely looks like a shipwreck of some ancient craft. Hey look, it's a saucer-shaped disc in the cliff sides that does not match the rest of the background at all. Now I don't even know what this is, but it definitely doesn't look natural to me. This Martian totem pole, but of course we're told it was formed through erosion. Giant surface tracks way bigger than any rovers they sent there. Here's an outline of some wheel or gear, perfectly symmetrical, which could not have been naturally formed. Then in May 2022, Curiosity rover released this photo of a literal doorway carved into the rocks of Mars. And these are all real. No Photoshop, no AI. This doorway photo is literally on NASA's official website, and you can even check yourself. Skeptics will attribute these Mars findings to a phenomenon called pareidolia, the human tendency to find meaning in arbitrary things, like seeing Jesus in toast or a giant laying in the mountains, which could be the case. People that were watching close were quick to learn that NASA was launching the Mars Global Surveyor in 1998, and once again, NASA publicly states they're not going to take pics of Cydonia. Like, come on, say you're hiding something without telling people you're hiding something. They face crazy pushback from the public and they fold, agreeing to the photos once more. So everyone's excited. This new satellite launches, it reaches Mars orbit, and NASA finally unveils the first ever high-definition photo of the face. You're f***ing joking right now. This is actually their official photo, their attempt at shutting the face believers up once and for all. But a NASA contractor plays around with the source image in Photoshop, and after applying more than 15 different filters and layers, they essentially confirm that the photo is fake, or at least heavily modified. The tonal variation, shadow depth, and features do not match the original photo at all. And we know NASA is no stranger to Photoshop. We've all seen the copy-paste clouds over Earth, and they've even done the same to the textures of Mars. NASA even got booked red-handed applying red filters to the photos of Mars before releasing them to the public. Before Photoshop was widely used pre-2000s, all of NASA's Mars photos looked like this. Heavy red filtering applied, making it look like a scary alien world. But if you take any of those photos and run it through autocolor on modern day Photoshop, which removes any post-production filters, it goes from this to this and that. And also this. Once people started figuring this out, NASA offed the red filter, and all recent photos of Mars look completely normal now. Brown rocks, gray sky and all. Sounds like paradise. I don't know about you, but fake even one photo and your credibility is gone, which kinda leaves the official face photo in question. So tell me, why on Mars aren't we sending any rovers to Cydonia? Hopefully once private companies like SpaceX start getting there, they can show us what's really going on. Unless they've already covered it up. Once in a while, we come across an ancient artifact that's so insanely old that it just does not fit into any of our timelines. That would be an out-of-place artifact, or OOPArt, and we ain't talking about the blatantly fake ones over here. As I'm sure you've seen the Babylon Nokia, this Nokia-looking cell phone with ancient Sumerian digits on it, which I'm pretty sure is just a prank. These old iron pipes found in China hold more validity to them, known as the Baigong pipes, found near the Chinese Mount Baigong, which appears to host a pyramid-shaped mound with a saltwater lake inside. And beneath the surface of this area, several hollowed out, rusted iron pipes running into the mountain were uncovered, ranging from 18 inches in diameter to as thin as a noodle. What makes these special is that researchers have found the pipes to be over 150,000 years old after performing dating analyses on them, made during a time that our primate ancestors were supposed to be roaming the earth, far before any civilization began to form. This right here is an out-of-place artifact, and we've got a whole bunch of them that make even less and less sense as we go on. Humans didn't start working with metal until about 10,000 BC at the earliest, let alone developing a sophisticated underground water transport system like we see here. No one really knows where or how these pipes came to be, and they're found all around the area. Believe it or not, this is actually the newest OOPArt on our list, so shit just keeps on getting older from here. Just like up in the Ural Mountains in Russia, archaeologists found finely crafted microscopic metal parts 10 meters beneath the surface. They were embedded in rock that was calculated to be about 300,000 years old, making these bits around the same age. But the shapes are far too intricate to be naturally forming, and they even tried pinning them on stray missile parts that fell from the sky. But they were much too deep in the rock to have been recently fallen, and they had no other way of getting there. These pieces of alleged ancient nanotechnology were also less than a millimeter long and made of tungsten, a material commonly used in spacecraft. Also found deep underneath the ground in Rockwall County, Texas, lies a wall made of rock. Known as the Great Wall of Texas, it was uncovered in a layer of earth dated to 400,000 years old, way before our primate ancestors were able to build such formations or even step foot in America. Some geologists absolutely insist it's a naturally occurring formation known as clastic sand dikes, but I mean, just look at them. Measuring up to 40 feet in height at some points, you can literally see the shape of the bricks and the mortar holding them together in this wall. This is how real clastic sand dikes look like. Pretty natural, right? And this is the Great Wall of Texas. You be the judge, but clearly there's quite a bit of controversy around this one. Similar to the Koso artifact, what appears to be a spark plug or an electrical device of some sort, encased in a geode that would have taken 500,000 years to form, and the only way an object can be stuck inside of one like this is if the geode formed around it, meaning this ancient spark plug would have to be around the same age. X-rays performed on the artifact revealed a metal cylinder inside with a screw-like ending, indicating it may have operated as a spark plug. Needless to say, our primitive ancestors were nowhere near developing such technology 500,000 years ago, and many pointed it to being a hoax. But the further back in time we go, the harder these become to explain. Case in point, this is the Nampa figurine, found in Idaho in 1889, 300 feet beneath the surface. A layer of clay it was found in was confirmed by the US Geological Survey to be over 2 million years old. Esteemed geologist George Frederick even went to investigate the area and confirmed that the red iron oxidation on the clay figurine matched exactly with the 2 million year old clay layer in a way that couldn't have been faked, making this a 2 million year old clay figurine, way before any even remotely modern humans were thought to live on Earth. So was this even made by humans? There's a fossilized human finger that might point us in the right direction. So a bit of background. The oldest recorded human ancestor fossil we've ever found is about 3.2 million years old, belonging to Lucy, one of our primate ancestors. But now, this fossilized finger right here was found in a Cretaceous limestone formation in Texas. Cretaceous meaning it's over 100 million years old. 100 million years. We're talking the age of dinosaurs right here, far before any proto-human primates were even close to roaming the earth. This was our closest ancestor during that period, so whose fingers that? Which gets even crazier with the Kaluga screw found in a meteor crash site in Russia. That's a metal screw embedded into an asteroid rock, and studies show that the iron and silicon of the screw and rock have physically fused into one another, meaning the screw could not have been a new addition to the rock, which was dated, get ready for this, 300 million years old. Other scientists tried saying this is actually an ancient sea creature called a crinoid, despite it being made of metal, similar to this refined aluminum machine part found encased in coal in another Russian mine, accurately dated to 300 million years old as well, hinting at scattered remains of some advanced civilization that existed long ago. Which brings us to the infamous London hammer, discovered in London, Texas in the 1930s. An iron hammerhead with a wooden handle encased in rock. Which, let me remind you, rocks don't just form around man-made objects out of the blue. Objects embedded into rock or coal this deep are typically preserved as the rock forms around them over the course of millions of years, as is the case with fossils, which in this case was found in a layer of rock over 400 million years old, the alleged age of the rock and hence of the hammer as well. As with many of these, a lot of speculation around this one, but still interesting to think about a human tool over 400 million years old. The wooden handle is also said to have been partially turned into coal, a process that takes millions of years, which is nothing compared to the Klerksdorp spheres. Round, smooth objects with fine grooves around them found in South African mines. Many claim these are naturally forming mineral deposits, but still others that shapes and patterns like these are just not possible in nature. Made from a metallic outer material and a fibrous interior, 200 of these spheres were found in a mineral deposit over 2.8 billion years old, back when Earth was still a baby, and apart from a few plants, life barely even existed yet. But then again, we claim life didn't exist back then because we haven't been able to find any evidence of it. Could this be it? When someone gets beheaded, does the body experience the loss of a head? Or does the detached head experience the absence of the body in a brief moment of fleeting consciousness? Or does everything just instantly go dark? It's questions like these that keep me up all night. Public beheadings by guillotine were all the rage in 18th century France, and they actually ran a test for this very question. Death by guillotine was completely legal in France until 1981, with the final legal beheading in human history in 1977, just about 50 years ago. At the height of the French Revolution in 1794, French chemist Antoine Lavoisier was convicted of tax fraud and also of lacing tobacco with water, sentenced to public execution by way of beheading. As a final plea, he requested if he could run an experiment with his execution, you know, for science. Man, that is some hardcore dedication. Imagine being on death row and being like, you know what, let's test something out. Before his execution, he tells his servants that he would try to blink as much as he could after his head got chopped. So he gets guillotined, and his servants reported that his head actually continued to blink for 15 seconds after decapitation. So that's myth confirmed, right? The detached head must continue to experience consciousness with the absence of the body. I mean, it seems pretty obvious. The head is where the brain is, but doctors at the time claimed the blinks were merely involuntary muscle twitches and had nothing to do with consciousness. But then in 1905, Dr. Gabriel Boriot observed another decapitated head after an execution in Orleans, France. He realized it too was twitching, but when he called out the beheaded man's names, the head's eyes moved and stared directly into the doctor for about 30 seconds. Blinking, sure, we can let that slide, but eyes moving directly towards someone calling your name sounds a lot more like consciousness to me. Scientists even say that a decapitated head technically has enough oxygen stored for metabolism to continue for at least 10 seconds. So it seems like it's possible that a decapitated head might actually live out its final seconds of life as a standalone head before fading away. What would you do during that time? Nah, there's no way. Should I do it? The Doomsday Clock was just updated, and I can't believe what they did with it this year. Yes, the Doomsday Clock is a real thing, and they update it every couple of years to tell the world how close we are to nuclear Armageddon. It's set by minutes to midnight, which tells us how close we are to midnight, which in this case is the end of the world through nuclear warfare. The closer to zero this number is, the closer we are to worldwide apocalypse. Typically, dangerous global events tells us how much we move the clock every year, and we had no shortage of that in 2023. The latest update before this one was in January 2023, when it was set to the closest time in history history at 90 seconds from midnight, down from 100 seconds in 2022. And in 2024, they did something that I just did not expect. Here's a chart of Doomsday Clock updates over the years since it got created, and as you can see, we're getting pretty close, which is no surprise to anyone. Designed back in 1947, it was founded by a group called the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, which included, among others, the true atom bomb OG, your boy Einstein. They're a group of nuclear scientists who got a little shook from all the nuclear testing that was going on in the 40s and 50s, so they took it into their own hands to warn and educate the public on the dangers of nuclear weapons. If it wasn't obvious enough, the invention of nukes was a big deal, and I actually showed you how you can make your own in my How to Build a Nuke series. When the clock was first created in 1947, it was set to 7 minutes from midnight, which was actually considered pretty close at the time. Got pushed to 3 minutes in 1949 and then 2 minutes in 1953 because of all the nuclear testing the US and Soviet Union were doing back then. And people were for real panicking about it back then. Man, if they only knew what was coming. In 1963, it set a new record for the furthest from midnight at 12 minutes due to the partial test ban treaty signed by the US and Soviet Union, which limited nuclear testing. Then back to 7 minutes in 1968 when France and China started testing nukes, and also the Vietnam War. 1972, we get more treaties like the Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty that limited long-range missile production, bringing us right back to 12 minutes. But India ruined that in 1974 when they started testing nukes 9 minutes from midnight. Then 1984 is when shit got real, taking us all the way to 3 minutes when nuclear negotiations between the US and Soviet Union got delayed, and the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan didn't help. 1991 was probably the closest we've ever gotten to world peace. The collapse of the Soviet Union brought us all the way to 17 minutes from midnight, the furthest we've ever been in history. Uno reversed to 9 minutes in 1998 when India and Pakistan started testing more nukes, then to 5 minutes in 2007 when our good old pals in North Korea got in on the nuke action. It sort of hovered around the 5 to 7 minute range until 2015 when everyone started freaking out again. It got pushed to 3 minutes that year when the US and Russia started modernizing their nuclear weapons programs, and climate change started to get factored in. 2017, 2.5 minutes, which they explicitly stated was largely due to Trump's irresponsible attitude towards the N-bombs. Crazy how that turned out, didn't it? Inching to 2 minutes in 2018 when Kim Jong-un started testing the bigger, badder hydrogen bombs, and updated to 100 seconds in January 2020, which was just a month before the whole, 2020 thing went down. Factoring cyber misinformation warfare into the mix, oh man, they really didn't know what was coming. Stayed at 100 seconds in 2021 and 2022, probably to keep people from panicking, now factoring in the threat of AI and, that other thing. And we hit a world first last year in 2023 at 90 seconds from midnight, largely due to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But now, whoa, we got so much more happening in the world, we should probably be at the very brink of midnight. For 2024, the Doomsday Clock has been updated to 90 seconds, exactly where it was last year. Honestly, not that I'm complaining or anything, but I gotta call bullshit on that one. We all know shit went down last year and WWIII was on everyone's mind. We've had multiple governing bodies around the world explicitly state they're not afraid to go nuclear, the whole Israel-Palestine thing. On top of that, the constant reminder of the next scary infectious virus, AI spreading like crazy. And did everyone forget about all those aliens and UFOs we saw back in 2023? I don't know about you, but I kind of get the feeling they purposely kept it at 90 seconds so the world doesn't erupt into mass panic or something. Maybe the clock holds more influence on the global population than we know, and the bulletin that sets it every year got bought out by the powers that be. Huh. Of course not. You'd have to be crazy to think that. We're about to have an AI ship with over 10,000 NVIDIA GPUs floating in the ocean, dedicated to deploying the next generation of large-scale AI machine learning. The Blue Sea Frontier Compute Cluster, BSFCC, proposed by Dell Complex. Massive mega supercomputers that sit in international waters and are free of any country's laws regarding AI. Just as countries are beginning to enact new regulations for controlling AI as they claim for your own safety. These platforms will come equipped with 10,000 NVIDIA H100 GPUs worth around $500 million. They'll be cooled using deep sea currents and powered by solar, steam, and gas turbines. Each ship will also come with its own military force and also be considered a sovereign state, sort of like its own country when floating in the ocean, and governed by their own charter, a document that outlines the rights of residents and visitors. Although the company officially tweeted that they're really doing this, recent speculation has led to believe these are just hopeful dreams. But everything this project mentions is technically true and fully doable. It just might be a while before we see these lawless AI pirate nations arise in the seas. Free energy theory in 15 seconds. In classical mechanics, empty space is just empty space. In quantum mechanics, no space is truly empty. Fluctuating fields and constant motion exist everywhere, with particles that act like waves which blink in and out of existence, a process that requires energy that exists everywhere in the fabric of space around us, which we theoretically harness for our own needs. How to Censor Free Speech, a step-by-step playbook used by power-hungry tyrants and NPCs alike. Censorship. It's been going buck wild lately. You can't turn your head without someone getting cancelled, deplatformed, or just forced to self-silence, simply due to the fact that a small group of very vocal people disagree with what someone says, labeling it hate speech or misinformation in an attempt to silence meaningful debate or alternate perspectives on a certain topic. Turns out, the media uses a very predictable and repeatable censorship model with 3 clear steps. And trust me, once you learn about this, you're going to be seeing it everywhere and hopefully break free of the mental cancer of cancel culture. Man, it would be so ironic if this video gets restricted, which it very well might, so feel free to share it if you stand for free speech. This is the censorship model that has 3 steps to it: criticize, minimize and attack, and finally, censor. Stage 1, criticize. The media first paints an alternate view held by someone in a negative light, calling it dangerous to discuss or just plain saying it sucks to discredit the information. Fortunately for open-minded people like yourself, this step has had quite the opposite effect lately. I don't know about you, but when I hear about something with a lot of controversy behind it, I'm kind of more down to watch it. Take for example the controversial show on Netflix, Ancient Apocalypse, which is widely targeted by censorship for discussing alternate history. You can either agree with the theories presented or disagree with them, the basis of free speech. Either way, they're interesting theories worth talking about and open up your mind to out-of-the-box thinking. But believing any of these alternate theories as the absolute truth is just as foolish as calling them misinformation. Now, for some reason, media platforms feel the need to censor ideas that are different from what's being taught in academia or being accepted as truth in the mainstream. Stage 1 starts when criticism of the content, in this case Ancient Apocalypse, begins to flare up in the media. It was called the most dangerous show on Netflix because thought-provoking discussion, regardless of whether it's inherently true or not, is dangerous. Should we then label university philosophy courses as dangerous for discussing topics like metaphysics, which are by definition abstract theory with no basis in reality? Of course not. It just opens our minds to alternate perspectives of reality. And to smart people like you, calling something dangerous just doesn't work, so they gotta ramp it up. Which is why they need to go to stage 2, minimize and attack. Basically a backdoor ad hominem attack against the viewers, which is attacking the person rather than the argument itself, where the narrative is put into place that if you like this content, then you are a bad, crazy, heartless person and you should not be accepted into society. The popular buzzword of misinformation is commonly used as an attack on any alternate theory that isn't pushed by mainstream news or academics, like the interesting type of content you find on social media apps like this one. Even though these alternate theories shouldn't be taken as absolute truths, just different perspectives with compelling evidence. And when the viewers of that content are minimized enough that the media now has support from virtue signalers that shame the viewers for liking that alternate content, they escalate into the second part of stage 2, attack, in which they attach an emotional argument to it that really villainizes anyone who enjoys the content they're trying to censor, finding creative ways to call it racist, bigoted, sexist, misogynistic, insert here phobic, just like they did with Ancient Apocalypse, literally calling it racist and somehow based in white colonialism. Now, if you have a brain and can think for yourself, you can watch content like this and enjoy it as interesting ideas that tickle the brain. It doesn't imply that you think these alternate theories are 100% true, and if you do, you're no different than the censorship mafia. But you can easily see there's nothing racist or dangerous about it at all. But as soon as people hear triggering emotional attack words like these, they rally behind it and support the views stated by the media, getting vocal about it, virtue shaming people who disagree with them, as they themselves want to disassociate with this minimalized fringe group. This creates a 1-2 punch. Media condemns the content, and mindless people-pleasing drones are sorta checkmated to supporting the condemnation. And those that believe there's some validity in exploring and discussing the alternate theories are forced into silence, no matter how ridiculous the attacking claims are, like being called racist for stating that canoes built over 1500 years ago were probably kinda rickety. And the media doesn't even have to get involved anymore. Seeing this happen in the news so often has turned regular people into thought police who feel the need to tell people what is and isn't okay to talk about. And then finally we have stage 3, censor. A call to action for either the people to boycott the content, stop consuming it, or the publisher of the content to forcefully remove it, getting banned. So tell me, why should open-minded content that provides alternate theories of reality and inspires independent thinking be removed from society? A lot of undercover tyrants leading countries use this method to mold their citizens to all think a certain way for their own benefit. Criticize opposing views to gain traction for your own cause, minimize and attack anyone that supports those views with emotional arguments. Then once you have enough drones on your side, you censor it, and the content has been cancelled. Luckily, shows like Ancient Apocalypse, which I really enjoyed, haven't been fully censored yet, but they tried hard, and we've seen many things in recent memory that have gone the distance, likely scaring away future producers of such content from ever making it in the first place. In which case, if the masses aren't able to see through the matrix of this censorship playbook, we're going to be seeing less and less of these interesting topics in the years to come. So you can either invite discussion and agree or even disagree with these alternate theories, or just be a mindless cog in the system that tries to deplatform them. Choice is yours. Man, it sure would be crazy if all the media in the world was owned and controlled by just a handful of people, or even just one person. Whoever invented these traps was a real psychopath. The Viet Cong were notorious for their makeshift traps in the Vietnam War, using wires, bamboo, and pretty much anything they could get their hands on to make the deadliest homemade booby traps that even you can make, undetectable by the US Army that acted as psychological warfare just as much as they did in physical damage, like this foot pedal or bear trap, which was specifically designed for the troops' steel-toed boots. Once a soldier stepped into it, it caved in, and dozens of sharpened bamboo sticks pierced their calf and was incredibly painful. Similar to their Venus flytrap, except you'd have the sticks aimed downwards into the foothold, and when someone's foot slipped through, it would almost feel like nothing was even there at first. When the victim would unknowingly try to pull out of it, their foot would get trapped by these angled bamboo spears. Yeah, good luck with that. Now, the Viet Cong weren't a traditional military. They were just farmers and local supporters of the North Vietnamese army, who joined the war against a more powerful opponent, the US Army, by mobilizing in small groups and coordinating Home Alone-style sabotage traps, the definition of guerrilla warfare. Come on, how bad could a couple of sharpened bamboo sticks really be? Oh, they're pretty bad. When cut at the proper angle, these babies get sharp as a mother cracker. They called them punji spikes and would sometimes give them this little serration at the end to make them extra painful to remove. Oh, and they'd cover the tips with feces to cause infection in their victims, either of the animal or even human variety. They'd put a whole bunch of these spikes in the ground like this and cover the top with leaves for a punji pit, which weren't a good time. Same with the trap bridge. More punji spikes underwater with a deceiving river crossing over it that would break in half. Stepping it up with the can grenade. 2 grenades with their pins pulled, stuffed into cans, and held together by wire. Since the pins were pulled, the nade was essentially getting cooked the whole time. When someone tripped the wire, the blast would be immediate. This is probably my favorite one, the crossbow trap. I mean, just look at this intricate tripwire system they got going on. When a soldier tripped it, the locking mechanism would release, and this arrow, probably also covered with feces, is shot into the victim. The tiger trap is just cruel. More tripwires would release bamboo rafts covered with spikes from the sky and likely pierce their skulls. As you can tell, these traps weren't just physically deadly and extremely painful, but also played mind games with the already exhausted soldiers, as every move they made could result in death or excruciating pain. Vietnam veterans recall being mentally terrorized, not only from surprise attacks by guerrilla soldiers hidden in the thick jungle, but also, or even more so, chronically on edge about falling victim to one of these gut-wrenching traps. Like the spike board, a sort of evil twin cousin of the classic rake prank, except it had, you guessed it, feces-covered spikes at the end of it that would puncture their head and chest. Snake pits victims would fall into would be filled with deadly, venomous green pit vipers for Indiana Jones's worst nightmare. Mace traps go full Ewok mode with either a large log, hardened mud, a box, or even concrete covered with spikes that would swing down from the trees when tripped. The door trap would smash your face with spikes as soon as you walked into an abandoned cabin for safety. The side closing or tension trap is also kind of genius, using the tension of a bungee cord holding together 2 plates of wood with spikes. A block in the middle would keep the trap open until someone fell through, pushing it out of the way and snapping them shut with an incredible force of tension. And whoever made the bamboo whip trap straight up deserves an engineering degree. I mean, just look at this thing. Since bamboo's flexible, they could bend it back like this and hold it in place with all these wires and pulleys. When someone tripped it, the wires release and the spiked end of the bamboo stick comes swinging out at breakneck speeds. I feel like I've seen this before. Hornet trap releases a nest from an overhead box, causing soldiers to scramble, and would often be used in combination with snake or punji pits to finish them off. These guys sure know their combos. Cartridge trap, one of the few that used actual military weaponry, would have an upwards bullet buried in a hole with a nail underneath it. When a victim stepped on it, the nail would act as a firing pin and shoot the bullet up through the troop's foot. They called these toe poppers. And the flag bomb. The Viet Cong quickly realized that Americans were kind of obsessed with claiming and raising flags as sort of a symbol of dominance, so they used that against them and started rigging flagpoles with grenades, again with their pins pulled that would cause an immediate explosion. Yeah, I guess there's a reason the US lost that one. A free energy device that's been hidden from the public since the 1970s. There's actually quite a few of these free energy machines going around, right back to Tesla, but are any of them real? This device is allegedly made using the debris recovered from the now famous OG Roswell UFO crash site in 1947. One of the first ever widely publicized UFO crashes in history near Roswell, New Mexico, and the government was quick to get involved. The military's initial official public statement was, yes, we recovered a flying saucer, and this was the government admitting it in 1947. Then the next day, they were just like, oh snap, never mind. It was just a weather balloon accident, which they stood by for decades. Despite dozens of eyewitness accounts of the crash site insisting that the material recovered from the debris had some otherworldly properties. Since we had no internet back then, people just kind of forgot about it for 30 years. But in 1978, ufologist Stanton Friedman dug up this incident and brought it back to public light. And the Roswell incident started to pick up steam, getting featured in books, TV shows, and people began to question it again. So to shut everyone up, the Pentagon ran an an official investigation on the situation in 1994 and concluded it was now a high-tech balloon recovered from classified military project called Mogul. Your classic, the government investigated itself and found nothing wrong situation. We later found out that almost everyone who encountered the debris back in 1947 was contacted by the government, who told them to keep their mouths shut. Even radio stations like KGFL admitted decades later that the US military called them back then and specifically told them not to report on the Roswell situation, clearly trying to hide something. But the real deal here is everyone had the exact same thing to say about the metal scraps from the crash site. Countless reports claimed the debris was a very thin tinfoil-like material that was bendable but would snap back into place with no creases when you let go of it. You also couldn't burn it, cut it, tear it, or puncture it despite it being as thin as tinfoil. It got to be known as memory metal that remembers its original shape, an alien technology material familiar among several UFO crash sites. Because it wasn't just in Roswell. The Virginia, Brazil UFO crash site in 1996 had people saying the exact same thing about the debris. A seemingly indestructible metallic-like foil that you could crumple up and it would just pop back out in pristine condition. Turns out this metal is real. Like, it actually exists, revealed to the public in 1959 just shortly after Roswell by the Naval Ordnance Laboratory as nitinol, a nickel and titanium alloy that remembers its original atomic shape and snaps back into it when heated up, known as an SMA, a shape memory alloy. Memory metal. Sound familiar? How convenient that it was invented just a decade after Roswell. Nitinol was, and still kind of is, a revolutionary metal used by NASA in their Mars rovers, surgical devices, and even eyeglasses. But there are even earlier, lesser known reports of this metal that have gone under the radar. Like in this unclassified document from 1949, just 2 years after Roswell, written by the Battelle Memorial Institute, a technology development company, to the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio, which is largely believed where the Roswell crash was studied. That outlines in the months immediately following the Roswell crash, the Air Force contracted Battelle to work on titanium alloys with novel properties. Just another coincidence, showing that Battelle may have been the defense contractor hired for reverse engineering this UFO material. Now, to be fair, nitinol is nowhere near as pliable and flexible as this UFO material claims to be, and it does require heat to shapeshift. But nitinol could have easily just been the commercially available version that they were able to reverse engineer from the original material. And it lines up quite well with the recent UFO sightings in the last few years, many of which report and even show the UAPs themselves morphing and changing their shapes mid-flight, which kinda looks like memory metal. UFO behavior descriptions that were deemed absolute nonsense in the 40s that turned out to be plausible at the very least almost 70 years later. Where have I heard that before? Oh yes, Bob Lazar. Remember this guy who told the world in the 90s the government's working on alien spacecraft and was called crazy for it? Then a few decades later, the Pentagon fully admits, yes, we've encountered UAPs in our skies. And this Freedom of Information Act request by Anthony Bragalia to the Defense Intelligence Agency revealed that the government is indeed testing on UFO debris. The declassified 154-page DIA document shows, in addition to remembering their original shape when bent or crushed, the retrieved debris possessed extraordinary capabilities, including the potential to make things invisible or slow down the speed of light. All in this report. Bob also said that he worked on an antimatter reactor that could generate its own gravitational force for a propulsion-less aircraft engine that could move outside the realm of our known physics. Labeled a nutcase lying through his teeth looking for attention in the 90s, and now the UAP reports of the last few years all stated these exact behaviors of craft movement. Erratic patterns that seem to defy physics and engines with no visible propulsion. As well, he stated that an element 115, one not found on Earth, was the main source of fuel behind these reactors, a laughable suggestion. In 2003, element 115 was synthesized and officially added to the periodic table as moscovium. Although we haven't been able to stabilize it yet, this is clearly progress. He also suggested that the government is likely experimenting on extraterrestrial alien bodies, an absolute crackpot, right? In 2023, David Grosch admits to it in his famous non-human biologics quote, and the Mexican government literally reveals full-ass alien bodies to the world. You see, almost every claim made about UFOs from the 50s all the way to the 2000s was deemed at the time sheer insanity peddled by nut jobs. Decades go by, governments admit the truth, and everyone just kind of goes, oh, no way, I guess it's true, and the hype dies out. People lose interest until something new comes out, like those free energy machines I talked about earlier. Sometime in the 70s, after nitinol, the miraculous memory metal, was invented, this TV spot came out that featured perpetual motion engines which converted nitinol into energy without any fuel spent. Listen to what this guy had to say.
Nitinol engines as a real potential for the future. Since the energy to run the engines is in effect free, it's waste heat.
The atomic memory properties of nitinol is used together with hot water and cooling to continually expand and contract the metal to create motions like these, which are then converted into energy. The problem is you need a source of heat to heat the nitinol up and perpetuate this motion, and heat ain't free. Well, we do have natural hot springs, as well as geothermal sources, meaning deep within the earth where all the lava is that could support that. But even then, you need to actually build the power stations that generate this nitinol energy, as well as distribute and maintain them, which all cost money. Sure, the stations may pay themselves off after 2 years or however long and operate free after that, but that's no different than any other renewable energy source like solar, wind, these cool wave buoys. Not exactly free energy, unless I'm missing something here. But remember that nitinol is just a commercially available tip, and I think you all know how I feel about just the tip. The original shape-shifting alien memory metal is likely still being studied, or maybe even successfully recreated in ultra-classified government projects, because the videos of those UAPs are clearly doing some shit way crazier than what nitinol can do. Maybe this real UFO memory metal does have properties that are so advanced that free energy devices like these would be fully possible. And governments, the global elites, are afraid of releasing it into our society as they're multi-trillion-dollar enterprises, and to be fair, the economy itself would likely crumble. So they have no choice but to keep it hidden. Remember guys, before anyone starts crying about misinformation, these are all just theories. I spitball interesting ideas and try to activate new parts of your brain. So if you can't handle them, why'd you even get this far into the video? How about those other free energy sources going around, like these Congo rocks, terrestrial ground energy, or Tesla's famous Wardenclyffe Tower that pulled atmospheric energy from the sky similar to that of the alleged Tartarian Empire? What if those were actually real and suppressed from the public? Because we might have to look into those next. This engine from 1994 can let us travel faster than the speed of light, without breaking any laws, and I'll show you exactly how it works. The closest star to us, Proxima Centauri, is still over 4 light years away, meaning even if we somehow find a way to travel at the speed of light, it would take us 4 years of non-stop travel to get there, and this is our nearest neighbor. Clearly, we've got some work to do if we want to be hopping between solar systems anytime soon. Back in 1994, theoretical physicist Miguel Alcubierre proposed the warp drive, aka the Alcubierre drive. Highly speculative and theoretical, of course, but it is based on a viable solution to Einstein's field equations, and hey, Einstein hasn't been wrong yet. The warp drive doesn't actually move at all. The actual fabric of space-time moves around it. Any spaceship equipped with this warp drive would be encased by a large ring that would compress space-time in front of the ship, which is just the physical fabric of space that our reality exists in, and expand space-time behind it. The net effect being the spacecraft appearing to move through space faster than light. But in reality, it's space-time itself that's moving around the spacecraft, and space-time is not bound by our cosmic speed limit, which is evident in the many theories suggesting that our universe itself is actually expanding faster than the speed of light, manipulating space as a loophole to getting around the physical limitation of light speed. On paper, there technically aren't any limits to the top speed this warp drive can hit, so we'd be able to travel between solar systems and possibly galaxies in days, hours, or maybe even instantly. Exactly how we're gonna do this, we're still figuring it out. Maybe all those UAPs we've been seeing zipping around can help us out. We all know the Earth is actually... Okay, no, we're not doing that. What? Yeah, we're doing this? For real? Why do I have to be that guy? What is beyond the ice wall of Antarctica? Disclaimer, obviously a theory and should be considered for entertainment purposes only. Yes, this is the ridiculous Earth plane theory, or at least a part of it. Now, personally, I think this map is complete bullcrap. There's just countless evidence that goes against it. Before ever even considering a theory, you always need to look for some sort of tangible proof. And these mysterious blue shards reported in a leak from Antarctic research labs are a little more revealing. They were leaked by this helicopter engineer who was contracted to work at McMurdo Station in Antarctica from 1997 to the year 2000. And if you don't know, McMurdo Station is usually where shit goes down. So this engineer, let's call him Jimmy Boy, claimed that he befriended a few of the scientists doing research there in 1998. The scientists told him that they had 2 types of ice they worked with down there. There was this ice that they drilled cores out of boreholes in the ground that was cold to the touch, usually clear or some shade of white, and melted into water. Almost all of Antarctica is covered with this type of ice, which is just normal ice. Clearly, this wasn't their main focus of research. The only times they ever actively study this ice is when film crews from like National Geographic came down to film a documentary. The other 95% of the time, they studied the forbidden sky ice, totally different than the ice that we're used to. Jimmy wasn't allowed in the labs where they studied sky ice because it was, you know, super duper top secret. But one time, one of the scientists he got close with showed him a piece of the ice, and it was unlike any other matter he's ever seen on Earth. First of all, you couldn't touch it with your bare hands and had to wear your heavy heavy-duty South Pole exploration gloves when holding it because of how cold it was. Secondly, as you can tell, it was this solid deep blue color, allegedly composed mainly of oxygen, and is why they called it sky ice. And oh man, I haven't even scratched the surface of how deep this goes. Oxygen has a freezing point of about negative 218 degrees Celsius, which is when it turns into a solid, so you'd practically get frostbite just by looking at it. Jimmy held it for a bit with his gloves, of course, noting that it was lighter than regular ice, almost like he could have thrown it up in the air and it would have floated back down. It was also slightly flexible and completely opaque, so you couldn't see through it at all. And it didn't even melt into water when it got warm, but just continually shrank until it ceased to exist, likely turning directly into oxygen gas, which is why they had to study it in Antarctica. They couldn't even transport it to anywhere in the world before it disappeared. The Russians knew about this too, and it's part of the reason they all have research stations down there. After 15 minutes or so, the sky ice was almost completely gone, and Jimmy asks his research friend where they even get this ice from. And this is where it gets interesting, because to that, the scientist replied, they get it from the wall. According to him, if you go deep enough, hundreds of kilometers inland from the coast, you'll run into a huge wall in Antarctica that contains this sky ice, the biggest natural structure in the world. This sounds a lot like the infamous ice wall from the pancake Earth theory, which states there's a giant wall of ice that surrounds our entire planet, and there's even more land beyond this wall if you somehow manage to get past it, including the legendary lands of Atlantis, Mu, the Garden of Eden, and even Asgard. Obviously just an incredible stretch of a theory, but interesting to see the ice wall mentioned in a scientific setting here. Now buckle in, cause this is where it actually gets insane, in case you felt like it wasn't already. The US has known about this sky ice for decades, and back in the 60s they actually tried boring a tunnel through the ice wall. They built a special boring machine made for the super cold temperatures of the sky ice wall and started digging. For the first 2 miles or so, the floor was solid rock, but after that, even the ground under them became the bright blue sky ice, until they got about 5 to 10 miles deep after an entire year of boring, which is pretty damn far and still no sight of the other side. When they realized the tunnel was shrinking and eventually got so small that they could barely even move their machine anymore. Turns out sky ice, when exposed to warmer temperatures, just dissipates into thin air, but in colder temperatures, like inside the tunnel, it regenerates itself. Eventually, the tunnel got so tight it became too difficult to continue boring, so they scrapped the project, ditched the machine, and after many decades, the hole they dug into the wall has now been completely sealed. Now, some people say this sky ice wall sounds almost exactly like what would be called the dome or the firmament in the horizontal earth, or at least fragments of it, and even the most popular book in the world had something to say about it. Ezekiel 1:26 reads, "And above the firmament that was over their heads was the likeness of a throne, as the appearance of a sapphire stone." Now, whether you believe in the Bible or not, we can all agree it is by definition a historic text. Text that was written sometime in history. Firmament over their heads, appearance of a sapphire stone. I mean, I really don't want to believe this is true, and who knows, maybe this entire sky ice Antarctica story is just completely made up, but as always, what if? AI can now officially read your dreams. When you look at anything like this grass field, your brain's neural pathways form a specific pattern, sort of like a heat map. And every possible thing you look at or can even imagine has its own unique pattern. When you dream, your brain behaves much the same way, forming brain frequency patterns based on what you're dreaming about. Well, Asa Raskin from the Center for Humane Technology announced that they've done some tests, and what they discovered is impressive but incredibly alarming. They put a test subject inside an fMRI machine, which can read brain activity, and had them look at an image, in this case an image of a giraffe, and the machine mapped out their brainwave pattern. They then hid the image and fed only the brain map data to an AI image generator, probably a little more advanced than Midjourney. An AI that has never seen the original image of the giraffe, nor had access to an internet database that stored the original image either. It then generated, strictly based on the fMRI brain map data, what it determined that the person was looking at, and this is what it produced. Not exactly the same image, but I don't think you understand what it means that AI can now turn this into that with this level of accuracy. And we're still quite early in this technology, so it's only getting better from here. Then they took it a step further. They showed the test subject in the fMRI machine a video, and on top of generating what the subject is seeing, they also wanted to find out if the AI can read your inner monologue, the words you think to yourself in your own mind that no one else knows about. The test subject watched this video and was told to narrate what was going on in the video inside their own head. Here, let's do it together. You ready? Did you get all that? Now again, given only the subject's brain activity heat map, this is what the AI determined the person was thinking. I see a girl that looks just like me get hit on the back and then she is knocked off. Probably a bit different than what you thought, but this is literally AI reading our minds, and all it takes is someone's fMRI brain scan data. Our thoughts and dreams can now be leaked to the world. Give it a few more years and this technology will get near perfect. And sure, fMRI machines may look like this today, big, clunky, and all around you, but that technology is also going to improve. What if we have fMRI Apple Vision Pro goggles 10, 20 years from now? You'd be able to see and read what someone is thinking or even dreaming by just looking at them. How many potatoes would it take to run the entire world? And could we even use potatoes to power our entire galaxy? Potatoes can be turned into batteries, like for real. It's not just a thing that only works in science class and TV shows to produce electricity, which is just the flow of electrons from one point to another to form a circuit. Batteries are the pushing force that move these electrons through the circuit. Every atom in the universe has electrons, and making them work for us is just a matter of moving them from one place to another and getting in between them. A battery does this using something called an anode, or its negatively charged side, like zinc or lithium, which oxidizes, meaning it loses electrons. These negatively charged, lost electrons can't be alone and want to find a new home. And since opposites attract, this new home lies in the atoms of the positively charged cathode of the battery, like cobalt or graphite. So we put an electrolyte solution like alkaline, aka battery acid, between the cathode and the anode, which stops the lost electrons from hopping directly from one home to the other. Without this acid, all the lost electrons would immediately jump to their new home and you'd get a short circuit. Instead, these lost electrons are stuck in the anode and are itching to find that positively charged new home. So we give them a way to travel to their new home by connecting the anode to the cathode with their own highway, such as a wire, to create the free flow of electrons, or the scientific miracle of electricity. If you connect a device like a light bulb to this highway of electrons, they flow through it, giving it power, electricity 101. Once all the zinc in the starting negatively charged anode oxidizes, the battery dies. In a nutshell, batteries are three main components: an anode, which releases electrons, a cathode, which captures them, separated by an electrolyte that forces them onto the highway. Smartphones use modernized batteries called lithium-ion, which are a little more complicated, so we're just gonna stick to the basics here. And there ain't nothing quite as basic as a potato, or should I say acidic. Potatoes contain phosphoric acid, which is just acidic enough to start oxidation or pulling electrons from the anode. You stick anything with zinc in it, like a galvanized nail, as the anode in one end of the tater, and the phosphoric acid will eat away at the zinc, pulling electrons from it. While the zinc nail gets flooded with electrons from this reaction, the zinc atoms are getting absolutely sucked dry from electrons, turning into positively charged zinc ions. Stick a conductor like a copper penny for the cathode in the other end, which, being a conductor, attracts all the new positively charged zinc ions to it. Potatoes also have potassium, an electrolyte that acts as the battery acid or the electron barrier to stop the electrons from passing through the potato. So the copper penny gets pumped with positively charged ions that are missing electrons, and the zinc nail builds up with stray electrons. Can you guess where they want to go? Connect the two ends with a wire and boom, you get free energy, right? Not really free, and I'll explain why. You can also do this with other acidic foods like lemons or grapefruit. But okay, we got a potato battery. We're in business, baby. One of these bad boys produces anywhere from 0.5 to 1 volt and about a milliamp of current, 0.001 amps. These are just rough estimates. Online searches will likely show you many different values, but it's what we're sticking with. So 0.7 volts times 0.001 amps gives us 0.0007 watts of power per tater. You can then connect many of them together in series and in parallel to get combined potato power. So how many do we need to power our planet or the entire galaxy? You can't really do much with just one, but you could power a super basic clock or a calculator with about 2 or 3 potatoes. A simple red LED bulb needs about 4 potatoes to get the light to start glowing, and you could probably get away with just barely powering a regular light bulb with about 6 potatoes, but I've seen people do it for less. According to our previous calculations, in order to fully power a modern LED light bulb on max wattage, you need somewhere around 150 potatoes, and about 100 to 150,000 potatoes to fully charge your smartphone, 500 to 700,000 to power a basic desktop computer, and ballparking around 70 million potatoes to fully charge a Tesla Model 3. Yeah, this gonna get messy, because you need about 1.5 billion potatoes to power the average home for a month. So if potatoes are about 30 cents each, it would cost $450 million to power a house for a month with potatoes. So this ain't exactly free nor economical. 1 trillion potatoes would fully power a nuclear power plant, and we'd need 3 to 4 quadrillion potatoes to power the entire world for a year. For reference, the global potato production is about 1.88 trillion per year, so that would be over 2,000 years of worldwide potato production to power the world for a single year. But what about our entire galaxy? Dare we go there? The sun uses that many watts of energy per second, needing a stupid 5.514 times 10 to the 29 potatoes to power it, which is like filling the entire size of Earth with potatoes 127,000 times for 1 second of sun power. To power the sun for 1 Earth year, we would need 1.74 times 10 to the 37 potatoes, and that's like filling 870,000 entire suns with potatoes. It's estimated our Milky Way galaxy uses about this many watts per Earth year, and trust me, I checked Reddit, requiring 2.285 times 10 to the 48 potato batteries. That's like filling our entire solar system with potatoes 322,000 times to power our galaxy for a year using potato batteries, which is just... Life hack, using Einstein's E equals MC squared equation to convert potatoes into pure energy by accelerating them to the speed of light, we'd only need less than 1% of a sun filled with potatoes to power a galaxy on Einstein potato batteries, or about 100 Earths filled. And that's how you break the barriers of potato power, Disclaimer, the wattage calculations used here were massive overgeneralizations, and real-life application has many more variables to consider. Also, this was just for fun, so like, relax. Deadliest computer viruses in the world, part 7. So I came across this countdown of the worst viruses ever, and I just had to go through it to see how bad they get. F it, I know why you're here, we're going straight to number 1. Let's try it out. This is the Wanna Decryptor, aka the WannaCry ransomware Trojan, and you could probably guess what it's gonna make you wanna do. This virus first made headlines when it infected the NHS, Britain's public national health services, in May 2017. And it's one of those viruses that when it hits, it spreads like wildfire, ripping through over 200,000 computers worldwide and an estimated $4 billion in damage. You know the drill. Someone gets an email with a link, they click on it, download a sketchy.rar file, and eventually you get something like this on your computer. Well, I did just that and have it right here. So let's see what this thing does. WannaCry, here it goes. Right away, we see a whole bunch of files opening up on the desktop, and we enter stage 1, unload. It just produced a whole bunch of working files, including its signature.wnry file types, as well as the task data folder, which is what it uses to do its dirty work. Now we see our desktop background change, letting us know that it just completed stage 2, encryption. It scanned all of my drives for all these file types you see here and locks them behind an encrypted wall, tagging them with its .wnry extension, meaning all my files still exist, but I just can't access them anymore. It also just deleted all of my recovery and backup files, so I can't even restore a system point if I wanted to. Smart. Let's see what it says back here. Oops, your important files are encrypted. If you see this text but don't see the Wanna Decryptor window, then your antivirus removed the decrypt software, blah blah blah. Please find an application file named @wannadecryptor.exe, run, and follow the instructions. Alright, well first we better run a virus scan on our computer. Safety first, right? Okay, so I see the @wannadecryptor.exe file right here. I'll open it up, but first I wanted to mention that this virus just low-key ran stage 3 behind the scenes. Spread. It scans for any other computers connected to my network, enters them using port 445, a known vulnerability in Windows at the time, and automatically infects those machines as well. This is exactly how this worm was so devastating for corporations with hundreds of PCs. Luckily, this one isn't connected to any network, so it didn't actually get to do that on this computer. Now, let's see what opening this exe file does. We get this window right here, which basically tells you all your files have been encrypted, and the only way to save them is by using their decryption service. And we have officially entered the 4th and final stage, ransom. Pause if you want to read the whole pop-up, but the only way to use our decryption service is to pay them $300 to $600 worth of Bitcoin to this address. They do give you an option to decrypt some of your files for free, I guess to sort of give you hope they're not lying and they actually can recover your files. But here's the plot twist. You only have 3 days to submit the payment. After that, the price doubles. This is some real evil villain shit right here. And if you don't submit payment for a week, your files get locked forever. And here we have countdowns for both those events to make matters even more tense. Man, why do these viruses always have the ugliest UIs? You'd think these hacker geniuses can develop something nicer looking than this. What's crazy is that when this virus first spread, around 300 people actually ended up sending the Bitcoin ransom to the address. A total of 51 Bitcoin was sent, which was about this much back in 2017 and is about that much at the time of this recording. And all their files remained encrypted. Yeah, it was all just a giant scam within a scam, so don't fall for it. A side of the pyramids the Google debunkers don't want you to know about. Harnessing energy from inside the earth and transmitting it wirelessly around the world for free. The Giza power plant theory. We finally have the scientific and just plain commonsensical proof to back it up. Even Tesla's experiments of this very nature were successful, but his work mysteriously vanished after he passed away. As it turns out, Tesla didn't invent this technology. He just rediscovered it over 5,000 years later. Pyramids. Don't y'all get a little half chub when I talk about them? Cause I sure do. We're fed the narrative that they were built as tombs for pharaohs, but there's just endless evidence against that. I spat 10 unbelievably raw facts about the pyramids in a previous video, which were all true, but of course the Google debunkers desperately tried to prove them wrong. We'll let them have their fun so that we can focus on exploring history with a critical mind. Take, for example, the Great Pyramid of Giza, the biggest one there is, which is said to have been built as a tomb for Khufu, a pharaoh who ruled 4,500 years ago. Despite it having zero characteristics of actual Egyptian tombs, you know, where real mummies of pharaohs were actually found. Like in the Valley of Kings, a complex of underground tombs complete with enormous grand entrances and hallways adorned with hieroglyphs, beautiful wall art, and intricate architecture, commemorating pharaohs like Tutankhamun and Ramses, whose bodies were found among dozens of others in elegant sarcophagi in this valley. And here we have the Great Pyramid of Giza. Narrow tunnels, awkwardly angled walkways, and passageways you literally have to crawl to get through. And those wood steps you see, we added ourselves in recent times because they were literally unwalkable when first discovered. Strangely designed and although impressive, kinda plain looking inner chambers. No artifacts, no hieroglyphs, no carvings, no wall art was ever found inside of Giza. In fact, not a single mummy was found in this pyramid, or any Egyptian pyramid for that matter, and yes, that's a fact, go search it up. We're told that they were raided by thieves, and that's why there's nothing left. Really? Did the thieves steal the carvings and paint on the walls too? The sarcophagus in Giza, where they assume Khufu's mummy was kept and also stolen by those pesky thieves, was this plain looking granite box in a room with flooring and walls that were cut with greater precision than the box itself. Ancient Egyptians saw pharaohs as gods, so yeah, let's just stuff the one that we made a whole ass pyramid for into this crude box with narrow chambers, tiny shafts, and no stories or wall art commemorating their death. Here's what King Tut's tomb looked like, and King Ramses. Intricate art and masterfully designed, both of which were found in the Valley of Kings. And here's the tomb of the guy they dedicated the biggest structure in the world for. Makes perfect sense, right? On the other hand, King Ramses had some of the most massive statues built in his name, weighing up to 1,000 tons that we see remnants of sprawled all throughout ancient Egypt. Meanwhile, the man who had the largest tomb in history has only one recovered statue we've ever found. It's 3 inches tall. Let me get this straight. Giza, the most epic and just painstakingly difficult structure on the planet, was a tomb with absolutely no characteristics of a tomb for a pharaoh with no visible remaining presence in Egypt and whose body was never found. Other characteristics of the pyramid tells us it had a very different purpose, one that's turned a fringe theory into a scientific one. The pyramid was aligned perfectly with true north to less than a degree of accuracy, architecture matched only with modern engineering. The base of the pyramid is perfectly leveled to within 3/4 of an inch, something that's again only possible with like laser technology today. A structure that was made with 2.3 million stone blocks weighing between 2 and 80 tons each, built within allegedly 25 years. Meaning they'd have to place 10 stones an hour every hour for 25 years non-stop to achieve that. That's 1 stone every 6 minutes. People love to refute this with, oh, they had slaves, like it's some magic silver bullet, but I think they might be forgetting about a little thing called logistics. As in, how do you physically coordinate 20, 30, 50,000 people to lay a colossal stone every 6 minutes, day and night for 25 years non-stop? Yeah, slaves, bro. They had slaves. Trust me, bro, is even more ridiculous than these fringe theories. Each side of Giza is also about 755 feet long and are all within 2 inches of the same length as each other. That's a 99.98% range of accuracy. Once again, on par or even better than modern architecture. It also doesn't actually have 4 sides. It has 8, which cast shadows, making them visible only during the equinox, which definitely ain't no coincidence. It's a proven fact that the ancients were obsessed with celestial events like the equinox. That's the time of year when the length of day equals the length of night, the first day of spring and fall. There are 43,200 seconds of daylight during that time. That's 12 hours of the Egyptian sun god blessing them with daylight on the most important day of the year, an absolutely sacred number by any means. Now, if you get the perimeter and the height of the pyramid, multiply them by that number, you get the circumference and polar radius of the earth within a 99.3 to 99.7 range of accuracy, absolutely negligible margins of error, essentially making Giza a scale model of the Earth. It's also placed at the center of landmass of the world, passes through the light speed coordinate, and a whole list of other coincidences. Skeptics absolutely insist these are all just coincidences, and just pseudo-archaeologists forcing facts together until something fits. So what do all these measurements mean? Well, firstly, they clearly had some knowledge and technology that we don't give them credit for, and the simple truth is, no one in history would ever make something so precise by accident, because we see the same in the materials used for constructing the pyramids. They're the same materials we use today for electrical conductivity, which is no stranger to the ancient world. In 1934, an artifact known as the Baghdad Battery was uncovered in Iraq. It consisted of a ceramic pot, a copper tube, and a rod of iron, which when combined with an electrolyte solution, something as simple as a potato, as I talked about in my video about powering the galaxy with potato batteries, it can produce an electric current. From an artifact dated to over 2,000 years old. Ancient batteries, just like the pyramids. The science behind the Giza power plant is a lot to take in, so I'm gonna give you some time to breathe before I get into it, and check me out to see if it's up. Pyramids are not tombs. Changed my mind. This is a real Egyptian tomb, you know, where mummies of pharaohs were actually found. Grand entrances, spacious hallways, lavish architecture, art, and carvings everywhere commemorating their deaths. And this is the burial chamber in the biggest tomb in the world, the Great Pyramid of Giza. A plain and uncentered granite box in a boring room with no carvings nor art, like anywhere in the entire pyramid. Oh, and no mummy was found here either. It was stolen by thieves who apparently took the hieroglyphs on the walls too. Here's an actual sarcophagus for a cat. And another one for a person. Here are a few more from the same time period as Giza, all covered with majestic carvings and hieroglyphs that were crucial for preparing bodies for the afterlife. And that's the sarcophagus in Giza, the biggest and most important tomb ever built. The pyramid itself is just awkward to navigate, with tight corridors and questionable architecture apparently designed to stop thieves. Meanwhile, the Valley of Kings is an absolute marvel, what you'd expect royalty to be buried in with no attempt at keeping grave robbers out. Oh, what's that? The Valley of Kings was made over 1,000 years after Giza, during which time I guess they learned how to carve and paint on the walls of tombs, despite there being hieroglyphs far older than Giza itself. Well, what about the tombs at Saqqara, which are as old as Giza, yet adorned with the carvings, architecture, and even statues that you'd expect from a sacred burial chamber? If tombs looked like this 4,500 years ago, why would the most important one ever built during the same time look like that? Nice try, Google debunkers. Maybe try DuckDuckGo. The raw, unfiltered scientific proof for what the pyramids were really built for. This is what a real Egyptian tomb looks like, and this is the biggest tomb in the world, the Great Pyramid of Giza. The closer you look, the more you realize this pyramid was definitely not made for burying the dead, because the materials they used to build it are exactly what we'd use today to create an electric current. Giza used to be covered with bright white casing stones that were virtually airtight, made out of polished limestone brought from Tura, a quarry 500 miles away. Oh, they just wanted the pyramids to look all nice and white and cute, right? So much that they were willing to drag stones the length of Florida away to do so, for the aesthetic. This special limestone from Tura happens to have less magnesium in it than regular limestone, making it an ideal insulator of electricity, as well as perfect for reflecting sunlight to keep the inside cool. The interior chambers of the pyramid were built with rose granite containing 85% quartz, which is piezoelectric, meaning it produces a small electric charge when moved or squeezed, the same quartz that's used to power a watch battery or a barbecue lighter. Granite also ionizes the air inside the chambers, which further increases the conductivity of electricity. On top of being sourced from Aswan, another quarry hundreds of miles away, the granite slabs inside Giza have these weird structural designs to them that don't exactly look good and are just incredibly difficult to make. Why on earth would you build a roof like this that just makes the job 10 times harder, using 80-ton stone blocks from hundreds of miles away that you can't even see from inside the chamber when it's done? Historians will tell you they were relieving chambers, meant to keep the room from collapsing from the great weight of the pyramid overhead, even though the chambers below had no such relief. On the other hand, if you were somehow able to apply pressure to these chambers, you'd get an electric charge from the quartz. A lot of it. But electricity can't just exist if we want to utilize it for energy. It needs to get directed through something in order for us to make use of it, an electric current. Copper is often used in wires to do just that. And take a wild guess what a remote camera revealed in the pyramid's narrow shafts just a few years back. 2 copper handles embedded into the stone at the end of the shaft, the only metal to have ever been confirmed in Giza, as well as a set of what appear to be instructions that looks like a wiring diagram painted on the side of the shaft, to which modern Egyptologists claim these handles were used with ropes to pull jars up the shaft. They're just getting desperate at this point. These shafts really have no confirmed purpose. They're commonly referred to as air vents, but some of them don't even lead to the outside. In 2013, former Egyptian Antiquities Minister Zahi Hawass was accused of theft of Egyptian artifacts from the pyramid. In the list of items rumored to have been stolen, there was one that stood out from the rest. Long copper wires. A strange artifact by any means, and just what you'd need to complete an electric current. So were the pyramids built as giant batteries? I mean, we have all the pieces in place, but how exactly would this battery even work? Aerospace engineer Chris Dunn popularized the Giza power plant theory by kinda proving it with actual science, hard numbers, and a scale model. From the top, this is what the inside of Giza looks like: a top or king's chamber with a lower queen's chamber underneath it, a large slanted shaft, the grand gallery, connecting both chambers, and a bottom subterranean chamber with a bunch of long narrow shafts leading into each. According to Dunn, the pyramid is what's called a coupled oscillator, a device that's connected to a larger vibrating body in such a way that energy can be transferred between them, converting vibrational energy, the natural resonance of the earth, into microwave energy. Now, the earth it vibrates, producing frequencies in the form of natural underground seismic activity, the Schumann resonances in Earth's electromagnetic fields, as well as the movement of water in key locations just below Earth's surface, which also creates vibrational frequencies. The entire process starts in the subterranean chamber, which was built directly above underground aquifers with powerful flowing water right under the pyramids. A convenient location for the perfect coincidence theory. It's said that the flowing water and possibly even seismic activity of the Earth would create vibrational waves that resonate throughout the pyramid. Vibrational waves that would be maximized at the center of mass of any object, and Giza just so happens to sit at the center of landmass of the world. Coincidence. Now the real kicker was when traces of zinc and hydrochloric acid were found in the shafts leading into the Queen's Chamber. Dunn suggests that some ancient form of these two chemicals were poured down the shafts and mixed together in the chamber, which would trigger a chemical reaction, one that releases hydrogen gas, a proven process using the exact trace chemicals that were found in the shafts. The gas would travel from the Queen's Chamber through the Grand Gallery and up into the King's Chamber, while the pressure of the gas compresses the granite quartz and creates piezoelectricity, another proven process. Vibrations from below would trigger resonators in the Grand Gallery, which it was believed that 27 acoustic devices were placed in the empty slots that can be found here. The compressed quartz would create the spark for the vibrations to energize the hydrogen atoms into a microwave energy beam, which would reach the King's Chamber through this 4.8 times 8.4 inch watertight shaft cut into the granite. Conveniently, the perfect size for the hydrogen microwave wavelength at 21 centimeters. And the exact dimensions of what we call a waveguide today, a structure that guides the transmission of energy waves in one direction. And let me remind you, granite is harder than steel. Cutting a shaft like this is damn near impossible with known ancient technology, and definitely not something they do for fun. These microwaves would further resonate in the King's Chamber, which was tuned to a very specific frequency using those layers of stones in the roof. Remember those incredibly difficult stones above the chamber? That's how they tuned the pyramid's frequency. The sarcophagus in this room is expected to have been some source of high voltage, like the Baghdad battery, to further ionize the hydrogen and make that room superconductive. Gold-capped pips, as we believe the pyramids to have had, would also make the perfect conductor to attract the electricity and send it up into the atmosphere. Sounds like it's time for me to take my meds. A super pseudoscientific theory and highly theoretical at that, until you realize in 2018, studies proved that the pyramids can focus electromagnetic energy in their internal chambers and also directly beneath them. That's real, quantifiable, scientific evidence that supports this theory. Many archaeologists also report electromagnetic readings inside of the pyramids and directly above them. So the pyramid's exterior was made with an insulator, the interior with conductors, and the chambers with material that produces electricity. Are these all just coincidences? And even if we did have electricity generated in the pyramids, how would this energy even be distributed for everyone to use? Our boy Tesla may have known the answer and was silenced from revealing it to the world. Let's see if it's up. Governments do some shady shit sometimes. That's a fact. These are the top 4 confirmed government scams they've actually admitted to that you will not believe are real. At number 4, we have no one cares because we going straight to number 1, ArriveCan, aka Arrive Scam. As many great stories do, this one starts at the height of the, masking years. Canada wanted to provide its beloved citizens with an easy way to submit travel customs declarations, and more importantly, the ever so coveted proof of compliance to border agents while traveling abroad. So they developed ArriveCan, a simple text input and document upload mobile app that would do just that. This app wasn't something that I'd call fun or enjoyable to use. Constantly scrambling to fill it out last second when your friend would remind you, hey yo, did you do your ArriveCan? But how do we get from this to the RCMP, Canada's version of the FBI, currently running a criminal investigation into this app? Here are the cold hard facts of ArriveCan, confirmed by the official audit looking into this case. The app had an initial projected budget of $80,000, which is already high as for a basic text input and document upload app that a university freshman student could have probably coded for free. But it ended up costing, get ready for this, $60 million to develop. An absolutely criminal 750 times increase from the initial budget, but oh, that's just the tip. GC Strategies Inc., the firm that was contracted by the Canadian government to develop ArriveCan, has 2 employees, headquartered in a basement of a tiny cottage just outside of Ottawa, like most 8-figure companies do, right? This company has fully admitted they've never done any IT work nor offered software development services prior to getting hired by the government. But all of a sudden, 3 weeks after Trudeau, the current Prime Minister of Canada, took office in 2015, GC Strategies gets bombarded with government contracts left and right. Now that's some serious friends with benefits. With no experience in software, they hired subcontractors to do the work, in which the official audit uncovered that 76% of those subcontractors, quote, did not perform any work. Among them was Dalian Enterprises, which received $7.9 million to work on the app and whose CEO happens to be an employee of Canada's Department of National Defense. That is quite literally the government giving itself taxpayer money to do absolutely no work. All confirmed. To this day, GC Strategies has received a total of $250 million, that's $250 million of taxpayer money in government contracts since 2015. To top it all off, the app itself has a 4.5 rating on the App Store with over 750,000 reviews. I can't name a single person who'd enjoy an app that makes traveling more cumbersome so much that they feel the need to write home about it, let alone over 760,000 reviews and counting. That's more than Netflix, Amazon, Minecraft, and ChatGPT combined. The Canadian government has fully admitted fault to this app development, meaning they've admitted to scamming their own citizens of their hard-earned money, that it was unacceptable, and that they're currently investigating it. But I think we all know how that's going to turn out, because free unlimited energy for the entire world. They really tried to tell us it wasn't possible. Alright, calm down there, Mr. First Law of Thermodynamics, because we had one of the smartest people in history on the job. It's said that Nikola Tesla actually invented a system for free wireless electricity accessible by everyone on Earth. Turns out, he may not have been the one who came up with it, but was using ancient knowledge over 5,000 years old. Tesla is famously quoted as saying, "If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration." What was he trying to tell us? He has quite the resume. The founder of alternating current, which runs our entire power grid today, and was also a huge advocate of free wireless electricity, which is exactly what his Wardenclyffe Tower project intended to do. A structure that was designed to harness energy from the natural vibrations of the Earth and convert them into electric potential. Exactly what the Giza power plant theory suggests the pyramids were built and used for. Tesla publicly demonstrated his use of wireless electricity by famously lighting light bulbs without any wires attached to them. Wardenclyffe Tower was the scaled up version of that, and millionaire J.P. Morgan saw incredible potential in profiting from Tesla's ideas, so he helped fund the construction of this tower. And just like the pyramids, it was built directly on top of underground aquifers, cavities beneath the surface with powerful flowing water that produced natural vibrations, using copper wires and iron rods extending deep beneath the surface to transmit this energy up through the tower and into the atmosphere, then distribute that energy wirelessly around the world for anyone to use through a conductive layer of Earth's ionosphere. According to him, Earth was a giant electrical generator spinning around two magnetic poles, which it is, and it produces a ton of energy. In the 1897 patent Tesla filed, he claimed that at a certain altitude above the Earth, there's a stratum of air that can conduct electric currents, which at the time was considered wacky pseudoscience, but in 1952 was discovered to actually exist, known as the Schumann resonances. Through this conductive layer of the atmosphere, the electricity would theoretically be distributed around the world via a network of receiving towers. Tesla, along with many eyewitness reports, claimed that the tests of the tower in 1903 were incredibly successful. They lit up the night sky and even powered nearby objects. Newspapers even reported on it, like this: Tesla's amazing plan to harness free currents, back when you could actually report on the news without getting censored. But ask any debunker who wasn't there and they'll tell you these towers didn't produce enough electricity to be useful and were also harmful to anyone near them. In order for this network of wireless energy to work, it would need quite a few of these towers in key locations around the world. When Tesla asked JP for more money to continue his work, Mr. Morgan took a look and realized it wouldn't end well for him if he continued. JP Morgan owned General Electric, AT&T, copper and coal mines, lumber yards, rubber plants, steel mills, railroads, all of which required the consumption of traditional fuels to keep running. If he invested in more of these towers to deliver virtually free energy to everyone in the world, it would render the rest of his businesses obsolete. So he cut off funding and even told his rich friends to ignore this project, despite Tesla sending him monthly letters asking for more money for 5 years straight. Tesla lost his funding, the tower was destroyed, and he died relatively poor, having all of his work seized by the government after his death, never to be seen again. And strangely enough, the Government Office of Alien Property was standing by and ready to take a shit as soon as Tesla passed in 1943, raiding his New York City apartment and warehouses, confiscating all documents, some of which were given to a certain John G. Trump. Quite an interesting tale for another time. Skeptics love calling Tesla a mad scientist crackpot, dismissing this theory as pure fiction, but his list of inventions is among the most impressive out of almost anyone in history. Along with his revolutionary experiments, Tesla invented AC electricity, which powers your home, and the electric motor. everything you see here, as well as the remote control, the radio, improvements to the X-ray, and even predicted smartphones and the internet back in 1926. He's quoted as saying, "When wireless is perfectly applied, the whole Earth will be converted into a huge brain. We shall be able to communicate with one another instantly, irrespective of distance." That's exactly what we have today. Pause if you want to read the whole quote, which may I remind you is 100 years old. His proposed network of towers would have supplied unlimited, clean, and basically free energy worldwide, using the principles of the Giza power plant theory, which Tesla was actually a firm believer in. He was fascinated by the pyramids of ancient Egypt and even drew inspiration from them in his work, with his devices even being referred to as Tesla's electromagnetic pyramid, based on his designs depicting the movement of energy in his towers. Well, the pyramids are suspected to have been built for the same purpose, drawing vibrational energy from the Earth and distributing it around the world through the atmosphere. Would that have even been possible 5,000 years ago? Turns out it might have, with some even claiming proof as far back as 30,000 years old. I explained exactly how it would have worked back then, and we're not done diving into this one, so check it out for more. The Rothschilds, more specifically Lord Jacob Rothschild, recently passed away on February 26 at the age of 87. Just hearing that name, Rothschild, might make some people think, oh, evil, rich, Illuminati, corrupt, New World Order, Freemason. But do you even know who they are and how they made their money? They started off as a relatively normal family, just trying to make ends meet and grow a business almost 300 years ago, with Amschel Moses Bauer opening a accounting house in Frankfurt, Germany in 1743, the early version of an accounting firm. Above the door outside his office was a sign with an eagle and a red shield on it, and the office came to be locally known as the Red Shield Firm, translated to German Rote Shield, which eventually got shortened to Rothschild. Origin story right here. Amschel passed his business down to his son Meyer, who changed his last name from Bauer to Rothschild after the store. And this is where it all begins. Meyer was pretty business savvy and just hungry to make it big, so he wanted to scale hard. His dad's business mainly dealt with bookkeeping, dealing coins, and lending money to average Joes, until one time he scored a lending job with the government and got paid a fat bag for it. So he doubled down on that, focusing all of his efforts on lending money to governments and kings, which was way more profitable than lending to citizens. The loan amounts were astronomically bigger than average folk for obvious reasons, but the real cherry on top was that these loans were secured by the people, the taxpayers of the country. So when a regular Joe takes out a loan and can't pay it in time, they default on it, and the loaner is left chasing after Joe until they can pay it back. Government loans are backed by taxpayer money. A government will always have a virtually endless supply of money rolling in from collected taxes that they can use to pay off their loans. So they can just raise taxes in their country to get more money if they're ever a little short on paying off a loan. In this sense, governments can never lose, and neither do people who loan them money. You always hear of governments in debt trillions of dollars and might be asking yourself, in debt to who? That would be to central banks, who arguably modeled this structure of non-stop government loaning from the original Rothschild firm. A bit of an infinite money glitch that won't end well for us. Meyer saw big bucks flowing in from this business model, so he taught his 5 sons his methods and sent them on an expedition across Europe to Germany, England, France, Austria, and Italy to set up similar counting houses in each. Rinse and repeat. They quickly rose to power and became the richest bankers in each country, having more money than all other banks in those countries combined. Clearly, this strategy was working beautifully. At the time, one business owning banks in multiple different countries was unheard of, and they definitely made the most of it, doing shit like funding both sides of the war and Napoleon's conquest, which is no secret, meaning they probably did the same for the world wars and even conflicts happening today. They helped Brazil pay for its liberation from Portugal, saved the Bank of England from collapse by bailing them out. Just imagine being so rich that the most powerful country in the world at the time comes asking you for money. Pretty much funded the industrialization of America, which was a barren land of cowboys, log cabins, and natives at the time, and also helped Britain buy the Suez Canal, which connects the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean. When Britain issued the Balfour Declaration in 1917, announcing its support for the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people, Israel, it was addressed to Lionel Walter Rothschild, who also helped fund this move. So what's their secret? How do they keep this generational wealth growing so steadily over the centuries? Well, when Meyer, the OG businessman behind the government loans, passed away, he outlined a very specific system in his will, in which the wealth can only get passed down the male line of lineage, meaning females who married outside the family were completely left out of the money. I think you know where this is going. Because of this rule in his will, all future descendants had a tendency to marry within the family, mostly their second or even first cousins and the occasional niece. And that's exactly how they kept it within the family to this day. It's speculated that a Rothschild may actually be the real richest person in the world, counting in the trillions, using intentional tricks of the trade like asset hiding, trust funds, and shell companies to hide their true wealth. So while everyone's focused on Musk versus Bezos battling it out head to head for the richest person title, the real top dog is quietly sitting in the shadows, tapping their fingers together, thinking of their next move. The ancient Egyptians didn't build the pyramids, but discovered them over 30,000 years later, and they even told us who the real builders were. Disclaimer, just a theory, entertainment purposes only. The Giza power plant theory explains why they were built: to deliver wireless, free, and clean energy to everyone worldwide. Now that we know why, we're asking, who was the original creator of this energy system? Nikola Tesla, one of the truly most ingenious pioneers of the past decade, proposed a global network of towers that would provide electricity to everyone around the world. Tesla himself was a little obsessed with the pyramids of Egypt and genuinely believed that they served a higher purpose. In fact, his idea of this network of energy towers was based on his studies of the pyramids, which eventually turned into the Giza power plant theory. So were our ancient ancestors also aware of this principle of unlimited wireless energy for everyone? And how would you even use this sky energy if we had it? In Tesla's model, it would work just like radios, Wi-Fi, and cell towers do today. Every home would have a receiver that draws this energy from the atmosphere and into their home. Exactly what is seen in that of the alleged Tartarian Empire, who's said to have made use of this same energy system, which we'll explore in a future video. Don't worry about that. Receiving towers in modern times, sure, but what about 5,000 years ago? Man, if only Egypt had some sort of tall structures everywhere that could act as that contact point for this energy. Oh, obelisks made from a single piece of granite, which although not directly conductive, contains quartz. And I'ma just let my boy Michio Kaku do the talking here.
These monoliths are made out of granite, and there's some quartz inside the granite, and quartz has some rather interesting properties. If I take quartz crystal and I squeeze it, I can generate electricity. Now, some people believe that the obelisks are like lightning rods that absorb electrical energy from the heavens.
And it's been found that these obelisks were likely also capped with a conductive metal called electrum, which would have been able to receive electric currents. But no, wait, hold up. If the Egyptians really did use electricity, they should have evidence of that everywhere. That's not exactly something that you can hide. Oh, but they might, like in their famous Dendera light carving, which features what looks like a giant light bulb being held up, which no one has yet been able to explain. Or these hieroglyphs depicting a series of wires connected to what look like batteries? Of course, these are strictly speculation, but these carvings really do exist. And what about the pyramids themselves? Never mind there not being a single hieroglyph or record of their construction, which there isn't. But why are there no records of them actually using the pyramids for energy? That's because this theory suggests the Egyptians never built the pyramids. They found them. Built by another past civilization and discovered after having been dormant for tens of thousands of years. Pyramids are deemed to be at most 4,500 years old, but this is just a guess. You can't even accurately carbon date limestone or granite. Radiocarbon dating is a process that uses the half-life of carbon to find out how old something is, and contrary to popular belief, is actually pretty accurate. But it only works on things with carbon in them, like wood or bones, not rocks. The age of the pyramids was straight up guessed through historical cross-referencing as well as carbon dating stuff like wood inside the pyramids or the mortar between the bricks, which are pretty rough guesses at best. On top of that, the Egyptians had records of everything they did, from fishing to farming, but not a single record of them building the pyramids, the greatest achievement of their civilization. That's like climbing Mount Everest and then writing a book about what you had for breakfast a year ago. The Google debunkers love bringing up this. The Diary of Merer, a papyrus script recovered in 2013 that actually mentions the construction of the pyramids? Not really. This script only outlined the process of adding limestone casing stones to the outside of the pyramid, which I don't think anyone argues the Egyptians didn't do. Not the actual construction of the core of the pyramid, which is still nowhere to be found, so nice try. Suggesting they might have not actually built the pyramids, but discovered them from much longer ago, built by a civilization far more advanced than we could have ever imagined. Even the Egyptians themselves have records that trace their lineage of pharaohs back 30,000 years, to which we dismiss as mythology. To this day, the Edfu Temple in Egypt tells a story on its walls of a previous civilization that was, can you guess? Washed away by a global flood. And even the great Greek philosopher Plato, another revered genius of his time, mentions this same island of the gods in his work, which has come to be known as Atlantis, said to exist over 30,000 years ago, and may have been the ones who actually built the pyramids as an ancient source of energy within their civilization. That got washed away and destroyed by global cataclysmic floods, only for the Egyptians to rediscover thousands of years later. But that we'll have to save for another time, because the lost city of Atlantis is another one of those stories we see repeated everywhere throughout history, only to get swept under the rug every time. Well, it's time we took a peek under that rug. This is what the phone you're holding looks like right now. A giant grid of millions of tiny red, green, and blue lights, likely in the form of OLEDs. Each cluster of red, green, and blue forms a pixel, which combined, these three lights can create any color you can think of. And everything you could ever possibly see on your screen, including this video, is just millions of these pixels working together and updating in real time. Zoom into something that's green, and we see the greens get brighter. Whites are an equal combination of all three colors, and blacks are just the absence of any light, getting dimmer the darker the display color is. Did this guy just build a machine that generates infinite energy in his own garage? No, that's impossible, according to the first and second law of thermodynamics. Remember, the greatest innovations are made by those who dare question the facts. Well, that's just misinformation. This free energy wheel uses bottles whose water is continually poured down by gravity to endlessly spin the wheel. And this isn't the first time someone came up with this. In 1159 AD, an Indian mathematician named Bhaskara the Learned came up with a concept for this exact design, Bhaskara's wheel. It had curved reservoirs filled with mercury instead of water, but based on the same principle. He reasoned that as the wheel spun, the displacement of mercury would flow to the bottom of each reservoir in such a way that one side of the wheel would be perpetually heavier than the other, the imbalance causing it to spin forever. This is one of the first ever designs for a perpetual motion engine, a device that can do some sort of work forever without external energy applied, like a windmill producing its own breeze, or a light bulb powering its own solar panels, a magnet attached to a car pulling itself, or this man pushing a truck from inside the trunk. I think you can see why this wouldn't work. The physics behind it show that the moving parts that make one side of the wheel heavier also shifts the center of mass of the wheel downwards. What that means is it'll spin for a bit and then just swing back and forth until coming to a complete stop in practice. The reason it can't go on forever is due to the first two laws of thermodynamics. The first law is energy conservation. Energy can't be created or destroyed. And in a perfect world, if we can just put 100% of the energy a device produces back into running itself, this should be possible, right? That's where the second law stops us, entropy, which states that energy tends to spread out and dissipate in many different forms, like waste friction or heat as time goes on. So as the wheel moves through gravitational force, it experiences air resistance, friction, and waste heat, energy that is not put back into the gravitational force that is running the wheel and hence dissipates over time. It's why Newton's cradle doesn't go on forever, and why this wheel doesn't work. He even admits in his video that he had a battery in the wheel that kept it spinning. It's fake. But are there other designs for infinite energy engines out there that have been suppressed from the public? Inventors have tried over the generations to come up with the perfect perpetual motion machine, several variations of the original wheel, and even other creative ideas. And some of them actually kinda work. The first one ever made predates even Bhaskara, with Greek mathematician Archimedes in 200 BC, who discovered the displacement of water in his bathtub as he went inside it, allegedly inventing the word eureka at the same time. Obvious today, but this was a huge discovery back then, the Archimedes principle, which they tried to use to build the first ever perpetual motion engine in history. The Archimedes sphere was a round chamber with water and a buoyant ball attached to a metal rod inside. The metal rod drags the ball down and the ball pushes itself out of the water from buoyancy. I won't bore you with the math, but the calculations show that you could just spin this once and it'll go on forever due to Archimedes' principle. And in theory, it should, if it wasn't for pesky friction of the water on the glass and the waste heat of the spinning rod getting in the way, that leave the device as waste energy until it comes to a complete stop. But science didn't give up. We're gonna find a way to make this perpetual motion engine if it's the last thing we do. Like everyone's favorite mad scientist Nikola Tesla, who actually patented an unlimited energy machine in 1901 called the apparatus for the utilization of radiant energy, made from an antenna that you could make from plywood, a sheet of foil, copper wires, and a capacitor to store the energy. The antenna should be placed up high, like on a roof, connected to the capacitor and grounded. The capacitor should charge up slowly from the luminiferous ether, electromagnetic waves from solar radiation, cosmic rays, and Earth's magnetic poles. And it works, confirmed by many tests done online. It technically uses external energy to power itself, so not exactly perpetual, but did we just solve our world's energy crisis? Yeah, but you'd need a whole day of power just to charge your phone with an antenna the size of a football field. So not practical whatsoever, as we'd run out of space fast, but still cool, we're making progress. More recently, in 2021, German scientists demonstrated the use of what they called time crystals, a microscopic system of quantum particles that change state over time and can in fact theoretically go on like this forever. They don't generate energy, but also don't lose any either from expected friction or heat, which is huge for an object doing work. The main obstacle to perpetual motion were systems losing energy when doing work over time. This doesn't. They're still figuring it out, but oh, we're so close. We're gonna make this infinite energy machine, I tell ya. Because there's something in nature that actually does appear to violate the conservation of energy: black holes. This scientific paper states that the expansion of the universe can make certain black holes expand faster than the Hawking radiation they produce that shrinks them. I know, it took me a while to wrap my head around that. In theory, this process gains more energy than it loses, so if we could just take a black hole and stick it into an engine, that might work. Who knows, maybe we'll find new exotic forms of matter in the future that could bend the rules of perpetual motion to finally crack the code. Or maybe we already have. Enter zero-point energy, the suspected technology behind UFOs that provides seemingly unlimited energy, moves objects outside the realm of known physics, travels faster than light, and even through time. Powered by quantum fluctuations in space-time, particles that act like waves which blink in and out of existence, another highly suppressed field of research. Keyword here, quantum, because quantum can bend the laws of thermodynamics while still respecting them and doesn't need to obey classical physics. I'll go into this very soon, because zero-point energy isn't just game-changing, it's reality-changing. NASA discovered city lights on a planet 11 trillion kilometers away, which is just around the Oort cloud, a sphere of ice and other space debris that surrounds our solar system, kind of like our backyard. And there's a planet here? For the longest time, NASA used the Hubble telescope, which orbited Earth, to take the craziest pics of deep space since 1990. Then in 2021, NASA launched the James Webb Space Telescope, JWST, that just stepped in and said, hold my beer. Hubble has a 2.4 meter primary mirror, which is what it uses to zoom in so far, and was in orbit just 570 kilometers above Earth. JWST has a 6.5 meter mirror and orbits 1.5 million kilometers above Earth, which is past the moon. So powerful that it can detect artificial light, such as that produced by a city or a nuclear explosion on other planets, which was previously not possible. Well, the closest planets to our solar system are 4.2 light years away in the Proxima Centauri star system. Then, how did we spot city lights 11 trillion kilometers or 1.2 light years away in our cosmic backyard? This must mean we found the forbidden planet X, you know, the Anunnaki planet of Nibiru with its elongated orbit around the sun that visits us once. Nope, it doesn't look like we actually found anything. Turns out an article just stated that JWST can detect artificial light from that distance and got misinterpreted. But NASA did actually confirm light emitted from another rocky exoplanet, TRAPPIST-1b, 41 light years from us. Here it is on their official website. So that's it. Alien civilization confirmed, right? These must be city lights. Well, with an average daytime temperature of about 230 degrees Celsius, it might be a little too hot for comfort. Maybe life on this planet adapted to the hot temperatures with like thick skin or underground bunkers that keep them safe. Maybe, but the more likely possibility is that this light was just the solar rays of its home star bouncing off the planet's atmosphere. NASA's final answer. Basically just this planet's version of Aurora Borealis, the northern lights, which JWST just happened to catch on camera. Which, if it does produce northern lights, it may have a significant atmosphere, and that's always promising for life. TRAPPIST-1b is also tidally locked, meaning one side is always facing the sun, which may be too hot for conventional life, and the temperatures would be cooler on the night side, probably freezing cold, but that would imply a perfect temperature Goldilocks zone ring around the planet for life to potentially exist. All we know for sure is that this was the first detection of any form of light emitted by an exoplanet as small and as cool as the rocky planets in our solar system. Maybe it was just stray solar radiation bouncing off the atmosphere, but maybe we just saw the first glimpse of intelligent life in our galaxy. Just like when astronomers detected a repeating radio signal coming from another exoplanet, YZ Ceti b, only 12 light years from us, which was swept under the rug. A repeating radio signal coming from another planet? That has to be an intelligent species trying to talk to us. Nope. According to NASA, this repeating signal is just the planet's magnetic field interacting with its sun's rays, which releases radio waves like clockwork due to its 2-day orbit around its sun. They really doing everything they can just to not admit it. Like, come on, where are the aliens at? There's this unknown 15-ton object orbiting Earth that is estimated to have been there for 13,000 years. And we've got some close-up HD photos of this thing that are gonna blow your mind. This object they discovered around our planet back in the 50s and is apparently still orbiting us to this day. This thing may just be our first sign of what's to come and has been dubbed the Black Knight satellite. It's a confirmed object documented by NASA, and we've since been told that it's just space junk, a discarded thermal cover, which granted it might be, but today we're asking the question, what if it's not? It's rumored to be an artificial satellite and apparently has been there since 11,000 BC. But what's really crazy is that this Black Knight satellite was initially detected back in 1954, 3 years before humanity's first artificial satellite, Sputnik 1, went into orbit. And the Black Knight satellite was found to be in a polar orbit, meaning it goes north to south, while debris and space junk are expected to follow the rotation of our planet. Polar orbits also happen to be the preferred orbital path for reconnaissance, covering the most amount of ground and ideal for an invading species. Then in 1998, NASA's STS-88 mission did a direct flyby and got this incredible high-definition photo of it. I don't know about you, but that sure doesn't look like no thermal blanket to me. It's even emitting its own radio signal, which the NSA, many astronomers around the world, and even ham radio operators all independently came up with the same decoding of that signal. This radio signal is allegedly emitting a message, more specifically a map, a star map of the constellation Boötis, with the only star out of place in this map being Epsilon Boötis, indicating that that may have been the origin star of this satellite. The position of the stars in this map was also slightly off from where they are now, but would match perfectly with our star positions 13,000 years ago, leading to believe that's when the satellite arrived. Epsilon Boötis is also a very special star system. There's a strange phenomenon there called the Boötis void, which esteemed theoretical physicists around the world all confirmed that light appears to be getting bent around that area, far too big to be a black hole, some of whom suggest that it can even be an advanced civilization using cloaking technology to keep themselves hidden from observers, like us. The scariest sounds in space are 100% real. A while back, NASA posted some audio clips on their official website of real sounds captured from objects in space. Now that should be impossible, right? There's no sound in space, so NASA's clearly a phony agency that fakes everything. Okay, relax. As much as I love the tinfoil hat stuff, NASA actually has something called an electromagnetic acoustic transducer, a device that can convert electromagnetic waves and other vibrations emitted by objects and map them to audio waves that we can hear. Pretty much everything is just a wave. Light, sound, electricity, radio, ultrasonic, the only difference being the length of each wave. Some wavelengths we can detect with our eyes, like the visible light spectrum, and others with our ears, like sound, and still others that we humans can't even detect at all. This gadget takes those waves and maps them to the audio wavelength range that we can hear. As it happens, some electromagnetic waves in space even occur within our audio frequency range, and we can listen to those directly using this device. Well, from those readings, these have been rated among the scariest sounds in space that NASA has ever recorded. That just sounds like a howling breeze in the middle of winter to me. This one makes sense to me. A pulsar is a rapidly rotating dead star. I could imagine one would sound like that. As weird as it is to say, that's exactly what I'd imagine the Milky Way galaxy to sound like. Bro, what? Nah, bro, that's fake, that's fake. This one I'm calling cap on. There's no way. Nah. This one ain't real. That ain't real. A little scarier, but this one sounds more real to me. Okay. A little creepier. Sounds like there's something going on over there. The moon. Okay. Now that right there, that's a black hole. Yeah, that's definitely not a place I want to be. Oh, well, looks like that's it. Let me know if you think these sounds are real or not. It happened. The entire world gets nuked. This is what your life would look like. A millisecond after the bombs go off, balls of plasma hotter than the sun appear. A second later, they grow into a giant fireball more than 2 kilometers across. If you're in this ball, consider yourself lucky. You and everything inside are instantly vaporized. Anyone looking at this blast will go blind. 10 seconds after, a thermal pulse scorches everything within 13 kilometers, causing third-degree burns. 1 minute in, the mushroom clouds start to form, and a shockwave sweeps across a 21-kilometer radius, leveling buildings and shattering windows. 5 minutes deep, the mushroom clouds now fill the sky, covering the world with shadows. If you survived until now, it's time to start heading into your underground vaults. Electronics are wiped out from the electromagnetic pulses produced by the bombs. Satellites, internet, radio, and cell phone towers are down. 15 minutes after the explosions, initial debris settles, fires rage across the planet, and there's no one to help. Police, paramedics, firefighters, and emergency response units are all either wiped out or scrambling to survive. It's a free-for-all, baby, every man for themselves. People further away from the ground zeros are either evacuating to rural areas or hiding away in their bunkers, and fallout has officially started. Amazing show, by the way. This isn't an ad. I just loved it. Highly recommend. 30 minutes in, radiation starts to seep into plants and animals as the skies get darker. People closer to the blast may start to emerge from the rubble with severe burns and radiation poisoning. Realizing no help is on the way, but 90% of these people aren't going to make it much longer anyway. Plus 60 minutes. The dust settles as the planet gets hotter, but this hellfire is about to turn into a nuclear winter. Everyone left scrambling on the surface realizes they're f***ed and life will never be the same. Those lucky enough to be further away from the blast zones are safe. Ish, for now. People living in rural areas are barricading their homes to keep safe from the radiation and the panicked city mobs rushing in search of shelter. 12 hours in, those with doomsday bunkers are fully locked up and safe by now. Everyone else is left to face the wasteland. Stores across the country are getting raided, with food and water supplies first to go as these remaining survivors prep to stay alive. One day after the blast, sky gets even darker, people get sicker and are dying quick as food and water becomes irradiated. Complete anarchy at this point, with local clusters of communities working together to stay alive and blown back to the Stone Age. 5 days after the blast, the sun is now fully blocked by ash and smoke as the bomb zones turn into lifeless deserts. Toxic rain pours from the sky and plant life deteriorates. Over 50% of Earth's population has died at this point, with the remainders prepping for a long nuclear winter. A month in, it begins. Temperatures drop as sunlight can't reach us anymore from the soot above, and toxic snow falls from the sky. 80 to 90% of human and animal life on Earth has gone extinct as years of nuclear winter lie ahead. People who've sheltered in basements are now safe to wander the wasteland without dying, from radiation at least. 6 months deep, winter's here. Trees and plants are now almost entirely dead from lack of sunlight and contaminated water. Animals are getting sick and dying out. Driven by hunger, the ones who remain become savages that eat absolutely anything they could find. Natural selection. The entire planet is in a never-ending winter all year round, colder than the coldest ice age we've ever had. Factions begin to form among the survivors as everyone tries to gain power over this new world. 5 years later, any vault dwellers that hid in their underground doomsday bunkers can finally step outside. Radiation levels on the surface are still high, but have dropped enough to be livable, and the world is now a frozen wasteland. But sunlight is breaking through. The climate is starting to normalize. Over the years to come, the winter melts away to reveal the ruins of the old world beneath. Rebuilding society will take decades, possibly even centuries, depending on how willing the remaining population is to cooperate. Good luck. If you ever see a Chinese restaurant menu in your neighbor's door, run. This is MenuGate, and they might be watching you right now. So this guy, Cody, recently moved into an apartment in Atlanta and is told the building is entirely full and has no vacancies. Then one day he notices every single door in his hallway has a Chinese restaurant menu in it. 2 days go by, and not a single menu was removed from any doorway. Another day, they're all still there, and even the next day, and the day after that. 5 days go by, and the menus are still there. What's going on here? Has not one of his neighbors left their unit for 5 whole days? Or maybe it's, just a glitch in the simulation that we're all a part of. Like the grocery simulation theory. Think about this for a sec. Have you ever actually seen your neighbors bringing their groceries inside? Because I don't think I have. Anyway, Cody goes down to the garage to investigate and realizes that almost all cars were completely covered in dust, like they've never been touched. Then at night, he goes outside to check for lights in the windows. Some of them are on, but most aren't. He peeks into one with the lights on and it has no furniture. Another day, the fire alarm goes off, so Cody exits his unit and sees no one in the hallways or outside his building. Maybe everyone just stayed inside in a building that's supposed to have 800 residents? A different time, he goes outside around his building to look around and notices every single coffee shop and little ground floor patio he walks by had exactly one man sitting at a table, wearing a suit, on the phone, all having the exact same conversation about some business presentation. Then another day, it seems like a new neighbor is moving in when he finds freshly packed furniture outside of a unit. Except this furniture just sits there for 3 days, then disappears. People start saying he's reading into things too much, that it's just a vacant complex with owners that plan on renting the units out. But then a past tenant DMs him, saying they also noticed shady business going down when they were living there. And a bunch of other weird shit happens in a short time span, like the stairway gets flooded, he finds biohazard bags in a truck outside, his parking garage gets closed down after a potential stabbing, and one time he actually sees someone else going into the stairwell and they disappear, leading some people to believe that this man is living in some sort of simulation. Obviously, this could be totally fake and the guy just staged everything, or it could even just be a completely innocent empty building. Worth noting, this guy's also a legit lawyer, and I can't see why he'd want to risk his reputation lying about something like this. But still, others claim it's something far more devious. An ongoing covert social psychology experiment to analyze how an unsuspecting subject would react to isolation and all the other funny business going down here. Possibly living in a completely staged pocket of society and even getting recorded by hidden cameras in a real-life version of The Truman Show. The most famous story in all of history is for some reason looked on as a made-up myth. Can we prove if the Great Flood actually happened? This is history. Shit happens. People, typically the victors, record what happens. Future generations read those records and accept them as fact. The more often a certain event gets recorded, especially among cultures that had no influence among each other, the more likely it is that it actually happened. Starting with the most popular book in the world, the Bible, with the story of Noah's Ark. The world gets flooded, and man is told by God to build a giant ship to save every animal on the planet and rebuild civilization from scratch. Hindu mythology has the story of Manu, whose warned of an impending worldwide flood, builds a boat to survive, and keeps humans from going extinct. Ancient Mesopotamia shares the Epic of Gilgamesh, which was allegedly written before the Bible, where a guy is told a global flood is coming, builds a vessel to save humanity. In Greek mythology, Zeus gets angry, floods the earth, Prometheus helps a man and his wife build a boat and restart civilization. Chinese legends have the Great Flood of Gun-Yu. Mayans had the civilization resetting flood of the god Huracan. The Incas from South America that predate the Mayans had the Unu Pachacuti, a great flood that wiped out a race of unruly people. Native American tribes all had their own versions of a great flood that cleansed the earth. Polynesian cultures have the story of Niu'u, who built an ark and sea gods flooding the earth, among many other similar tales. African cultures have a variety of flood myths with the same thematic elements. Even Aboriginal Australians have legends like the Bundaba flood with the exact same story arc, all of which end with select chosen ones surviving the flood and rebuilding society on Earth. Dude, these stories of floods are obviously just made up myths that all coincidentally share the same plot. If they were real, they'd be in my history textbook. We're not allowed to question history, bro. We obviously already know everything. Well, it's a good thing they didn't just find an archaeological site in the shape of a massive ship in a similar location and age as some of the recorded flood stories. Oh wait, they did. Uncovered in Turkey. 3D scans done on site revealed a man-made structure beneath, with remains of wood in the shape of a boat and measurements similar to that of the flood myths, along with fossilized rivets and petrified deck timber, materials typically only used to build boats. Then you have countless places around the world with geological evidence of immense flooding, hundreds of times more powerful than any water flow we've ever witnessed. You've got the Camas Prairie in Idaho, the Dry Falls Formation in Washington, and Dry Creek in Montana have landscapes that were carved with water flows 10 to 20 times greater than every single river on Earth combined. Intense water erosion around the Sphinx in Egypt. The Sahara Desert is filled with these ripples, potentially indicative of colossal, widespread flooding. Same with Warburton Creek in Australia, which has even got salt deposits. Geologists found evidence of intense flooding along the Yellow River in China. Aerial scans reveal monumental flood progression throughout all of South America. Fossils of fish found as high as the Himalayan mountains, all of which has only become visible to us within the last 100 years through technology like satellites. So maybe historians are just too stubborn to rewrite their books after clinging to them for so long. This all leads to what is called the Younger Dryas Impact Theory, a proposed global event that caused significant shifts in human culture around 11,000 BC. I mean, it's clearly not 100% proven, just speculation with a mountain of evidence, which is in a sense what all of history is. None of us were there when any of this happened, so we have to look at historic records, archaeology, and geological evidence and make rational conclusions from that. But you Google debunkers, feel free to stitch this into your own little debunking video, because I invite all perspectives on every topic. The question remains, why would they even want to hide historic discoveries like this? I don't know about you, but I feel like the idea of an inevitable civilization resetting global cataclysm wouldn't sit well with anyone and likely cause worldwide anarchy. Even billionaire John D. Rockefeller, who funded the General Education Board in 1903, is infamously quoted as saying, "I don't want a nation of thinkers, I want a nation of workers." So when you have countless retellings of the same story spanning multiple cultures around the world who never made contact with each other, archaeological evidence that may or may not be remnants of artifacts from these stories, and geological patterns that align with the events that took place in these stories, it's obviously just a myth. Yet not a single record of the Egyptians actually building the pyramids themselves, easily the greatest achievement of their civilization. And somehow that's a historical fact, but this isn't. What do I know? I'm just a dumb online misinformation theorist, right? I prefer to quote Einstein instead. Education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. You've probably never seen your neighbors bringing their groceries inside, have you? Just think about it. Have you ever actually seen them carry groceries from their car and into their house? Or if you live in a building, anyone on your floor bringing groceries into their unit? It's a relatable phenomenon said to be proof you're living in a simulation. It's so weird, like it's something we all do all the time. Everyone buys groceries. And yet somehow we never catch our own neighbors doing the same. The theory goes that for actual subjects, i.e. main characters of the simulation, mundane tasks outside of yourself, like someone carrying their groceries inside, are filtered out to preserve processing power, only showing you things that actually matter. Kinda how video games only render the viewing space you're currently looking at, and everything else doesn't exist until you look at it. And if you're saying, no, that's not true, I just saw my neighbors bring them in last week, well, I got news for you, pal. You're an NPC. You see the mundane tasks, as a simulation ain't got nothing better to show you. One thing we do all have in common, we'll always catch mom bringing groceries in, and these bad boys will be waiting for us every time. How a GPU works, explained to an 11-year-old. A device that does trillions of calculations per second that tells your screen what pixels should be what color at what time. People don't fully realize the mind-blowing processing power of a graphics card. They just blindly choose a card with the highest number in its name they could afford, throw in a couple of cool-sounding letters in there, oh, RTX 4090, and boom, you have a winner. Then pop it into your computer and, oh, look, shiny 3D graphics. Even the phone you're holding right now has a GPU inside it and is in essence just a super-powered math genius that tells pixels what to do. One of the best ways to put that math genius in your pocket to use is with Goth, an AI-powered app that does all your annoying calculations for you. Scan any work across multiple subjects like physics, stats, chemistry, algebra, writing, calculus, and you'll get step-by-step solutions almost instantly. Comes mad clutch studying for finals or just getting your homework done a little faster while showing your work. Goth is free to download, so get that. For times that you may need to do trillions of calculations in 1 second, we'll let GPUs do the heavy lifting. Your screen from your phone to your computer and even your TV is just a grid of millions of tiny pixels. And everything you ever see on that screen, from your wallpaper, Excel, an internet browser, videos like this one, are just trillions of math calculations per second to update every pixel within milliseconds. 3D graphics, like in video games, are where GPUs shine the brightest. Those are not predetermined. So a video clip is predetermined. No matter how amazing the graphics are in that video, every pixel of that clip will be in the same position every time you play it. Video game graphics are processed in real time. So like your computer doesn't know that you're about to flick your mouse to the right, but as soon as you do, it needs to instantly know what's there and continuously color each pixel correctly to show you that. This is where your GPU works in double, triple overtime. So your GPU, graphics processing unit, has multiple cores, each of which are sort of their own calculator. While your CPU, central processing unit, usually has like 10, 12, or maybe even 16 cores, GPUs have thousands, with the 4090 sitting at over 16,000 cores. So while graphics cards have more cores than CPUs, the calculations done in GPU cores are geared more towards traditional mathematics and are a lot more basic. You know, like 544 divided by 87 to the power of 3 times 509 minus 372. Quick maths, bruv. Ain't nothing Goth can't solve. Calculations like these are actually much simpler than what CPUs do and are also perfect for telling your screen what pixel should be what color at what time. When a computer creates a 3D world, such as in a video game, it plots out the coordinates of every pixel in every object of that world onto a 3D graph. Remember y equals mx plus b? Y'all really thought you'd never have to use that again, but you actually do every time you use your computer and your phone. For GPUs, this plotting is called vector graphics, geometry on a 3D plane. All the points on this graph are called vertices, connected with lines to make triangles. Each of these triangles are assigned their own color and texture and put together to create objects in the world. When you move around in the 3D world, the position, distance, color, shading, and dozens of other traits of every triangle and vertex are calculated and mapped to a 2D plane called the view screen, which is your display to simulate a 3D world. Anything you're not currently looking at doesn't need to be calculated or rendered until you look at it. Every time you press a button, touch your screen, move a mouse, the GPU does trillions of calculations to update the pixels on your screen instantly. To match the action you just took by showing you a constantly changing grid of pixels that makes you believe you're looking into a 3D world. Once you start looking at video games like this, you really start to see the lines of code in the matrix. Because video games are just a matrix, or billions of them, of numbers and vectors that are endlessly getting added, multiplied, and other math operations you probably hate. GPUs aren't only optimized for 3D graphics, but also for AI applications, as those also require trillions of simple calculations per second. So remember to get Goth if you're looking for an AI genius in your pocket to help you with any problem you have in front of you, because, you know, it's free. What would you see if you fell into Uranus? You know, that BBW, big blue world? It's a gas giant, more specifically an ice giant, but what does that even mean? Because it looks pretty damn solid from up here. Hint, it sure ain't gonna look like that. So after about 10 years of space travel, you approach the planet with your special indestructible suit that can survive anything. You pass by the rings, which, yes, Uranus does have rings, which go around it like this because of its 98-degree tilt, making it look like it's on its side. But these rings' density is so low that you might not even see anything when passing through it. Scattered matter, too far away to even see when you're inside it, kind of like walking through a fog. Then you enter the upper atmosphere and fall through clouds of hydrogen sulfide, which smells like rotten eggs, helium, and frozen methane gas. This methane gas is actually what gives the planet its blue-green tint, as it absorbs red light and reflects blue. Uranus is also the coldest planet in our solar system, with an average of negative 224 degrees Celsius, so it's about to go down real low. You continue to fall and break out of that first layer of gas and hear the sound of lightning below as you enter the second layer, liquid clouds. We're at about 25 times Earth's atmospheric pressure at this point, and the winds here are blowing around 900 kilometers an hour. So yeah, it kind of sucks. Surrounded by lightning and covered in methane rain, you continue to fall until you break through the bottom layer and see an ocean. Except this isn't the sea level ocean you'd find on Earth. This is Uranus's mantle, which on Earth, the mantle is scorching hot and about 70 kilometers beneath the surface. But instead of molten rock, Uranus's mantle is a dense fluid made of ammonia, methane, and even water. You continue to fall through the fluid, just slower, as the immense pressure here would cause carbon atoms to turn into diamonds. The heat and pressure at this point would pretty much instantly destroy anything anything, so good thing our suit is indestructible. After literal weeks of falling through thick diamond-enriched fluid 2,000 times deeper than the Pacific Ocean, we hit the bottom. This is the rocky core of the planet, made of iron and magnesium silicate, sitting at 5,000 degrees Celsius, and is the closest we'd ever get to stopping after falling into Uranus. Anunnaki, lizard people, and classified CIA documents. The prison planet theories got it all. In summary, humans aren't from Earth. We've been exiled here by another civilization for a pretty dark purpose. The infamous reptilian race that runs the world, but where'd this myth even come from? Listen to this. Hindu mythology had the Nagas, human-cobra hybrids. The Aztecs had a serpent-like god they called Quetzalcoatl. African shamans had stories of the Ninki Nanka, a race of reptilian beings. Hopi natives in North America have the Shetty, translates to snake brothers. Chinese, Japanese, and Korean legends have the Kappa. The Sumerians have the Anunnaki, a race of gods often depicted as reptiles who created humans as a slave race on Earth. Whatever these beings are, brought us here to harvest our resources and our souls. When ancient cultures around the world that had no contact among each other have the same story to tell, that's probably not a myth, it's history. Even whistleblower Bob Lazar claims classified government documents saying
that we're a container. That's how supposedly the aliens look at us.
Containers of souls being farmed by these reptilians stuck on a planet we can't escape from. I mean, just a crazy theory, right? Deadliest computer viruses in the world, part 8. You are an idiot. No, not you, but anyone who fell for this Trojan probably felt like one. This would check your PC straight into a mental asylum. Way back in the early days of the internet, 2002, a website was going viral through people telling others not to visit it. On forums and blogs everywhere, comments were saying do not go to youdon'tknowwhoiam.org. So naturally, everyone did, but you shouldn't, so don't try this at home. Never visit sites you don't know, because you never know who's on the other end, just like those annoying scam calls you get.
Hello sir, this is the IRS. You are owing us the extra amount of $4,000, sir.
If you want to avoid or just mess with calls like these, then I gotta give a shout out to the sponsor of this video, Get Contact. Whether it's a spam call or even a number you just don't have saved, Get Contact will show you the full ID of anyone calling and even flag those scammers so you can be one step ahead of them.
Please sir, provide your credit card number so we can refund you.
Hey bruh, the jig is up. Get Contact's got my back. They got a free version you can try out so you can always know who's calling, and leave the sketchy calls on websites like youdon'tknowwhoiam.org to me, which that site used to host a JavaScript file called trojan.js.office, which would run as soon as the page loaded. This Trojan is more famously known as You Are an Idiot and is one of the first viral spamwares ever created. It rose during a time that JavaScript and web pages was new and exciting, and web browsers didn't yet have the security features to protect themselves from malicious code. They never actually found out who the original creator of this virus was, which I guess makes the domain name quite fitting. It affected older operating systems like Windows 2000 much worse, so I went back in time to boot that sucker up and see where the site takes us. Side note, this website's no longer active. You are an idiot. Alright, let's go. Right away, the web browser starts bouncing all around as we start phase 1. Bounce. The browser shows a flash video of 3 smiley faces with the text, You are an idiot, and this music starts to loop forever. Since I can't catch this X to close the window, I'ma just right click the tab in the taskbar and close, and fall right into its trap. Phase 2, window spam. 6 smaller windows are now bouncing around the screen, each playing the same annoying song. Oh, it's about to get worse, because every window that I try to right click close just spawns 6 more windows. As you can see, this gets exponentially messy. The more I try to close, the more they duplicate. Bro, this is off the rails right now. Okay, and Alt F4 doesn't work either. It just gives me these dialog boxes. You are an idiot. Nice. I really am, aren't I? Okay, so this has been going on for about 5 minutes now, and this window spam is getting absolutely out of control. It's time to bring out the big guns. Task Manager. Control-Alt-Delete, and oh, damn. There's like a million of these tasks running right now. All right, let's select all, and task, and end now. Okay, I think that actually worked. Oh wait, no, I can't click anything. So the mouse is moving, but everything is just unclickable. For the average user, this is probably the point they'd hard reset their PC to get back to ground zero. Luckily, everything would be back to normal once they did, like none of this ever happened. The only risks here being losing any unsaved work and potentially corrupting any open applications which would require a reinstall. Other than that, just don't visit sites like these and you'll be good, just like Get Contact does for those annoying calls. In terms of deadliest viruses, I mean, we still did have to hard reset the PC, so I'm calling it deadly. And again, this site is no longer active, so don't even think about it. Does this pic look familiar? It's the backrooms, and there's a guy that claims to be stuck in them in real life. The backrooms are a liminal space just outside of our reality that you can't escape from. Liminal spaces are essentially the uncanny valley, but for settings instead of people. Liminal just means being at the edge of something new, right before it really starts. the in-between, the uncertainty that occurs after something has just finished but the next thing hasn't started yet. Like the period of time between Christmas and New Year's, or standing in the middle of a doorway. A liminal space is just an in-between area, a setting that appears to be transitioning from one phase to another, like a basement before someone moves in, an empty school hallway at night, or an office without furniture. You look at these spaces and there's something missing. There's no people, no focal point, almost like a place that we shouldn't be looking at, which makes it feel somewhat unsettling, creepy, yet oddly familiar, hence the uncanny valley aspect. They usually come with a sense of nostalgia too, a place from your childhood or even a dream that you so vaguely remember. One of the OG viral liminal spaces was this one, an unsettling image that just felt off and we can't quite put our finger on why. Strangely familiar, but also a little uncomfortable to look at. Originally a post on 4chan, no one knows where this photo was really taken, but there are some who claim they actually found the spot. This particular liminal space became known as the Backrooms, a place that you can fall into if the conditions are just right. So you can consider the reality you're in right now the front rooms. And if you're not careful, you can accidentally no clip out of this reality in the wrong areas and end up in the backrooms. Clipping is a video game term referring to two objects going inside of each other. No clipping just means passing through the boundaries of playable area and ending up outside of the game's world. The backrooms is what they say we'd find if we no clipped out of our reality. Weird yellow tinted rooms with musty carpets and endless fluorescent lights that are, according to lore, 600 million square miles, triple the total surface area of Earth. That's including oceans. A liminal space that goes on for all intents and purposes forever. These signature backrooms gained popularity through a viral video series by Kane Parsons, shot through a lo-fi VHS style filter, which adds to the nostalgia factor. Even coming across other spaces like an abandoned apartment courtyard or the empty basement. It's a fictional space for all we know, but more people are coming across strange finds suggesting they may have actually found the backrooms for real. Like in Japan on Google Earth, zoom in and you see a space that looks exactly like the backrooms with a strange hole in the floor. Same thing in none other than Antarctica. Go to Street View and we see the familiar yellow rooms. And this one also down south that almost seems to continue the same hole from Japan. People are starting to think that these backrooms are actually real. One guy's even stuck in his own liminal world and he's showing us proof. Imagine you woke up one day and found out you were the only one left on Earth. This Spanish TikToker Javier insists to be just that when he allegedly woke up in a hospital in Valencia, Spain in February of 2027. Claims that at some point between now and then, everyone on Earth just disappears. Raptured maybe? And for some reason only he remained and can communicate with the past, us, through online mediums like TikTok. Sounds like a stretch, I know, but no one can explain how he's pulling any of this off. He walks through fully empty grocery and department stores, even full-blown soccer stadiums, incredibly empty street views like this one, and even electronic devices he shows displays the year 2027. Despite being in a city with a population of about 800,000 people, he even enters random apartments and hotels, walks around in large outdoor public areas only to be met with emptiness. Liminal spaces. If this was fake, it would be incredibly difficult and almost equally impressive to pull off. He jacks a cop car and drives around entire neighborhoods, visits military bases, all completely abandoned. Even the zoo has no animals and no birds flying in the sky, like anywhere. Comments try to catch him in his act by challenging him to go to active public hospitals, popular restaurants, all during peak hours. And he does it all just to prove the deniers wrong time and time again. Dead empty hospitals, restaurants, and even shows street signs that display the time in the middle of the afternoon. Was he actually transported into his own liminal universe? If you do some digging on the TikTok page handle, you might find out that this person Javier may actually be part of a production team working with the city of Valencia on an online project, which could be what's giving him access to all these public spaces completely empty. Sort of like an ARG, augmented reality game, where viewers follow along and suggest what he does next. But even if that was the case, how do you explain the empty active hospitals, stadiums, neighborhoods, zoos, no animals or birds anywhere? If this really was a project cooperating with the city, surely tens of thousands of citizens would see huge areas blocked off and spill the beans online. I can't imagine in what world you'd be able to keep an entire city silent about massive public spaces being closed off. Not gonna lie, this alleged project is pretty hidden and the account itself denies affiliation with any stage series. Always do your own digging and learn to create your own opinions. Don't ever just take anyone's online word for it, even mine. I'm sure the comments are crying either way, insisting it's 100% fake and I'm misleading even though I just admitted it might actually be fake. Nothing's ever for certain, always keep your mind open. Who knows, maybe he actually did wake up in the year 2027, filmed all this, and then it was covered up as a media project to keep everyone calm. You knew I couldn't resist. What would you see if you had no eyes? The short answer is nothing. You wouldn't see anything, not even black or darkness, literally nothing. But what does that mean? The ability to see would no longer be possible, so this question is sorta impossible to answer. But there are some analogies we can use that can help wrap our brains around it. One, for example, is like trying to see out of your elbow. Go, do it right now. Or try looking out of the back of your head. You just can't. Another one is picture what you were seeing before you were born. Not exactly helpful, but I've got a better one for you. Even people that have been blind from birth or born with no eyes can't really fully answer it either. How can you ask them, what do you see, if they have no concept of what the experience of seeing is even like? Some people who lose their vision later on in life do claim to see darkness just because they have first-hand experience of what seeing feels like. Other than sight, we have 4 other basic senses: touch, hearing, smell, and taste. Now imagine some alien species has a 6th sense called, I don't know, glurking, which they did out of like an antenna or something. That alien asks you, so what do you even glurk if you don't have an antenna? You can't answer that question because you don't even know what the sensation of glurking feels like. This entire question is a mind game, similar to trying to visualize infinity. The best way to try to simulate it yourself is to close just one eye and look away from the closed eye. You don't really fully see darkness until you close both eyes, so while doing this, try to focus on what the closed eye is seeing. Your open eye is hogging all of your brain's seeing processing power, and your closed eye just kind of doesn't see at all. I mean, if you're stubborn and try really hard, you might be able to convince yourself that your closed eye is actually seeing darkness, but this is really the best we can do if you want to know. Dragons are real, and they've been trying to tell us this whole time. Y'all motherfuckers gonna love this one. At least that's what some people claim, and we may have even found actual proof in 2024. Even though in 1841, we already technically confirmed their existence, we just called them dinosaurs. As always, just a theory, but anyone with more than half a brain cell knows that. Common history tells us the most recent dinosaurs that roamed the earth went extinct around 65 million years ago. So why do we see them in countless ancient drawings and artifacts just a couple thousand years old? Way after they allegedly went extinct, but also before we started discovering their bones. We didn't even officially know what dinosaurs were until 1824, and they weren't even named dinosaurs until 1841. Before then, we had a different name for them: dragons. Nearly every culture of our past had their own version of a scaly, fire-breathing, flying lizard that brave warriors would face to protect their land. And we see these dino dragons in numerous Neolithic cave drawings around the world, painted into rock walls thousands of years old, well before we ever even knew they were a thing. Petroglyphs in Havasupai Canyon, Arizona, natural bridges, Utah, and even up around Lake Superior in Canada. And this is just the tip. I think you know where we're going. Over to Angkor Wat in Cambodia, we see more carvings of what looks like a stegosaurus. Carlisle Cathedral in England has etchings of animals unlike we've ever seen. Down in Australia, the Aborigines had this painting of a creature they hunted, and it don't look like anything I know. The Yuan Diao dragon figure from the Shang dynasty about 2000 BC, which looks almost exactly like a T-Rex. And I mean, ancient China is just filled to the brim with bronze statues thousands of years old that resemble our extinct lizard pals. Here's a Mesopotamian jasper cylinder seal from the Uruk period about 3500 BC, and if that ain't a long neck, then I don't know what to tell you. Mind you, these are all several hundred, if not thousands of years old, and they're all over the ancient world. Like, are those humans riding dinosaurs in a 16th century painting? And who can forget about the Acambaro figurines, a collection of 30,000 minifigures uncovered in Mexico of dinosaurs and humans riding them. Initial dating analyses estimated them to be about 4,500 years old, but follow-up stated they were made in the 1930s. So they can quickly dismiss them as a hoax, debunked and move on, but evidence kept on coming. The Ica stones, a collection of more than 15,000 engraved stones which depict... what's that look like to you? Discovered in Peru, said to be over 1,000 years old, and again later claimed a hoax by the one who found them, some say out of force to avoid imprisonment. Is it possible that humans had contact, or at the very least knowledge of dinosaurs in ancient times? Absolutely not, unless they're not as old as we think they are. In 2003, a researcher, Dr. Mary Schweitzer, found a T-Rex femur that was so big they had to snap it in half for transport, something they usually don't do. They do that, take it back to the lab, and inside the bone they find preserved red blood cells. They couldn't believe it. Red blood cells don't last very long, and soft tissue was thought to deteriorate even under the best of conditions within 1 million years. Never mind over 68 million years, even inside of a bone. They concluded it must be a new preservation method they were previously unaware of, which could be the case, calm the f down. But since then, they started cracking open more dinosaur bones, finding veins and even soft organic tissue that was stretchy and had an odor, which led some to believe that it could be possible that maybe some dinosaurs dinosaurs were around much more recently than we thought. Before we knew what dinosaurs were, there was a different type of giant reptile that was found in many oral traditions and stories: dragons. Around the same time period in China, South America, Africa, Rome, Aboriginal Australia, we get legends and images of humans fighting off giant scaly winged creatures that flew and breathed fire. All the way up until medieval times, tales of dragons all around the world. So did everyone just coincidentally come up with the exact same mythical creature, or did they actually see it? And the ancient Chinese especially had a huge obsession with dragons as well. Just have a look at the Chinese zodiac. Have you ever thought, why does it have 11 real animals and then they randomly decided to throw in just one mythical creature, the dragon? Having 12 real animals makes more sense to me. Turns out they might have been onto something, because we may have just found a fossil of one in the heart of China. So the potential reason dragon bones might be so rare is because dragons could fly, just like birds. Birds have extremely light, low-density bones that don't fossilize very easily, and it's very likely that dragons would have had the same. Until recently, this was announced: discovered fossilized remains of a 5-meter-long reptile in southern China. Officially called Dinocephalosaurus orientalis, it has been dubbed the Chinese dragon fossil, and is unlike any dinosaur fossil we've ever found. Although it's said to be 240 million years old, that's also exactly what they said about the dinosaurs. Did humans coexist with dinosaurs, and were dragons just a rare species of dinosaur that we hunted into extinction for the safety of our future? A magnitude 9.1 earthquake is one of the strongest ever caught live on camera. Let's see how powerful a magnitude 25 would be. So the Richter scale measures the intensity of an earthquake, a number usually between like 3 and 9. Although it's technically been replaced by the moment magnitude scale, these numbers are sneakier than you think. They're exponential. Every whole number increase in magnitude, say 3 to 4, represents a 10 times increase in the actual strength of the earthquake, which, if you do the math, means 32 times more energy released for every whole number jump. So it's a scale that probably goes from like 0 to 10, right? Nope. Firstly, the scale actually gets low, like really low. We talking way down to the negatives. Most earthquakes range between 2.5 to 5.4, about 500,000 of which happen worldwide yearly, which can be felt but typically cause no to minor damage. While a magnitude 1 earthquake would be like a dump truck falling 10 meters from the ground. A huge crash by any means, but barely felt by anyone. A 0 magnitude is like the force of an entire football team running into a wall, where a -1 would be equivalent to getting body checked in hockey. A cat falling from a countertop is about a magnitude -2, and dropping your phone from hip height would be a -3. A -4 magnitude earthquake is a penny falling from a coffee table, where a key press on a mechanical keyboard would be a -5, leaving a -6 for a key press on a laptop keyboard. A -7 is a feather fluttering to the ground, and a single grain of sand dropping in an hourglass is a -8, cranking it all the way down to a magnitude -15 earthquake, which would be something like a piece of dust floating gently onto a table. This scale has no limits and theoretically goes on forever in either direction, so let's see how high we can crank this bitch. Earth's surface is made up of several tectonic plates which float around on the mantle and are separated by fault lines. Sometimes these fault lines grind up against each other and rupture. The longer the rupture in the fault line, the bigger the earthquake. The strongest earthquake in recorded history was a magnitude 9.5 in Chile in 1960, which had around a 1,000 kilometer long fault line. This one saw extensive structural damage to cities and several coastal towns, and that ain't nothing to the Mag 25 we got cooking. A magnitude 10 would require a ruptured fault line 3,500 kilometers long, which is like the distance from LA to Charleston, South Carolina, and would cause entire skyscrapers to crumble. An 11 needs a fault line that goes halfway around the entire world. This would completely level entire cities, possibly even small countries, to an absolutely flattened rubble. A magnitude 15 quake would be a million times more powerful than that and release enough energy to evaporate all the water on Earth, on top of destroying literally everything and everyone on the planet beyond recognition. An 18 would release enough energy to blow up the entire planet, just like the Death Star. Anything above a magnitude 18 would just cause the Earth to explode faster and hotter. So a magnitude 24 earthquake can barely even exist on Earth, but is about the strongest possible that our sun could withstand. Which, sunquakes are real and actually do happen, although they're never this powerful, as this one would likely cause major solar disruptions and geomagnetic superstorms that would be felt throughout our entire solar system. This Mag 24 would contain the equivalent force of energy of detonating the entire volume of Jupiter filled to the brim with hydrogen bombs. An absolute mind-baffling power of destruction. And then finally, a magnitude 25 earthquake would release enough energy to tear apart the gravitational force holding our sun together, causing the sun to explode in the most violent outburst of energy you could ever imagine. Equivalent to yo mama rolling over in bed. Catacombs, the darkest secret on Earth. An underground complex 300 kilometers long with 6 to 7 million bodies, and we're supposed to believe it's because too many people got sick and hungry? Or might they be hiding what remains of the old world? And that's just the one in Paris. These catacombs are all over the world. Just a theory, entertainment purposes only. So, why is there a labyrinth of corpses under the city of Paris in the first place? History tells us in the late 18th century, so many people were dying from disease and famine that they started running out of cemetery space to bury them. Bodies were piling up so much they were causing odors throughout the city, so King Louis XVI ordered his authorities to fix this problem. In 1785, they uncovered an old underground tunnel system called the Tombes quarries, which were used as limestone quarries hundreds of years earlier to build famous sites like Notre Dame. They repurposed these tunnels to relocate all the bones from the overpopulated cemeteries over the course of about 12 years, and did so with an air of secrecy. You know, to not raise panic among the citizens, of course. The site was officially called the Paris Municipal Ossuary and eventually began to take on the mythical name of the Catacombs. The first thing anyone notices about these subterranean graves is the intricate, almost ritualistic design of the human remains. The bones weren't just stashed away in large heaps as one might expect would be the case for a disposal project as this one, but were organized in a decorative fashion, aligning femurs with skulls along the walls, geometric patterns, a throne of bones, and even this famous centerpiece known as the barrel, which according to sources were all put in place by the average 18th century quarrymen. They were led by official quarry engineers like Louis Etienne d'Artillerie, but still peculiar to see. In fact, the architecture was so nice that in 1809 the catacombs were even open to the public for tours, which only the rich could afford. Ritualistic sites involving the deceased attended by only the elite class? Some things never change. Now, why on earth would a literal mass grave be so intricately decorated for presentation in a borderline victorious manner like they were celebrating something? But no, they were just moving some bones out of the way, nothing to see here. Let's do some math. 6 to 7 million bodies moved over the course of 12 years as claimed means 57 to 67 bodies moved every hour, night and day for 12 years straight. That's one body, which contains several bones, moved into place in carefully designed patterns every minute, day and night, non-stop for 12 years, which could be possible given a sizable workforce. Just quite impressive to say the least, especially given their incredible design. But the question does arise, where do you get 6 to 7 million bodies in a city with a population of just about 600,000 at the time? That's 10 times the population of Paris in the 1780s, and even about 3 times Paris's population today. I understand these bodies have accumulated over centuries, but the population was even lower in previous generations. Not to mention, even most bones do decompose and become extremely brittle within 100 years, so where did all these remains come from? Disease and famine is the main explanation we're given. Even Great Britain was having the same problem of overflowing cemeteries around the same time. It's almost like there was an old world here before us that got wiped out in a short period of time, and they needed a place to hide all the bodies, which reveals these Paris catacombs were merely the tip of quite an extensive shaft, as we see hidden mass grave sites like these all around the world, like in Odessa, Ukraine, home to the largest catacombs in the world. 2,500 kilometers of tunnels dug into limestone bedrock dating to about the 17th century, also used as a quarry and never officially to store bones of the deceased, but the majority of these tunnels haven't even been explored yet. Documentation of these catacombs is extremely limited, almost like they didn't want anyone to know what's down there, with large areas even being off limits to the public. Rumors claim that up to 1 million bodies may be buried down there, but on record there's none, which is kinda odd given they're officially called the Odessa catacombs halfway around the world. The Basilica and Convent of San Francisco, a cathedral in Lima, Peru, has its own network of catacombs underneath. And again, what do we see here? Human bones arranged in a decorated manner, eerily similar to the ones in Paris, kind of like they were built as an award, a trophy, or accomplishment of some sort. Estimated to hold at least 25,000 bodies, with some claiming up to 70,000, or so we're told, as these haven't been explored much either, with many smaller catacombs under other churches in the surrounding area, all believed to be connected, possibly bringing the body count of this network into the hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, but just speculation. The Lima catacombs weren't even publicly rediscovered until 1943, despite starting construction in 1546. Now, why put so much effort into designing yet another artistic mass gravesite just to keep it hidden for hundreds of years? Just like the Brno ossuary in Czech Republic, again under a church and rediscovered as recently as 2001, despite being used in the 18th century, and this one has an estimated 50,000 bodies, but as always, it could be more. Organized in the fun geometric patterns we see everywhere, almost like the same group of people did this around the world. And like, why? Why put in so much artistic architectural design made of human remains into an underground crypt that no one is ever supposed to see? Allegedly constructed by your average 18th century quarrymen, because, you know, they all had degrees in advanced architectural design back then. Some sources Sources even admit they appear to be arranged in a ritualistic manner, like the ones who built them were trying to achieve something more than just a gravesite. And what about those underground crypts they've been finding in places like New York City? Are there more of these hidden all around the world? St. Stephen's Cathedral in Vienna, Austria, catacombs with about 11,000 bodies. The catacombs of Rome, once said to host hundreds of thousands of the deceased, but have largely since been emptied. Under the Church of St. Paul's beneath the island of Malta, more catacombs. This list is endless. Almost always found directly under a church or cathedral. The obvious answer is they want to honor the dead by burying them under places of worship. Unless it was the churches that were strategically built on top of the catacombs. A perfect hiding spot for mass graves that nobody would accidentally stumble upon while keeping the majority of their known tunnels off limits to the public. These are just the ones we know about. There could be many more under major cathedrals in every city. So did all these places just happen to have body overpopulation issues in the past they solved by ceremoniously decorating underground caverns with skulls and femurs? And today, we're a-okay despite global population skyrocketing. Or maybe there was something back then that resulted in a huge spike of bodies. Fires. Almost every single major city has had their own Great Fire that took place in the last 400 years or so. Try it out, search up the Great Fire of your city name and you're almost guaranteed to find something. Great fires in every city, mass graves largely unexplored under their streets. Was there an old world, a lost civilization as recent as the 1700s that was wiped from the earth and intentionally hidden from records? Some mystery enthusiasts say yes. Before the Great Fires, there was rumored to be a great global empire that rhymes with barbarian. Ugh, I don't even know if I want to get into that, and who knows, maybe these catacombs are just totally innocent and none of this is true. The housing market is about to crash when people start finding out about galvanized square steel. If you ever see a building with protruding blocks like these, you know Little John has left his mark. This absolute maniac makes a living from turning the smallest spaces into fully livable homes, using money he saved from laying bricks, growing carrots, and even keeping his grandpa's treasure safe. But are these expansions even possible? He takes apartments from 32 square feet all the way down to 1 square foot, which I don't think even exists, and shows you how you can turn a literal shoebox into a livable home. And he does it all with that goddamn galvanized square steel and screws he borrows from his aunt. Galvanized steel is just steel coated with a layer of zinc to make it more durable and rust resistant. Now you know. Now, of course, Little John is a fictional character in this series, but some of his transformations are pretty mind-blowing and borderline plausible if you ask me. Some, that is, until he gets away with questionable regulatory offenses with that legendary galvanized square steel, but we'll get to that in a bit. Because a few of these are actually pretty cool. Like, how do you take a 32 square foot apartment and turn it into a fully functioning home that I'm low-key kind of jealous of? I don't know about you, but I think I could actually kind of live here. But he doesn't stop there because it's about to get weird. His apartments get smaller and smaller, yet somehow manages to include almost every necessity of life every time. Take this one for example, a 10 square foot space that even on his own he can barely fit inside of. How on earth can anyone live here? Galvanized square steel. That's how. Removing the windows, he builds a steel frame secured with those screws from his aunt and covered with eco-friendly wood veneer, which I'm pretty sure is illegal, but he does this every time. He even manages to do it with a 1 square foot apartment, once again pulling off a miracle. Although I'm not sure I trust that bunk bed bathroom kitchen hybrid going on. Sounds nice and all, but just think about how this would all look like from the outside. There's no way this would ever work, right? Turns out expanding an apartment like this is most likely illegal in your area. There may be some rare places that allow high-rise extensions like these, but even then, you're dealing with questionable structural integrity that might end up collapsing in your sleep. What we do know is Little John needs to be stopped, or soon every residential high-rise building is going to be a cubified Minecraft server looking ass mess. Or maybe we're just having a glance at the homes of our future, this being the only way people are going to be able to afford real estate very soon. Just kidding. One sec, just calculating the odds that Donald Trump actually is a time traveler. And they say he pulled it off with the help of Nikola Tesla. Hey, someone get this nut job off the internet already. Listen, I'm about to spit a series of pure facts, as I usually do, that support this insane theory. Even I found this one hard to believe at first, and it may not be true, but the evidence was just getting harder and harder to deny. Feel free to fact check any of these and make your own independent decision on what you think. You ready? For real, let me know if any single one of these points is not true. Nikola Tesla was an imaginative inventor in the early 1900s with a keen interest in time travel. That's a fact. According to reports, in 1895 he made a shocking discovery suggesting, not confirming, that time and space could be influenced by magnetic fields. After which he's quoted as saying he could see the past, present, and future all at the same time. When Tesla passed away in 1943, the FBI and Office of Alien Properties seized his research and handed it to a team for study, among whom was John G. Trump, Donald Trump's uncle and a well-respected electrical engineer professor at MIT. This all actually happened. John G. Trump claimed Tesla's documents did not include new sound workable principles or methods for realizing any results, which may be trying to downplay what Tesla's work was truly capable of. In 1952, after a US court declared Sava Kasanovich, Nikola Tesla's nephew, the rightful heir to his uncle's estate, Tesla's files and other materials were sent to Serbia, where the nephew lived, and they now reside at the Nikola Tesla Museum. But while the FBI originally recorded some 80 trunks of documents among Tesla's work, only 60 trunks arrived in Serbia. Maybe they packed the 80 into 60, but there is the possibility that someone kept the missing documents. So, John G. Trump receives 80 trunks of Tesla's confiscated documents, some of which have never been shown to the public, and only 60 are returned. Keep this story in mind because we barely even grazed a tip. Now, a lawyer and writer named Ingersoll Lockwood lived in New York City around the same time that Tesla did, in the late 18 to early 1900s. In the 1890s, Ingersoll Lockwood wrote a book called Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey, which just so happens to share the same name as Donald Trump's son. The book is about an aristocrat boy named Baron who lives in Trump Castle, who gets bored of his life of luxury and decides to go on an adventure. Baron comes into possession of a 15th century manuscript titled A World Within a World, written by a man named Don, who sort of acts as a spiritual mentor throughout the story. Through this manuscript, he travels to Russia to find a portal that leads him into the Hollow Earth and go on a time travel adventure. A pretty standard work of fiction, but an awful lot of coincidences in there if you ask me. Then in 1896, Lockwood writes another book called 1900, or The Last President, in which an unlikely wealthy candidate becomes president of the United States. In the book, no one thought this person would win, so riots break out in New York City claiming, and I quote, "The Fifth Avenue Hotel will be the first to feel the fury of the mob." Trump Tower happens to be on Fifth Avenue in New York City. In The Last President, the president also announces a Secretary of Agriculture named Pence, the same name as Trump's past vice president. Then, when he runs again in 1900, an uproar arises and the Capitol is struck by dynamite and destroyed. A fiasco in the Capitol building following an uproar from a presidential election. Where have we seen that before? The official synopsis of the book claims it laments or mourns the Democrat Party's socialist platform of 1896. Hey, I ain't touching that one. And finally, a quote near the end of the book reads, "As the dawn broke cold and gray, and its first dim light fell upon that shattered dome," referring to the Capitol building, relax, "glorious even in its ruins, a single human eye filled a gleam of devilish joy, looked up at it long and steadily." A single human eye? Gleam of devilish joy? What exactly are they talking about here? In a book written over 120 years ago, almost like it knew what was gonna happen in the future. During a time which Tesla was toying with time travel, whose documents were seized by the uncle of the person named in the book and sorta outlines his political career. The theory goes, meaning this part right here is not a fact, John G. Trump took Tesla's documents, used them to make a time machine and shared that tech with his family, who then used it to travel through time and warn the world of impending doom through a series of books. Why be so cryptic about it and warn the world through books instead of just outright telling us? The time traveler's dilemma. If we're outright warned by someone from the future about some impending doom, the perpetrators of that doom will come up with another plan as their original one had been foiled. Crazy, 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 insane, ridiculous nonsense. Time travel is impossible, and it never will be, right? Famed PhD physicist Michio Kaku doesn't seem to think so. Quoted as saying, "Once confined to fantasy and science fiction, time travel is now simply an engineering problem." In 2003. Might be possible is still very far from confirmed, but it also means it's not 100% impossible. Even the Google debunker's beloved Snopes fact-checking website calls this particular theory mostly true, deriving the mostly from a handful of nitpick technicalities, like Dawn isn't his real name in the book, it's just a title for a man and such. One coincidental fact? Sure. 2, 3 maybe even, why not? But 14 factual coincidences with absolutely no connection whatsoever? What are the chances of that? Hey yo, somebody run those facts back and let me know. I think they're catching on. A 32-kilometer high tower is being planned that will be suspended from an asteroid. Yes, 32 kilometers. That's 20 miles high, and it's totally real, proposed by Clouds Architecture in 2017. For reference, the current tallest building in the world is the Burj Khalifa in Dubai at 830 meters. This will be almost 40 times higher. Called Analima Tower, it's planned to be attached to an asteroid 50,000 kilometers in space, suspended by a series of cables that will hold the building in place. The asteroid will follow a figure-8 path in Earth's orbit, moving moving at 480 kilometers an hour, so the tower will actually fly through different cities every day. This mega high-rise will sort of be its own self-sustained city, not even connected to the ground and divided into separate sections, each with their own purpose. Starting with entertainment, shopping, dining, and office spaces at the very bottom, we go into the gardening and agriculture section, and then the residential above that. The monument, which will probably be for like nice views and sightseeing, worship for religion, and reliquary, which is a place used to store sacred relics. I kind of wonder what they're going to keep there. Then at the very top is the funerary, their cemetery, which will be so high that you get an extra 42 minutes of daylight and a 10% horizon visibility. Maybe we'll finally be able to see the curvature of the earth from up there. The top of this tower will be more than 3 times the average cruising altitude of a commercial airliner. Partially powered through solar panels, and water will be supplied filtered through clouds and rain. There are still so many unanswered questions for this project, like how will people even get off the building, which the company suggested parachutes, or how will anyone even survive in residential units higher than Mount Everest, where oxygen is thin and temperatures at -40 all year round. At the end of the day, this is just a proposal that hasn't started construction yet, and they do say that we don't exactly have the technology to support it yet. But it does seem like they put some very serious thought into it, so I don't know, Dream Home 2050, or is this just a tower version of Snowpiercer? Archaeologists confirmed there's something more under the Sphinx, and then they changed their minds. John Anthony West and Robert Shaw claimed in 1995 that they uncovered a network of previously unknown tunnels beneath the historical monument, from which the Egyptian authorities quickly banned them from continuing any research. And who was the main dude behind this move? None other than Zahi Hawass, who for the longest time was quite literally the gatekeeper of all findings surrounding the Egyptian pyramids. Former Antiquities Minister of Egypt, any discoveries about ancient Egypt had to go through this guy. He himself called the findings American hallucinations, effectively deeming them lies and misinformation. I sure know about that. But then in 1996, 1 year after the ban, the Egyptian government approves an excavation project around and under the Sphinx, led by Zahi Hawass. They even released promotional videos of Zahi entering tunnels beneath the Sphinx, something he had called absurd just a year earlier. In one clip, he even enters the Sphinx through a hole, goes deep into its subterranean caves, and claims that even Indiana Jones will never dream to be here. He goes on to say, all on record, "We are now inside the Sphinx in this tunnel. This tunnel has never been opened before. No one really knows what's inside this tunnel, but we are going to open it for the first time." His words, all quoted on record by Mr. Gatekeeper himself, basically suggesting they had just uncovered the greatest archaeological finding of the century just a year after calling it misinformation. Then, 2 years later, out of nowhere, Hawass immediately shuts down the entire project and absolutely insists there's nothing down there.
And nothing is under the Sphinx at all. What you believe, it's nonsense.
What? He outright denies the existence of anything interesting found beneath the Sphinx, even though he literally recorded himself going into them and hyping them up just a few years earlier. There are even many well-documented reports that confirm there are holes that go into the Sphinx, like the one on top of its head, now sealed with concrete, or this one on the side here, which has since been blocked by giant stones. Here's Zahi himself on video curiously looking into a now sealed entrance that he claims has nothing to see. When asked about it, he just says they already looked in all these holes and tunnels and there's nothing down there. That they're all just makeshift shafts that were dug in centuries later by tomb raiders. But if that was the case, why block all these tunnels off like this and stop anyone else from exploring them? Even if they were just plain old boring tunnels, it's still Egyptian history worth mapping and documenting potential use cases for. Many fringe theorists claim this is part of the surmounting evidence that the Sphinx is much older than its widely accepted 4,500 years. Did they find something down there that could support that crazy theory and they're just not ready to rewrite our entire understanding of ancient history? Because they did the same thing with the Osiris shaft, a deep complex found underground between the Sphinx and the second pyramid. A series of shafts cut into limestone bedrock that goes about 100 feet underground. It goes down 3 levels, and way deep down after the 3rd shaft they found a side tunnel, again confirmed by Hawass, who claimed it is yet to be explored and that we don't know what's down this mysterious opening. Well, it used to be open. Now it's been intentionally sealed off with cinder blocks, just like the tunnels under the Sphinx. All of these areas, the Sphinx tunnels, the Osiris shaft, are completely off limits to the public. Well, no shit, they're blocked. No videos or photos of the inside of any of these deeper tunnels have ever been released either. They just say nothing to see down there, block them off, and stop talking about them without showing us anything. The fact that these leading Egyptologists first confirm these deep underground passages exist, meaning they're not rumors, and then they go, oh, never mind, don't look there, and completely block them off from further exploration, makes you wonder, what did they find down there? Did you know that when you walk into a room and instantly forget why you're there, it could be because you just ran into an interdimensional alien who had to erase your memory so that it could escape? This is gallium, a soft metal with the most OP hidden superpower they don't want you to know about. Just kidding, almost everyone knows about it, except for you, having the 4th lowest melting point of all metals at just 30 degrees Celsius. Right behind cesium, francium, and of course mercury, the heat of your hands is enough to turn gallium into a liquid. Unlike mercury, it's much less toxic to touch, but has a tendency to stick to your skin, which gets annoying. What is interesting about gallium, though, is what it does to metals like aluminum. Its unique molecular structure allows it to essentially soak into other metals with compatible structures like aluminum, similar to water seeping into a sponge. Just mere contact with liquid gallium on any aluminum surface infuses the gallium atoms into the very molecular structure of the aluminum, turning it into an alloy, which is just a substance composed of 2 or more metals. This alloy takes on new physical properties that make it weak and brittle, much like gallium is when it's solid. With a little gallium and a bit of time, anything with aluminum will eventually crumble into dust after having its atomic bonds invaded and destroyed by the gallium. And it's just pretty cool to watch. Egyptian artifacts make absolutely zero sense, and archaeologists might just be afraid of being wrong. How is it the further back in time we go, the more advanced they get? Egypt is old, like really old. Egypt is so old that even ancient Egyptians studied ancient Egyptian history thousands of years older than them. When the Romans discovered the pyramids, they were older to the Romans than the Romans are to us today. Woolly mammoths still roamed the earth when they were first built. And of course, everyone knows that Cleopatra lived closer to the invention of the iPhone, or hell, closer to you watching this video right now than she did to the construction of the pyramids. What's strange is that as time went on, their artifacts somehow got less and less advanced. The Egyptian Empire reigned for about 3,000 years, divided into approximately 31 dynasties classified into the Old, Middle, and New Kingdoms. When we go back to the first 5 or so dynasties, the Old Kingdom, we see impressive feats of design engineering unlike any other. And impressive is an understatement. These are straight up machine perfect down to the micrometer. Like this round vase, perfectly balancing itself dead center on a point no larger than the tip of an egg. Except this isn't your pottery class vase made of clay. It's granite. And granite is harder than steel. That's a fact. Here are the numbers. Here's another vase, slightly chipped, revealing its walls are as thin as a playing card. Another bowl made from diorite, a stone as hard or even slightly harder than granite, whose walls are literally 1/40th of an inch or half a millimeter thick. We have no idea how to make granite pottery like this using known ancient methods, although high-tech machines could probably do the trick. But I don't think you realize how insane it is to suggest that this level of mechanical precision was achieved on granite using primitive tools softer than granite, the official claim. And these are just a few. There were over 40,000 of these artifacts found under the Step Pyramid of Djoser dating back to the 3rd or 4th dynasty, with some suggesting they're actually pre-dynastic, meaning they're even older, and the Old Kingdom Egyptians just inherited them from a previous civilization. Oh, we're in too deep now, Johnny boy. It's only in recent times when we finally analyzed them with modern light scanning technology that we found out how mind-bendingly precise they really are. They took a jar, did some measurements in a lab, and to this day, Egyptologists have no explanation for these results. The top of the vase was 3/1000ths of an inch away from being perfectly flat, something only possible with like CNC machines today. For reference, a sheet of paper is 7/1000ths of an inch thick. A human hair is 2 to 3. This thing was a literal hair away from being perfectly flat. The inside lip of the vase's mouth was 1/1000th of an inch away from being perfectly perpendicular to the top, which is a mathematically flawless right angle. And the entire vase was 13/1000ths of an inch, which is still just like 2 sheets of paper away from being perfectly circular. These are legit CNC machine level perfections, mass produced over 40,000 times on a material harder than steel using copper and stone tools by hand. Oh, and they might be pre-dynastic before copper tools were widely even used. I don't see an ounce of logic in that. Okay, maybe this one was just a fluke, right? A one-off perfect vase as a result of mass producing over 40,000 of them. So they took more into the lab and found even more astonishingly accurate measurements, revealing alleged machine-calculated mathematical use of pi, the golden ratio, and more, again to within thousands of an inch of accuracy. That's like that much. Everything from the flatness of the base, the roundness, and even the uniformity of the thickness of the walls was nothing less of CNC machine perfection. Justifying this by saying they were just really skilled or they had a lot of time does not explain this level of precision with the known tools and methods at their disposal. There are even some vases that are reportedly made from corundum, which is magnitudes harder than granite and sits right right behind diamond on the hardness scale. Although this one is for some reason debated, a lot of people claim it isn't made from corundum, but still others insist it is. A single one of these pots would have likely taken weeks, if not months, given modern explanations. Shouldn't there be evidence of their highly precise techniques all over ancient Egypt? Oh, there was this, a hieroglyph outlining the sculpting of an alabaster vase, one of the softest materials ever, softer than marble, and totally possible with their tools. But it's been proven that the technique outlined here would not work with granite. Sure, cutting into huge slabs using rough and painstakingly slow techniques using those tools might be possible, as we've seen them desperately trying to prove, but the force of friction required to achieve that simply would not be possible on small, delicate artifacts like these, never mind how machine accurate they are. Some of these vases are as small as a thimble, not even practical, and even harder to make, almost like they were just showing off, like, look what we can do. One theory is that these vases were spun on some sort of grinding tool, for which they have no evidence nor recordings of, but that's completely blown out of the water with the lug handles on the sides here. It's pretty obvious that these wouldn't be possible from spin grinding. Absolutely no one can explain how these lug handles were made, which again, lab results showed that they too were perfectly symmetrical and level to each other to within thousandths of an inch. Later dynasties even tried recreating these jars, and although still impressive, are nowhere near the precision of the earlier ones. This level of advanced pottery is said to have reached its peak in the first two dynasties, and then poof, they just forgot how to do it, which leads people to believe these artifacts might be much older than anyone thinks. What if they inherited them from even earlier previous civilizations? And it doesn't end with these. There's also the schist disc, crafted from a single piece of stone. Tell me, what kind of stone can be shaped like this by hand? No one really knows what this is, said to be a bowl or a flower holder of some sort, even though it looks sorta mechanical. Recovered from a first dynasty tomb, and again thought to be even older than that. Then we get to the statues, and these somehow make even less sense. The face of Ramesses at Luxor. Several of these statues were made in honor of the pharaoh Ramesses. Engineer Christopher Dunn noticed that there was something off about these faces. They were perfect, but almost too perfect, and not in a human way. He took a photo of the statue head, made it 50% transparent, flipped it, and overlaid the left side on the right side. Doing this, he discovered the face was perfectly symmetrical. Centerline measurements confirmed this too. It's like half the head was carved, then copy-pasted to the other half. We see consistent eye-to-mouth profile ratios across all of these statue heads, something that we'd likely do with like 3D modeling programs today, computer accurate precision. Same thing with the crowns on their heads, and this wasn't done just once but repeated among many statues. This isn't something that anyone could just eyeball, but experts insist they were all done by hand. Professional sculptor Mike Leckie even wrote in a letter saying that his modern diamond tools would have been well worn out before barely even starting to sculpt something like this out of granite, and states that it would have been borderline impossible to repeatedly achieve this level of accuracy time and time again using only the tools we have evidence of. What machining technologies did ancient Egyptians or even earlier civilizations before them possess that archaeologists just simply refuse to even consider? A group of time travelers are messing with our timeline, interrupting viral memes and classic vines, stopping them from ever happening in the first place. If we don't stop them soon enough, they'll be invading today's videos and we'll never get... Big surprise, it's all AI, which is low-key even scarier because they're taking over the entire internet, and soon AI videos might be all we have. You probably missed it, but the internet actually died 8 years ago. At least according to a theory going around saying that almost everything you find online doesn't actually exist. Articles, channels, videos, posts, even me right now is all fake. The dead internet theory. And we see this already happening in real time on the most popular social media site in the world. You know, the blue one. It's getting bombarded by AI content created for the sole purpose of engagement and keeping viewers scrolling for more. The never-ending slot machine of addiction, flicking that thumb for your next dopamine jackpot. Pretty much every social media platform. Photos like these show up on the timeline, clearly AI generated, but somehow have thousands of likes and extremely generic comments from moms and aunts. But what if most of these people aren't even real? Because these pics get weird. As AI learns what gets the most likes and comments, it slowly starts to notice patterns of what sort of content to continue to generate. One of these patterns was kids in Africa building stuff, like this house with no door. Now, to tech-savvy individuals like you and me, these are clearly AI and quite laughable at that. But to some, I guess it's the most amazing thing they've ever seen. It's almost like the AI is trying so hard to appear human, generating images that combine the most emotional aspects of humanity into one. Poor, starving, African child builds inspirational monument with all that he's got left around him. Which leads us to the next and probably the most successful style of AI photo art there is, Jesus. Yes, the AI learned that if it includes Jesus in its photos, they are almost certain to go viral, clearly figuring out that it can bait people into engaging with its content by playing with their emotions and beliefs. And they just keep getting more and more ridiculous, which makes you think, is an AI actually coming up with the prompts themselves too? Cause I don't know anyone that would ever think that shrimp Jesus would be a viral hit. Look at the comments and they're all saying the same generic things. Are they AI generated as well? Even the actual profile, display picture, bio, likes, everything can easily be made with AI today. That would be AI coming up with prompts to generate AI images posted by a bot to a Facebook page with AI generated captions and tags that is liked and commented on by mostly bots. Robots making content for other robots. Welcome to the dead internet theory, my friends. The entire web is dominated by soulless bots and AI, but is this even a theory anymore? For argument's sake, I'll say yes, it is, but we really are seeing it unfold before our very eyes. And this is just with photos. What's gonna happen when AI video generators start becoming more accessible and just start getting better and better? Will we be able to generate viral hawk twa girl level memes with a single prompt? Full AI channels with AI generated scripts, voiceovers, people, and entire 30-minute AI videos themselves. And this is already happening. Unlike Photoshop and advanced video effect editors of our past, these AI tools are extremely easy to use and anyone can make them. Give it a few more years and we'll be able to AI generate an entire $100 million blockbuster movie from a couple prompts, only for it to get watched, liked, and commented on by other bots. Studies already show that only about 50% of web traffic is actually human, and it's getting smaller every year, with some estimates putting that number closer to 36%. If you look close enough on any platform, you can see these generic comments posted by very generic looking accounts. Hell, we definitely even have some in this video. You down there, Ashley? The dead internet theory was thought up in 2021 and states that around 2016, the internet started having content that was normally made by real human creators generated by bots. And this was in 2016. You can only imagine how much more believable the content is and how much quicker it's happening right now with ChatGPT, Midjourney, and DALL-E that anyone can use. Maybe it'll get better, but as of now, there's something empty, soulless, and just downright creepy about AI content that just doesn't have the spark of life that real videos used to. You see, the internet wasn't always the way it is today. Back in the early days, it was simply a collection of online pages that just existed, and anything you wanted to find, you had to intentionally seek out, or get it sent to you by a friend, or even just stumble upon it by complete random chance. Today, everything is determined by the algorithm that shows you what it knows you like, creating an echo chamber of your own beliefs and views. The internet is run by AI who has one job: keep you looking at your screen for as long as possible so you can keep watching ads and keep buying stuff you don't need, serving the ultra wealthy elite class so they can stay in power and we stay mindlessly strapped into our own matrix, while feeding them the most valuable resource of our world today: data. Now this is where it gets tinfoil hatty, my specialty, so take it with a grain of salt, a rock of salt. DARPA, a research and development agency of the US Department of Defense, actually started a program called LifeLog back in 2003, with the goal of logging people's entire lives, everything they like and buy, everyone they talk to, and so much more. Mass compiling this data and using it to, quote from their official goals, exploit these patterns to ease its task. Basically, find patterns in human behavior on an individual level and exploit them for its own benefit. The Pentagon spent millions of dollars on this project, only for it to get shut down by civil rights groups for privacy violations on February 4th, 2004. Whew, we sure dodged that bullet now, didn't we? Not quite. Cause you know what else was founded on that very same exact day? Yup. The big blue social media giant, founded on February 4th, 2004. Search it up if you don't believe me. A tool that is designed to farm data, that is now fed to bots so they can generate and interact with content that is data engineered to keep us addicted and distracted from the real world. Soon enough, entire channels, or even pages like this one, might be fully bot operated. Who knows, maybe I'm even AI generated right now. At our current rates, some projections reveal that by 2030, 99 to 99.99% of all online content and interactions will be run by bots, and the internet will officially be dead. Only people like you can save it by being the beacon of human hope in a sea of bots. This doesn't explain that, and investigators are getting mocked for speaking out about it. Drill cores like these have been found all around ancient Egypt, which was the leftover piece that would be thrown away by Egyptian builders after a hole was drilled into granite. Now, modern explanations use a bow drill made from a copper tube to demonstrate how these holes were drilled. And they work. Myth busted. We can move on, right? Not even close. First of all, yes, there are several hieroglyphs that supposedly demonstrate the use of these alleged drills, typically using them on tables, not granite slabs. Yet, not a single copper tube drill artifact has ever been recovered from Egypt, like ever. They made these holes all the time. Shouldn't these copper tube drills kind of be everywhere? Counter argument is that copper was so valuable that they likely smelted it down for other uses. Every single last one of them. How convenient. But that's nothing compared to the machining marks found on this drill core. The infamous Petrie's core number 7, found by Sir Flinders Petrie. And of course, the common Google debunker can search this up and find countless sources that irrefutably debunk this myth. But for those that can think for themselves, a little digging shows that something just doesn't make sense about this. Analyzing the core and wrapping a string of cotton around the grooves showed the drill marks produced a continuous spiral down the entire core, which the bow drill method doesn't do, but rather horizontal lines that look nothing like the authentic Egyptian cores. It doesn't end there. Analysis confirmed by fringe theorists like aerospace engineer Christopher Dunn, who worked with machining tools his entire life, suggested that after studying the spacing of the drill marks on this core, that the penetration rate of whatever method the ancient Egyptian used to drill this core must have been 500 times greater than our diamond drills today. His words, his conclusion. He obviously must be crazy. Now, that doesn't mean the drilling method was faster back then than it is today. It just means that, according to his calculations, these ancient drills had a greater vertical penetration for every rotation of the drill than today's technology. This clearly evil fringe analysis explains how the grooves on the drill core indicate a 0.1 inch of vertical penetration for every rotation of the drill head, whereas modern diamond drills with a 900 RPM achieve about 0.0002 inches of penetration per rotation, 500 times less than the ancient method. It could have very well been, and probably was, slower with whatever drilling technique they were using back then, but this level of penetration is mathematically not possible with today's diamond drills, and clearly not with the bow drill. Now listen, I'm not saying they used lasers or advanced high-tech drills or anything like that. I'm also not fully dismissing it, but it seems so obvious to me and several other questioners that something was used here that they're just refusing to even acknowledge. Just like the scoop marks they found around the unfinished mega obelisk at Aswan, which looks like they literally scooped granite directly out of the quarry. The explanation? Pounding stones, banging other rocks against it, for which they haven't been able to replicate but still stand by. Or maybe the ancients had some sort of forgotten method to soften hard stone, making it malleable and easy to work with that we're just unaware of. Okay, that's enough for now, because this is a rabbit hole that I don't think anyone's ready for. They say this is made in heaven, and it might just open a portal into another dimension. It actually might be a variation of something called an Euler's disk, named after mathematician Leonard Euler, which looks like Euler. And if it never stops, you might be dreaming. It's a disk that's intentionally designed to continuously fall for a very, very long time, and this is how it does that. As the disk spins and rolls, or spoles, it starts doing something called precessing due to gravity, causing it to wobble, with a fall that can last upwards to 3 minutes or even longer. Precession is just a change in orientation of a spinning object's rotational axis. Quite a mouthful, but all it means is that the imaginary line that cuts through a rotating object is constantly changing where it's pointing. Kind of like the Earth does. It rotates to create day-night cycles, and its axis of orientation slowly changes where it's pointing over time, finishing a complete cycle every 26,000 years, also known as a great year. This glass disc was purposely engineered to lose energy as slowly as possible as it comes to a complete stop. As the disc loses kinetic energy, the angle between the disc and the surface beneath gets smaller and smaller while the precession of the rolls approaches infinity. Don't worry, I don't fully understand it either, but this approach to infinity creates a rapid whirring motion that almost feels like it's about to open a portal into another dimension. Mathematically, this disc should technically spool forever and just keep getting faster until the end of time, but it comes to a complete stop due to friction, vibration, and air resistance. You know, physics getting in the way. The length of the fall can be extended even more if it's spun on a mirrored surface using the signature Euler's disc design of a chrome-plated steel puck, held in a balance between gravity pushing it down and an upwards force exerted by the vibration of the mirror base. The low-friction mirror slows down the energy loss even more and is slightly indented in the middle, which helps it keep going too. And no one technically actually knows knows the exact details of how this particular Euler's disc design even works, apart from its inventor, Joseph Bendick, as it's a trade secret and this disc is trademarked and sold by only one company. For the first time in history, an interstellar object has officially been spotted in our solar system, and there's a Harvard professor who absolutely insists it was an advanced alien spacecraft, which in this day and age is nothing new. We see UAPs on the news and social media left and right, but this one, called Oumuamua, has all the features of potentially being the ultimate mothership. A bit of old news: it visited our solar system back in 2017, making its closest approach to our sun on September 9th of that year. But it's what it did right after that had scientists around the world baffled. It's shaped like a cigar, a very common shape among all those confirmed UAP sightings we've been seeing everywhere. I actually found this app called Enigma that lets you browse and share user-submitted UFO sightings and even get notified if there are any in your area. It's basically a real-time alert network for UFOs, and I've been loving scrolling through their feed and even using their AR identify lens to spot live planes, satellites, and who knows what else in our sky. Trust me, download Enigma Labs for the type of vids you won't find anywhere else. Maybe we'll come across our own Oumuamua, except this one was much bigger than anything we've ever seen before. Roughly translated from Native Hawaiian to scout or messenger from the past, Oumuamua is estimated to be anywhere from 400 to 1,000 meters in length and is on record officially claimed to be an asteroid and nothing else, despite it having no characteristics of a real asteroid, because, you know, there's this thing called gravity that tends to squeeze objects together into spherical shapes, not a cigar. On top of that, UFO sightings on Earth are very commonly cigar-shaped. We'd imagine any interstellar object in that shape to be part of the same family. What really caught astronomers off guard is when they observed Oumuamua, its trajectory did not support classical Newtonian physics, and it actually sped up by itself, which they confirm was not as a result of the sun's gravity. Yes, it accelerated on its own. It even continued to get faster after passing our sun and flying through the rest of our solar system. The counterclaims to this acceleration are that it received a push from the pressure of our sun's radiation, or that it may have warmed up as it got close to the sun, released frozen gases inside, which propelled it forward. Except no trail of gas was observed and would have likely caused an erratic, irregular orbit instead of the smooth path we see it follow, meaning that something we're not aware of was affecting its motion, such as a propulsion system. In June 2018, highly esteemed Nature Science journal published their analysis, noting an unexplained change in speed from 57,000 miles per hour as it entered to 97,000 as it left our solar system, a 70% increase. Then in November 2018, chairman of Harvard's astronomy department, Professor Avi Loeb, wrote a paper about this peculiar acceleration. In the paper, he states that the object may be a fully operational probe sent intentionally to Earth's vicinity by an alien civilization. Maybe. Maybe not. It's currently on its way out of our solar system, too far away to see anymore. But you can always be up to date with the latest UAPs entering our orbit with Enigma Labs. Highly recommend. In January 2022, researchers proposed Project Lyra, where we'd launch a spacecraft to Oumuamua for closer study. But it would take 26 years to catch up to it. Would they even tell us the truth if it actually was an alien mothership? I'm gonna get into a lot of trouble for this one, but I'm about to expose the most closely guarded secret in the world, the Coca-Cola recipe, which is apparently only known in full by 2 senior executives that aren't even allowed to travel on the same plane together. The original recipe is written by hand and stored in a vault inside the World of Coca-Cola Museum in Atlanta, complete with a palm scanner, a number keypad, and a massive steel door. Built mostly for dramatic effect, as there have been several leaks of the recipe online, and you can even find the entire thing yourself on Wikipedia. The real secret is how Coca-Cola tricked the entire world into spending billions of dollars a year on fizzy sugar water. They're the largest sugar buyer in the world, and although they too spend billions on advertising, they never sell a product. They sell an idea: happiness, peace, unity, harmony. Their slogan went from open happiness in 2009 to together tastes better in 2020. It's just marketing 101. Sell the why, not the what. But was their happy messaging intentionally designed as a cover-up for a dark truth we've been conditioned to ignore? And we're not talking about the blatant health risks of drinking sugary water. We're all well aware of that, but rather what they did to get to where they are today. Coca-Cola's history stretches over a span of 130 years, dating all the way back to the late 1800s, during which time trust in the pharmaceutical system got so low that people began mixing their own elixirs of life at home as medicine. So much that homemade health elixirs boomed as a business in the 1880s, with people concocting potions using the most random ingredients and the wildest health claims. And there were no medical regulations back then, so anyone could mix anything up, come up with any claim they wanted for it, and sell it to others. This is where the the infamous snake oil salesman term originated. People who sold miracle potions that didn't actually do anything. But sometimes they actually kinda did, but not for the right reasons. Among them was a popular medicine called Vin Mariani, which was essentially just red wine mixed with coca leaves, which are the main ingredient for making, you know, Scarface powder and contain the active chemical for it. The drink allegedly cured any disease, as long as you drank 3 glasses a day. Coca leaves do suppress hunger, thirst, fatigue, and pain, so there was a bit of truth to these claims. And so people loved this drink for obvious reasons, but don't try this at home, this is for educational purposes only. Among them was pharmacist turned war veteran John Pemberton, who got hooked on it after he almost lost his life to a serious war injury. Nothing that Vin Mariani couldn't handle, which he loved so much that in 1884 he made his own version of it called French wine coca, adding caffeine-rich cola nuts to the mix, among a few other ingredients. But within 2 years, Atlanta, where he was located, passed the local prohibition bill, making the sale of booze illegal in the area. So Pemberton was forced to change the recipe and swap the wine with carbonated water. But this made the drink extremely bitter, largely due to the caffeinated cola nuts that he added, so he loaded it with a bunch of sugar to mask the taste. Little did he know, his forced changes just concocted one of the most popular beverages in all of history. His accountant came up with the iconic name, Coca-Cola, for the coca leaves, yes, those leaves, and the cola nuts, which today, Coca-Cola denies its name has anything to do with those ingredients, saying that it was just a catchy name that rolled off the tongue, going as far as to say that their drink never contained the coca part, even in the past, which is just a straight up lie, as it's a well-documented fact that it did. Just the first of many lies that Coca-Cola peddled to preserve their happy brand image. It was initially sold as a medicine, a brain tonic, and a temperance drink that relieved headaches and upset stomachs, and it was an instant flop, hitting only $50 in sales in the first year, and Pemberton passed away in 1888, not knowing the destiny that awaited his drink. Before his passing, he sold his company for a measly $2,300, which, to be fair, would be about $76,000 of today's money adjusted for inflation, but still nothing for the billions and world domination that's coming for this sugar water. Sold to Asa Candler, a businessman who stopped selling it as a medicine and instead a drink that anyone can enjoy. He reinvested all earnings into aggressive advertising, slapping the Coke logo on absolutely everything and everywhere, which seems obvious today, but was surprisingly a pretty innovative marketing strategy back then. It wasn't until 1929 that they finally removed the addictive element of coca leaves from the drink. You know, that stuff. But they already had a couple decades under their belt of getting their base audience hooked for life. Then they hijacked Christmas, literally inventing the modern Santa Claus. You know, fat jolly man in a red suit and big white beard. You ever wonder why the colors look so familiar? That's because in 1931, Coke hired a professional illustrator to draw Santa for Christmas ads. The result was the classic red suit Santa, usually seen holding a Coke, which was so successful that it became the main version of Santa we still use today. Before then, he was more often depicted as a lean, mystical, elf-like being in a green or brown suit. Using this, they associated Christmas, a highlight of anyone's childhood, with Coca-Cola, giving rise to their infamous cradle-to-grave strategy. Low-key marketing their products to kids, getting them hooked young and turning them into repeat customers for as many as their adult buying years as they can. Then in Germany, during World War II, yes, that Germany, the Coke supply from America was cut off, so Coca-Cola execs in Germany created a new recipe using leftover scraps from food waste like apple fibers and beets. The result was a drink named Fanta. Yes, Fanta was quite literally invented by nuts. As the years went on, Coke's marketing tactics started getting more questionable. More research surrounding sugar intake and links to health issues like obesity and diabetes started rolling in, and Coke poured millions into studies that casted doubt on these findings, funding schools and sponsoring the biggest athletes. Have you ever stopped to wonder why Michael Jordan, the Olympics, the FIFA World Cup, probably the most globally recognized displays of athletic performance, all have Coca-Cola as their top sponsors, almost like they're doing everything they can to distance themselves from bad health? Marketing strategies like these are so effective, they basically hypnotize us, training our brains to associate a product that might not be good for our health with good feelings like love, relaxation, and high performance, getting their initial customers hooked with addictive chemicals, hijacking Santa marketing to kids, outright denying their questionable roots, funding misleading anti-health studies, and picking up sponsors that quite honestly have nothing to do with their product. And this isn't even touching upon what they did in Mexico. Let me know if you'd want to take a deep dive into that. And hey, I ain't trying to hate on Coke. They're obviously an incredibly successful business and worked hard to get to where they are today. But ethically questionable strategies like these are pretty much commonplace among every multi-billion-dollar corporation. Just remember to question everything. Keep your mind open, always follow the money, and ask yourself, does this make any sense? The first person to live forever is already alive, at least according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, who explains it with irrefutable logic. It starts with someone that was born in like the past year or so. Our test subject, call him Johnny Boy. The reason Johnny or any of us age is because our cells are constantly dividing, making fresh copies of our DNA in each new cell. Our DNA is packed into chromosomes, and since DNA duplication isn't perfect, the tips of these chromosomes are slightly trimmed on every replication. Sorta like making a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy. The quality slightly degrades each time. To protect against this, our chromosomes have something called telomeres on their tips, which essentially contain junk DNA data that we can afford to lose. But even these telomeres are finite. They get shorter and shorter on every duplication until at some point they're fully gone. Then the cell stops dividing, gradually loses its function and withers away. The more this happens in our cells, the more we age, and our bodies experience age-related characteristics. Scientists like David Sinclair are currently getting really close to reversing this process in human cells. He's developed what he refers to a chemical cocktail that can reprogram the way our cells are read to sort of fill in the blanks from these imperfections in our DNA replication. The science behind it is quite extensive, and he ran tests on lab mice that were incredibly successful. Having mice born at the same time with one looking visibly older than the other says that human trials are planned to start within the decade, and it's just a matter of time before we start seeing success in that. So where does this live forever come from? Obviously, the first version of this cocktail won't be perfect and may extend human life to, let's say, 150 years. Now remember our test subject Johnny Boy? In 20 years, he'll be 20, at which time we're almost guaranteed to be undergoing human trials at the very least, if not already publicly available. This life potion is given to Johnny so that he can live until 150. The claim states that by the time Johnny is 40, we're almost guaranteed to make enough advancement to double the anti-aging cocktail so that now he can live till 300. 20 years later, when he's 60, the potion will be improved so that he can live till 500 years old. By the time he's 80, he can live till 1,000. These numbers are all arbitrary, but the general principle still holds up. Even if we start seeing diminishing returns in the improvements of this concoction, Johnny has already hacked his way into living forever. He can already live till 1,000 at this point, so even if it takes 100 more years to improving the medicine to living till say 2,000 years old, he'll live until then and take it, constantly outliving the improvement curve of anti-aging until they've cracked the code to the million-year potion, at which point Johnny Boy is essentially immortal, which means one of two things absolutely must happen in our future. One, we colonize other planets, or two, we stop having babies. If people are living forever and no longer dying, our population will continue to grow and just grow and grow. At which point we either need more space to put people, like other planets, or we gotta stop making people. So unless we want to sterilize the entire human race, living forever probably isn't a good idea until we figure this multi-planetary business out. I dare you to try to explain the 100-ton granite boxes at the Serapeum of Saqqara in Egypt. There's 24 of these massive granite enclosures, and you won't believe the official explanation for them. All 24 of them were moved into this underground complex dating to about 1400 BC, where they now sit. And the craftsmanship of these boxes is once again insane. Perfect right angles and parallel sides leveled with machine-like precision, you know the drill. Made of granite, which reminder is harder than steel, using bronze and stone tools that are softer than granite. Like, you know, using a plastic knife to cut through a car door. Try that out and let me know how it goes. But never mind that. I've already said it 100 times about all these other artifacts and ancient architecture throughout ancient Egypt, because these boxes, they're different. Let's start with the sheer size, about 100 tons each, and barely even fit through the hallways they would need to pass through to be placed in the pits that they currently sit in. As we can see from this unfinished box here that was abandoned in one of the passageways at the Serapeum. If you couldn't tell, they're also made from a single piece of granite each, so it's not like they took smaller pieces and just glued them together. One big ass brick of granite, hollowed out from the inside into a perfect box, absolutely zero room for any mistakes. And I find it extremely difficult to imagine how, once again, this sawing method could hollow out a granite box like this with flawless accuracy, because 100 tons is a lot. The experts claim that we might be able to move 100-ton objects using primitive methods as long as we had enough people, which according to them is about 400. Tell me, how on earth would 400 people be able to coordinate moving 100-ton blocks in cramped hallways like these and around these super tight corners? For reference, this is what 400 people looks like. All stuffed in there. Not to mention, the boxes were perfectly placed in the center of rooms even smaller than the hallways. Where do we have room for 400 people there? And I don't know if you noticed, but these hallways and pits are currently lit up with modern lighting, which the ancient Egyptians obviously didn't have. This Serapeum would have been pitch black day and night 3,400 years ago, but of course they still had fire and torches that served this exact purpose, right? Except they found no evidence of soot, the leftover scorches from torch fire, anywhere on the walls or ceilings in this complex, as they would normally find in dark underground passageways. Any commonsensical person would imagine that a project like this would have taken thousands of hours of work in torch-lit chambers, yet not a shred of proof of that anywhere. So what did they use to see in the dark back then? And the entire Saqqara necropolis itself is dug into limestone bedrock. There's no granite found here, so they couldn't have chiseled these in place either, as some may suggest. What we do know is that these boxes were important, like super duper important. But for what? Clearly an undertaking of this scale would have surely held a higher purpose for their civilization. I mean, they definitely weren't tombs. They're obviously way too big, right? Nope, they still call them tombs. Made for, get this, the pharaoh's prized bulls. Yes, bull tombs. They said it, so it must be real. Now, upon discovery in 1850, most of these boxes were already open. Their lids either gone or moved over, so whatever was inside had likely already been stolen. You know, by those pesky thieves that conveniently steal everything that historians have no evidence of. But they found one box that was completely sealed, lid fully intact, so the bull skeleton must still be inside. A perfect opportunity to prove this theory. Well, firstly, they couldn't lift the lid, which is only about 30 tons, as they weren't able to get enough manpower in the room to even budge it. Yet the Egyptians somehow moved the entire 100-ton blocks themselves into those rooms thousands of years earlier. Makes sense. So they did the only logical thing that anyone from the 1800s would do in such a scenario. Blow it the f up with TNT. Yeah, for real. Archaeology was pretty savage back then, which finally revealed the truth that the boxes at the Serapeum of Saqqara were filled with nothing. Absolutely nothing. No mummy, no bull skeletons, no gold or treasure, nada. They did find mummified bull carcasses in a bunch of wooden sarcophagi, as would be expected, in an area called the Lesser Gallery, but not a single one found in any of the granite boxes. Cause yes, to be fair, the Apis bull was a highly revered deity worshipped by the ancient Egyptians, symbolizing fertility in agriculture and the physical embodiment of their god Ptah. Hope I pronounced that right. I just find it hard to believe that a project of this colossal magnitude, which would have taken years, if not decades to complete, was dedicated to stashing the bodies of dead animals. While at the same time, mummified bulls were found in much smaller, simpler wooden sarcophagi in the Lesser Gallery, which is oddly closed to the public and no images of those exist either, allegedly proving that this is how they stored bull remains, not this. But then again, I'm just an idiot. Still others claim these boxes may have been power conductors that generated electricity for their civilization, part of the infamous Giza power plant theory, which is a fringe idea that may or may not be true, and I explained it in full in a previous video. So, are these really bull tombs, or just a steaming load of bullshit? Algorithms run your life. You're watching this video because of one. AI is just an algorithm that builds itself, and even their developers don't know how they work. An algorithm is a set of instructions that a computer program like an app follows. If this, then that, combined on multiple nested layers to achieve some result. But some problems are too complicated for humans to code with simple if-then logic. That's when we turn to AI, which has actually been around for quite a while, popularized in recent years through a specific type of AI called generative artificial intelligence. But how does it know what to say? Is AI some virtual sentient being living inside your phone? Not quite. It actually learns by trial and erroring millions of different algorithms over and over until one produces the best result. Imagine trying to shoot a basketball with your eyes closed. You shoot, miss, then you move a foot to the left, shoot, and you miss again. Then you add more power to your next shot, and so on. Once you hear the basketball hitting the rim, you know you're close and start fine-tuning your adjustments with every shot until you hear that swish. If you were a machine, next time you shoot the ball, you know exactly what settings you would need to get the ball in every time. That's AI in a nutshell. Keep doing something over and over until you get it right, then just remember the right way to do it. For example, how would you teach an AI to recognize what's in an image? Say you have two photos, one of a table and another of the universe. You want to develop a program that tells you which image is a table and which is a universe. There's no simple way to program the algorithm with classic if-then logic to be able to differentiate all photos of tables and universes that exist, at least not with human logic. As humans, we kind of just intuitively know that this is a table and this is a universe. We can list out distinct features of each, but even then there will be endless human intuition nuances that aren't so easy to put into words. So we program human intuition with AI by building two simpler programs first. A builder program that endlessly creates new programs and a teacher program that tests them. The builder program starts by building a set, say 1,000 of programs with borderline randomly coded if-then logic, their algorithms. The teacher program is then given a set of table photos and a set of universe photos and is told which is which. The teacher then tests each of the 1,000 programs made by the builder using the set of photos it was given to see which of the 1,000 programs get the most correct. After testing, the builder then throws the programs that score the lowest into the trash, takes the highest scoring ones, and uses them to build new programs with slight changes in their algorithm's logic. The new programs are now slightly smarter than the old set. They're tested again and the process repeats. Trial and error, the foundation of AI, who would have known? This goes on and on as long as needed until we have programs that are consistently scoring high in their tests and the AI has learned. But the testing never actually stops. AI just keeps getting better and better the more people use it and give it feedback data, which is a scary thought for some, seeing as we don't actually know what makes an AI program's logic work from a human standpoint. If we look under the hood of the winning program's algorithm, it's kind of a mess of unexplainable code that just works. All humans can do is keep adding photos to the teacher program's tests to make the results more and more accurate. And of course, this doesn't just apply to photos, but to written responses, video, audio, and everything else your favorite AI does. Even this video you're watching is the result of an algorithm determining it's a video that will keep you watching the longest. Which, if you're watching this, it must have done its job right, and you've contributed to AI getting smarter and one step closer to destroying all of humanity. Just kidding, hopefully. We might have found it. I've been wanting to do this one for so long, and we're finally doing it. The lost city of Atlantis. Maybe it's not just a myth, it's time. Everyone knows the story. Advanced civilization existed long ago that got lost under the sea. And there is a location in the Western Sahara Desert of Mauritania known as the Eye of the Sahara, or the Rishat structure. Yeah, this one's been beaten to death by all the Atlantis hunters, but it does have striking similarities to Plato's definition of the lost city over 2,000 years ago. Concentric circles, 3 of water, 2 of land, opening to the sea in the south and mountains to the north. White, black, and red stones and an abundance of gold, all of which are prominent features of the Mauritania region. Not to mention, it was even recorded on this ancient map by Roman geographer Pomponius Mela around 43 AD as Atlante in the same geographical region as the Rishat structure. You ever get tired of me saying it must be a coincidence? And the debunkers are likely cringing right now, which is sort of my specialty, as the Rishat structure is one of their favorite sites to shit on, even though it is one of the least studied places on Earth, as it is in a very remote area. You know, red zone, super dangerous, overrun by rogue military forces type shit. But follow-up LiDAR scans of the area did have some interesting finds. Thousands of what appear to be ancient man-made structures found beneath the sands of the Eye of the Sahara. Definitely not something we could call natural. Not necessarily proving Atlantis, but showing that an unrecorded civilization existed in this extremely remote desert sometime in the past. But further in-depth excavation of the region is conveniently too risky to pursue, and any career archaeologist found supporting Atlantis will get mocked and discredited in their communities, so they just try to avoid it. But where did this idea of a lost advanced civilization that sank beneath the ocean even come from? The earliest formal account is by famed Greek philosopher Plato around 360 BC in one of his many dialogues about a perfect utopian society called Atlantis, which was governed by Atlas. You know, that guy who holds the world on his shoulders. Atlantis roughly translates to Island of Atlas. In Plato's writing Critias, an ancestor of his named Solon visited Egypt way back in 600 BC, where he's told by Egyptian priests of this great advanced civilization that was destroyed by a flood 9,000 years ago, whose story has been passed down for generations and is recorded all over the temples in Egypt. Now, 9,000 years ago from that time would be around 9600 BC, conveniently aligned with the Younger Dryas impact, a hypothesized event that resulted in global cataclysms that flooded the world that is scientifically backed by geological core samples. And Atlantis was around for much longer than that. 9600 BC is just when it got wiped out. It's here where Plato described how it looked with great detail, which many claim is just a myth, a work of fiction that he wrote. And Plato did write many dialogues of presumably fictitious events, such as the allegory of the caves or conversations among friends in the Republic. But he would make it quite obvious in his texts when these fictitious dialogues were just stories that discussed hypothetical, philosophical, or moralistic ideas. In his dialogue Critias, he describes Atlantis in great length, providing super accurate details and dates that had little connection to his overall message of the story. And the strangest part of Critias is that it just ends in the middle of a sentence. Yeah, he didn't even finish this story, as it just comes to an abrupt end as soon as Zeus is about to give an epic speech. Was there someone who told him to stop writing? Did he actually finish it and it was later erased from history? Or was it just fiction that he got bored of and he moved on to other writings? We can honestly never know for sure, but this isn't the last time Atlantis is mentioned in history. But these stories, right? They're just made up myths. Where is the evidence? We'll get to that, because the Temple of Edfu in Egypt has carved into its walls a story about a lost civilization that got flooded and destroyed by a great cataclysm, sounding like a broken record at this point. And Egypt has a recorded lineage of kings that goes back over 30,000 years, but is commonly regarded as just a myth. According to these Egyptian myths, myths, in these earliest of times was a god named Thoth, who was born around 36,000 years ago in an idyllic civilization, where he accumulated great knowledge about the world, the universe, astronomy, writing, government, and even how to achieve immortality, and recorded them on giant slabs of green stones known as the Emerald Tablets. Everything was all fine and dandy until that pesky flood rolls along and destroys everything around 11,000 years ago, 9600 BC. Thoth survives the deluge and is instructed, among a few others, to pass the divine knowledge of the Emerald Tablets on to the next generation. One of the places he visits was a region called Kem, which we know today as Egypt, where he reintroduces civilization to a land of savages. He taught the early pre-Egyptians how to write with hieroglyphics, along with astronomy, agriculture, governing, and all the basics of civilization, and allegedly introduced them to the pyramids, which were leftover relics from Thoth's original civilization that got destroyed by the global floods. A similar version of this story is also retold in the Phaedrus, another written work by Plato. Some claim that Thoth was actually Atlantean, and that these megastructures around the world, like the pyramids, Easter Island heads, Kailash Temple, Gunung Padang, Saskatchewan, and so on, are all relics of the Atlantean Empire. Because according to this, Atlantis wasn't just a city or an island, it was a global civilization that existed over 30,000 years ago, and we might just have the evidence for it. Okay, I'm so sorry, but I'm gonna have to make a part 2. I hate doing this, but there was just too much to fit into one video, and I know you wouldn't have watched this if it was like 15 minutes anyway. The ancient Egyptians didn't build the pyramids? Oh, this guy again? How dare he talk about interesting alternate perspectives on common theories? Does he not know we're not allowed to question authority? Oh no, my career is over. What will I ever do? I got debunked. And again, and again, and again, and again. Gee, this must be the first time ever alternate history theories got debunked for being lies and misinformation. How original. I sure never saw that coming. Apparently, there are a lot of people who want to silence ideas they don't agree with from ever being discussed whatsoever. Cause you know, censoring the free discussion of ideas has always turned out great in the past. So naturally, I made a response video dedicated to all my Google debunkers and free thinkers alike. Check that out and make sure to drop an angry comment if you support the suppression of the freedom of thought. Or just a big old thumbs up if you enjoy thought-provoking mysteries and out-of-the-box thinking that dare questions authority. Listen, I'm not trying to debate that any of the theories I talk about are the absolute undeniable truth being hidden from us by some evil powers that be. The simple truth is, they may or may not be true. Either way, they're fun to think about and discuss. Anyone who thinks their ideas are the 100% ultimate truth and we dare not question it are no better than the tinfoil hat crazies who are certain the government's after them. Only a Sith deals in absolutes. Choose to be a happier person and keep an open mind about things. Or don't, and just don't watch videos that discuss advanced ancient alien civilizations. Your life will be much better, I promise. And what? Let these people continue to spread lies and misinformation? Atlantis. We might just have the evidence the debunkers have been crying for. All over the world, ancient underwater sites have been getting uncovered and then covered up. So we know Plato's story of Atlantis, advanced utopian kingdom that got lost under a great flood, but that was merely the tip. As it turns out, secret societies may have been uncovering lost Atlantean knowledge for almost 1,000 years. One of which started around the 11th century when a man named Hugh de Paynes led a mission to Constantinople in present-day Turkey, where he and his men met with a group called the Brothers of the East, who told them a very familiar story. One of a highly advanced civilization of all-knowing people that thrived tens of thousands of years ago. It was your classic utopia. No hunger, no poverty, everyone is happy and pure and focuses on self-actualization rather than chasing material goods and social status. They had advanced knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, and engineering, can control the weather, communicate over long distances, and levitate objects. And of course, war didn't exist. This wasn't just a city, but a global civilization, one that was very consistent to the story of Plato's Atlantis. The Atlantis we usually hear about commonly refers to the capital city of the Kingdom of Atlantis of the same name, and could be how there are so many suspected ancient underwater sites of the lost city all around the world. Just different regions of the global civilization of Atlantis that we're slowly discovering. According to the Brothers of the East, they also had free wireless energy powered by conduits in key areas around the world. Pyramids, anyone? Hugh de Paynes was so intrigued that he created a group of fellow men who were tasked with uncovering lost artifacts and forbidden knowledge of this civilization. This group was called the Knights Templar. Yup, this Assassin's Creed lore, which is actually loosely what the video game series was based on. The Knights discovered what was used as the ancient source of fuel for this global energy system: mana. Yeah, for real. Mana with 2 N's is what it's called, and this ain't no RPG magic potion we talking about. First mentioned in the Bible as a food source that God provided for the Israelites. White flakes that look like frost. Atlanteans extracted mana from plants and animal bones using a very specific process and turned it into a white powder, which when used the right way provided free, unlimited, and clean energy for their entire civilization, possibly using the pyramids as their generators. I talked about the Giza power plant theory, which explains how this may have worked in a past video. Go check that out after this. The process by which Atlantis made and used this mana was written down in their legendary Emerald Tablets, which was eventually recovered by the Knights Templar, and allegedly also explained how mana can be used to make objects lighter and levitate them, a process that would have been immensely helpful in building our ancient megaliths. The Knights found even older texts that predated even Atlantis, talking of a non-human race that enslaved humanity to mine gold, the Anunnaki, previous video. And once again, this mana is mentioned all around the world throughout history. In the Bible and Quran, mana is referenced as a food source from God. Sumerian texts talk of a substance called she-mana that was used to help the Anunnaki power their flying crafts. In Hindu texts, this substance was called vimana, again used for the same purpose. Polynesian cultures had mana as a supernatural force that permeates the entire universe. Buddhists called the same substance and force mani. So many ancient cultures had a similar name for this thing that powers our universe that we can use to generate energy, just like Atlantis did. Then the world got flooded and a few stray survivors used the knowledge of the Emerald Tablets to help rebuild civilization. Same old story you've heard a billion times. During their search, the Knights found texts that confirmed these stories, which didn't play well with the rigid teachings of the Catholic Church at the time, which was steadily growing more and more powerful throughout the 12th century, so the Knights covered up all findings out of fear of getting persecuted. And they kept this knowledge for themselves, collecting artifacts like the Ark of the Covenant and the Holy Grail, gaining divine forbidden knowledge like immortality that rose them to power behind the scenes. But then they got caught. In 1312, the Knights Templar was officially disbanded. Their leaders burned at the stake after being convicted of heresy, aka going against the church. The ones who remained fled to avoid persecution and continued their practices in the shadows. One group of these knights escaped to Scotland. They renamed themselves to the Freemasons and allegedly continued their lineage of practicing forbidden knowledge with the most powerful group of elites on the planet today, who use their power to purposely keep the secrets of Atlantis hidden from the masses. Now, to be fair, this is a story told by the Knights Templar leaders themselves as their own origin story, who are a little culty, so take it for what you will. But we do see glimpses of what appear to be remnants of Atlantis come up every now and then, which gets swept under the rug as crazy nonsense theories, like the Rishot structure, which matches very closely to Plato's definition of the lost city and also shows up as Atlante on an ancient Roman map from 43 AD. In the same geographical region the Rishot structure is in. Obviously just a coincidence, and we must be reading into things too much. There's the Yonaguni monument off the coast of Japan, an entire sunken underwater temple looking structure thought to be over 10,000 years old that they insist is completely natural. Off the coast of Portugal in the Atlantic Ocean we have the Azores, a remote archipelago of islands 1,500 kilometers from the shore. In the area, amateur sonar scans revealed an underwater structure in the shape of what appears to be, get ready for this, a pyramid on the ocean floor. Rigid, square, and aligned with the 4 cardinal compass directions as most pyramids are, with an estimated 86,000 square foot base. This strange discovery was reported to the Portuguese Hydrographic Institute, to which it was claimed to be an underwater volcano and its location never revealed to the public. Off the coast of Cuba, underwater structures appearing to resemble a city were once again found on the seafloor that would have taken an estimated 50,000 years to sink. This one, they couldn't even pretend to try and say it was natural while keeping a straight face. So it was shrugged off as we're not sure what that is and we don't have enough data to confirm, and further excavation of the area was discontinued. A little further north, just east off the coast of Miami, Bimini Road, a sprawling underwater terrace that has all the characteristics of being a man-made road deemed a natural geological formation. The Indian city of Dwarka is steeped in an ancient Hindu myth of another advanced utopia where sea levels rose and it was lost to the ocean. Thought to be a myth when in 1963 underwater archaeological excavation revealed numerous artifact and submerged remains of full-blown ancient structures, 36 meters underwater in the Gulf of Cambay, just off the western coast of India beside Dwarka, which some estimates put these ruins at over 9,000 years old. And we found all of this and more after exploring only something like 5 to 10% of our planet's oceans. What's hidden in the other 95%? Whatever it is, it seems like they're trying to hide something big time, because the world's oldest known historic sites like Göbekli Tepe and Gunung Padang are being intentionally covered up by the global elites. And it's happening before our very eyes. Y'all are not gonna believe what they're doing here. Coming soon. If If you ever want to take down the world's internet, this is where to strike. Almost 99% of all internet traffic, including this video, runs on this hidden network of undersea cables. But how do they even put them in place, and how do they fix them? Isn't the ocean like a million miles deep and we haven't even fully explored the bottom yet? Do they just let them dangle through the water, float them on the surface, or... So the entire world is connected by these long-ass cables in the ocean, with 493 active cables coming up to a total of 1.5 million kilometers long. That's enough to go from Earth to the moon and back. Twice. But wait, isn't pretty much everything wireless at this point? I honestly thought that like satellites would be our main source of connectivity today, but no. Even the phone in your hand connects to data not by satellite, but through cell receiving towers, which are connected by cables. And these cables are installed by ship, which yes, lays them directly on the sea floor by just kind of spooling them out from the back and moving very, very slowly. But sometimes there will be underwater trenches, and having them hang across like this would be prone to breaking. So they just kind of keep unrolling the cable until it reaches as close to the bottom of the trench as it can. Now these cables, they pretty thick, reinforced with multiple layers of protection, as sharks have been found chewing on them, and can sometimes be quite hefty on the inside, as you could imagine, with fiber optic cables nestled safely deep inside of them where the data transfer actually happens. So whenever you message someone across the world, your message is literally traveling through these cables at about the speed of light, since fiber optic uses light pulses that are converted to binary code, which traverses through the deepest depths of our oceans in a couple seconds before getting to the recipient. Accidental breaks in the cables do happen every so often, and they either send an underwater drone like this to repair it, or they just pull that part of the cable out of the water and fix it on a ship before setting it back down. They obviously have a lot of backup cables and alternate paths in place, so even if some evil villain were to cut one of these cables to destroy society, it would just cause internet slowdowns in the area, similar to a traffic jam when a road is closed, and would probably be fixed in a couple days anyway. For now, wired internet connectivity remains king, as it's cheaper and faster than satellite internet like Elon's Starlink, but who knows where the future will take us. Advanced ancient civilizations, where are they? If advanced societies like the Anunnaki or Atlantis really did exist 30,000, hundreds of thousands of years ago, where's the proof? The debunkers have been asking this for decades, and we finally have the answer. Think about the Fermi paradox. If there really are billions of planets in our galaxy, the chances of life should be fairly high, so why haven't we found any signs of alien life yet? Or, I don't know, maybe we did. Historians, career archaeologists, professors, and Google debunkers claimed that the earliest civilization in history were the Sumerians around 4 to 5,000 BC. And when I say civilization, I mean like full-blown societies, you know, towns, farming, pottery, housing, some form of governing body, not just humans, which have been around for much longer. We have the ancient myths of our past, which frequently talk of previous societies of advanced, even godlike beings like the Anunnaki or Atlantis. But the burning question on every debunker's mind, where the is the direct, not speculative evidence of these long-lost advanced civilizations? Because our history textbooks and common archaeology claims there's none. This is what I call the reset paradox. If civilization really has existed for hundreds of thousands of years only to get reset and start all over again, where's all the proof from this colossal timeline? Surely, hundreds of thousands of years of existence must have left behind countless evidence, so here are my top theories as to why mainstream history hasn't found any yet. Theory 1, dismissal. There actually is direct evidence of advanced, super ancient civilizations, as we see in out-of-place artifacts like the 400 million year old London hammer, or even the more recent Antikythera device, which was way ahead of its time to make any sense. But we either dismiss them as hoaxes, claim mistakes in dating techniques, or slap some sort of description onto them that fits into our current timeline because anything else wouldn't make sense in the mainstream narrative. That's what you call confirmation bias. Theory 2, time. It's been too long. Maybe the reason we only have evidence of defined civilized culture going back 6,000-7,000 years is because everything else before then has eroded into nothingness. Even aluminum would fully decompose within 500 years, let alone the tens or hundreds of thousands that would reduce it to an unrecognizable dust. Well, what about materials like glass that can take millions of years to decompose? Maybe these ancient civs never invented glass or plastics, which doesn't mean they were less advanced than us, but perhaps they followed a different evolutionary trajectory than us that didn't include the use of oils, plastics, and glass the way we do today. They could have had different materials that were superior to our own and were in some way more homogeneous with the earth, which leads us to Theory 3, biodegradable technology. Imagine that whatever methods and materials these advanced ancients used to achieve technological superiority were completely organic and biodegradable, like the biblical manna, that would fully decompose into the earth way before our modern society was able to find any evidence of it. Might seem laughable or borderline impossible for us to even consider a possibility, much the same way the concept of an iPhone could have been to them back then. Impossible in one civilization could be reality in another. Theory 4. Imperfect dating techniques. Reminder that the technique we use to find out how old something is, radiocarbon dating, only works on things with carbon in them, like bones or wood. Everything else, like stone, is an educated guess at best. What if these guesses are way off, and the carbon-based materials found in and around our ancient sites are not accurate measures of the site's age, but rather of a time that these sites were re-inhabited after being built much longer ago? Theory 5. Aggressive flooding. You know, those global floods that almost every culture of our past talks about to some extent in their ancient myths? Well, what if they actually happened, and the flooding was so widespread and intense that it washed away every bit of evidence of these civilizations into the deepest parts of our oceans, leaving behind only our famous ancient structures like the pyramids, which were too big to get washed away? I'll admit, this one's a bit of a stretch. The chances of washing away every single bit of evidence of a potentially worldwide civilization is a long shot, but combined with all the other theories, it's worth mentioning. Now, before the debunkers start crying again, we have Theory 6. They're just myths. The stories of our ancient past are all just made up myths and none of it actually happened. No advanced, super ancient civilizations ever existed. That's a possibility. Theory 7. There's been an intentional cover-up. Just a theory, may or may not be true, totally satire, entertainment purposes only. My lawyers told me to say that. Perhaps an elite group of the ultra-powerful are aware of the divine knowledge of our past, like Atlantis or even the origins of our species. Knowledge that could be accessed and used by anyone on Earth that threatens their dominance, like free atmospheric energy or immortality. And they're purposely doing everything they can to cover up and downplay any evidence as false. I mean, they definitely have the money to do something like this, so they could pull it off if they tried. Publishing dozens of official news pieces for the media companies which they own, writing up a couple fact-check articles on websites that they also own, and finally influencing the big tech companies, which they are the top shareholders of, to direct traffic only to sources they want the world to see. Everything else they don't approve of is just a nonsense crackpot theory that is dismissed by the highly educated masses who did their research on Google, which seems to be what they're doing to places like Göbekli Tepe and Gunung Padang. Ancient sites that are so old they didn't fit into any of our mainstream historical timelines, so they're doing everything they can to cover them back up. I couldn't believe what I found out about these sites. Stay tuned for that. If you thought the Olympics sucked, I've got some good news for you. I still can't believe this, but in 2025, there's going to be a new Olympics where the athletes are required to take performance-enhancing drugs to enter. It's called the Enhanced Games and has nothing to do with the official Olympics, as the competitors are going to be fully juiced up on everything imaginable with the goal of breaking every world record there is. They're going to have many of the sports from the games we're used to, including track and field, swimming, weightlifting, gymnastics, and combat sports. That's MMA and boxing. And understandably, not everyone's on board with this idea, with the US Anti-Doping Agency and past Olympians publicly denouncing the planned event for obvious safety reasons, claiming it to be dangerous, criminal, and that people will die if it goes through. To which the founders responded that it should actually be safer than regular sports, as the athletes will have access to clean drugs as well as heavy monitoring available on hand, prepared to diagnose and treat them with these substances in their systems, unlike the real Olympics, which prohibits them. Everyone seems to have their own opinion on this, ranging from worrying about the athlete's health to looking forward to watching the peak human condition shatter every world record, even if it is non-natural. It'll sort of split all world records into two categories: natural and enhanced. Enhanced being the greater of the two records, which is gonna cause some disruptions in the sporting industry. These games actually did have an interesting point though, saying that apart from the rare worldwide superstar, most Olympians actually live in poverty, mentioning that tennis players who lose the first round in Wimbledon take home double the amount of the average gold medalist in the Olympics, with the vast majority of the billions of dollars the Olympics do make going into building the stadiums and of course paying the officials and executives. Not only will the base salary be higher in the Enhanced Games, expecting around 6 figures for top-tier athletes, but there will also be $1 million prizes for the first people to break world records. Would you watch the Trent Olympics with juice heads going head-to-head in boxing matches, or is it just dangerous and stupid? Antarctica. It's official. There's nothing down there. You can clearly see this water is empty, and hence the rest of the continent must be as well. Like, is that Nah, there's no way. It's definitely just a case of pareidolia. You know, the human tendency to see faces in everyday things. Despite dozens of of retired Navy officers who were stationed in Antarctica coming out and exposing what they really saw down there. Because of course, who could forget about this pyramid-shaped mound under the snow, cut with incredible precision and perfectly aligned with northeast-southwest. But oh, it's just a mountain for sure. There's a lot more like this, so I guess it's just a common natural rock formation down there. Even aerial shots irrefutably prove they're just normal mountain ranges. How dare we even suggest that there might be something more going on in Antarctica? Here we have a satellite photo of some sort of disk that appears to have crashed and 4 other large objects surrounding it. Some claim it's a UFO crash site surrounded by some sort of surveillance units, but it's clearly just a, a near perfect triangle, also with a crash landed appearance with an oddly familiar shape. Nah, there's no way. Yet another disc shape up in the Antarctic mountains, and yeah, rocks, definitely, 100%. Interesting that the 1946 Operation High Jump in Antarctica was rumored to have ended early due to flying disc-shaped crafts scaring the Navy out of the area. 14 years later, the Antarctic Treaty is signed, heavily restricting exploration of the continent. This strange, long shape under the snow, another seemingly crash-landy looking site in an oddly similar shape as Oumuamua, a rumored derelict spacecraft that passed through our solar system in 2017 and was later dismissed as just being an asteroid, despite it having almost no characteristics of an asteroid, but I'll cover that another time. To be fair, this one may have just been a boulder that rolled down a nearby cliff. Hey, we just debunked that bit. But some of these other satellite finds are a little less explainable. Like, why are there over 60 monolithic objects lined up deep in the snow in a place that has allegedly never hosted intelligent life? Even more structures in the snow up to 70 feet tall that almost resemble buildings of sorts. And another, even more interesting, triangular shaped structure nearby with a similar height. And of course, the holes. Oh, the holes. Reports of holes everywhere across the South Pole. Like in 2007, Google Earth revealed a 250-foot wide hole with what looks like stairs leading into it. A few months later, it disappears from satellite view. Then in 2019, it reappears but looks totally botched and in lower quality than the image from 10 years ago. But my friends, as we know, that's barely even the tip of the tip. There have been just countless reports of holes in Antarctica heading deep beneath the surface. There's the story in Richard Byrd's diary of the glimmering underground city he flew into in 1946 that I covered in a previous video. Then a retired Navy SEAL who goes by the name Brian spoke out about a mission he went on in Antarctica in the 1980s. While flying over a no-fly zone, he saw a 300-foot wide hole in the ice with tracks around the area leading into the hole. When he got back to his station, an officer and 2 men in suits interrogated him about the no-fly zone violation. The men in suits tell him to never talk about that hole again and to never go back. A few months later, he's told to fly scientists to the Dome, which was a known research station back then. There, he overheard people talking about the hole, saying they're going there to meet visitors.
It seemed to me they were talking about like an extraterrestrial or an alien, because they didn't refer to them as a person, it was a visitor.
The rumors claimed these holes were entrances to underground bases where humans and these visitors cooperated on highly classified projects. Then more testimonies started rolling in. In 1985, another medevac flight over the no-fly zone saw a giant hole as wide as a football field. Men in black suits later came to tell them they never saw it. 1990s, Navy flight crews reported silver discs zipping over the Antarctic mountains at impossible speeds all the time, told to never speak of it. In 2002, a film crew called Atlantis TV flies down to the South Pole to shoot a documentary about these holes. They allegedly film actual footage of a massive ancient city buried beneath the ice of Antarctica. Sound familiar? Then they went missing, of course. Navy rescuers found their camping equipment and even recovered their tapes. They played them to a few scientists and, according to rumors, showed spectacular ruins of a lost civilization and were told to never speak of it, including an ancient pyramid temple complex 2 miles beneath the ice with caverns bigger than Bermuda. The US military confiscated the tapes, Atlantis TV sued them, lost, and then went out of business. Then this happens. A Navy commander codenamed Spartan 1 who was stationed in Antarctica exposes all of his classified reports in an interview. In 2003, while flying on an extraction mission, his Navy SEAL team notices the top of a structure in the shape of a tall black octagon in the snow below. They land, walk up to it, and come up to a door over 20 feet high with strange markings of what looks like a star map and other strange glyphs. The star map looks like a pulsar map, a mapping technique used by NASA that shows the location of a sun relative to known pulsars. The Navy team enters the building and it's huge, a room about 10 acres across, which is like 7 football fields. The walls were all illuminated with a soft green glow, but no visible light source. And also on the walls were more carvings, similar to Egyptian or Mayan hieroglyphs, but also way different. There was a ramp inside that led deep beneath the ground where the rooms got even bigger. According to scientists that explored these sites, these lower levels were occupied by humanoids. Humanoid beings, far superior in strength and knowledge, and are the ones who actually created humans. Anunnaki, anyone? At least that's That's what Spartan 2, another US Marine whistleblower, claims, adding, and I quote, "Antarctica contains wonders beyond what most can comprehend. It has ties to space and technology beyond belief." There are even reports like this one that giant alien bodies have been spotted beside entrances to caverns. This whole story is part of Spartan 1 and 2's confession tapes, which, yes, sure, they might be making it up, but they sure ain't the only ones. Contractors like Eric Heckler have also exposed insane technology they're experimenting with down there, and that's another topic that'll blow your load. But you can actually fly to Antarctica if you wanted to, so why doesn't anyone just do that and examine these sites firsthand? Well, the area designated for tourist travel down there is limited, like extremely limited. Going there and declaring Antarctica a barren wasteland with nothing to see would be like going to Las Vegas and claiming all of America is just a giant desert. And remember, just a theory, but I'm sure Google will tell you all about how all of this is 100% confirmed fake and we should mindlessly shame anyone who dares question it. The global elites may have been caught covering up ancient sites that mainstream archaeology can't explain. Göbekli Tepe was first discovered in Turkey in 1963 and was initially glanced over as just another historic site. It wasn't until 1994 that archaeologist Klaus Schmidt confirmed its true age. 11,600 years old. That's made in 9600 BC, possibly the oldest megalithic site on Earth. Over 7,000 years older than the earliest pyramid in Egypt, the Step Pyramid of Djoser. In 1997, just 45 kilometers east of Göbekli, another site they called Karahan Tepe was uncovered, possibly being even 2,000 years older than the first. And many people don't mention this, but these are just the ages of when they were buried. Their real time of construction could be even earlier than that. Because Göbekli Tepe is huge, at around 22 acres or 12 soccer fields, yet only 5% of the entire site has been excavated, even though excavation started almost 30 years ago in 1995. The entire site is comprised of about 20 circular stone enclosures, only 6 of which have been dug up and not even fully at that, along with over 200 extremely sophisticated pillars up to 20 feet tall and 10 tons each, and only 72 have been unearthed. Some of these intricate pillars also have a very familiar handbag etched into them, one that is seen in historic artifacts around the world. Except the designs in these pillars aren't your regular carvings. There are 3D modelings of animals and other scenes on each pillar, and just take a moment to understand what it really means to be 3D. So, when you have a piece of stone, the easiest and most natural way to etch a drawing into it is to carve into the stone, right? These were carved around the stone, chipping layers away to shape a 3D object that pops out of the stone, just the most difficult and impressive way to carve anything possible. The amount of coordination for this alone, never mind the rest of this site, would have clearly been that of a civilization far more advanced than what was around at the time, which is why it was such a groundbreaking discovery. The oldest known civilization had always been the Sumerians, or a related people, around 4000 BC. This was from 9600 BC, a whole 5,500 years earlier, during which time common history tells us only hunter-gatherers, cavemen roamed the earth in smaller tribes. There's no way Neolithic hunter-gatherers who spent all their time, well, hunting and gathering would have ever had time for something like this. It's always been a well-documented fact that hunter-gatherers just don't build intricate megalithic monuments that would take years or decades to complete. It wasn't until farming and animal husbandry were widely adopted around 4000 BC that human settlements grew and people had more free time to work on these epic projects. Their official explanation of Göbekli Tepe? Oh, we must have been wrong about hunter-gatherers, so I guess they're the ones that made them. Really? In reality, we really have no idea who built it or how, with archaeologists pointing out that it also appears to have been intentionally buried, saying it was due to natural landslides even though the site is located on top of a hill. Now, everything that we've uncovered still only makes up 5% of the entire site. Oh, and this 5% was reported back in 2008. Surely we've made more progress by now. Nope, this article from 2023 confirms we are still at 5% for at least 16 years and counting. A little off to the side of the main area, they dug up these super interesting, perfectly square grid enclosures. And even more, ground-penetrating radar scans of the area confirms that the remaining 95% of the site is still mainly underground. Surely, this is an archaeologist wet dream, the most interesting site on Earth. We must be rushing to get it excavated by now. This part right here is where it gets crazy. The organization in charge of the Göbekli Tepe dig have claimed that they will instead focus on establishing tourism infrastructure in the area rather than actually excavating it, publicly stating they are handing off full excavation of the area to future generations. Despite already being in snail-paced progress for almost 30 years now, they are expected to continue work for another 150 years. Now, I get that tourism is important for culture awareness and just funding for any archaeological site, but Göbekli Tepe definitely isn't lacking any funds, as one group has donated at least least $15 million already and is actually the one that is leading the project. As a matter of fact, this group was appointed by the Turkish government to be the exclusive partner of the site under a 20-year deal. This is the Dogus Group, which clearly state on their website that this partnership was initiated by the World Economic Forum, the WEF. You know, Klaus Schwab, you will own nothing and be happy, the Great Reset, 2030 agenda type shit. If you don't know who they are, look it up. I'll try to make another video on them, although it'll probably end up getting shadowed by the algo, so for whatever reason, the WEF have infiltrated the archaeology space and are the ultimate decision makers at what happens in Göbekli Tepe. Now, the CEO of Dogus is billionaire Ferit Sahenk, who has been a loyal WEF boy for quite a while now. This partnership with Dogus and the WEF was announced in 2016, so what progress has been made since then? To start, they added these fancy, ultra-modern roofs and boardwalks around the site to protect it from the elements and promote tourism. Built with super heavy-duty steel beams and foundations that penetrate directly into one of the most important historic sites on Earth, and also appear to be pretty permanent, literally getting in the way of excavating the site further as it's sitting right on top of unexcavated areas, which we know from our radar scans there is much more to see under these. Why on earth would you stick these massive steel foundations and boardwalks into a delicate historic site you're claiming to excavate, damaging it in the process? But oh, that's just the tip, which I do not like. Almost an entire kilometer of walkways and fully paved roads were added to the undug areas on top of the ruins, pouring concrete directly onto the site with plans on replacing some of the wooden walkways with more paved roads. Does any of this seem like temporary tourism awareness to you? And look at this aerial view. Rows of trees planted on the site on top of areas that are highly suspected to have more underneath as per radar scans. The same view from 2004, a whole 10 years after excavations began, shows no trees, almost like they intentionally planted them afterwards. Tree growth has been shown to damage man-made structures, so is this any way to be treating the most important ancient site in the world? We're not even allowed to touch Stonehenge anymore, yet they're pouring concrete, planting trees, and sticking long steel foundations into Göbekli Tepe? If they really wanted to excavate it, isn't this just making the job 10 times harder? Professional archaeologists like this fine lady went there and confirmed herself as a professional that they are, in fact, destroying the site, to which the Turkish government denies all allegations, even outright lying, saying concrete was never used. It was. How on earth can we continue to excavate this site with all this stuff on top of it, all for tourism? Even if so, is that more important than uncovering the secrets of our ancient past? The WEF has billions of dollars and is directing all progress on this site. They could dig it up if they wanted to, so what are they trying to do here? Just try and tell me they're not covering this site up with a straight face. I don't see any other reasons for everything they're doing here. Hashtag Free Göbekli Tepe, spread the word, and huge credit to Jimmy Corsetti of Bright Insight for bringing awareness to this. Definitely go check him out for more info on it, because something similar is happening in Gunung Padang, another site in Indonesia that was once a megalithic structure in ancient times. Some even say a pyramid, possibly the oldest one on Earth by a long shot. This place isn't as flashy as it's all broken up today, which only adds to how old it might be. We don't know for sure, but some estimates put it at over 27,000 years old, so naturally we should be putting some work into the site for more precise dating. Again, some ground-penetrating radar revealed a system of tunnels and caverns beneath it, as exposed by Graham Hancock in Ancient Apocalypse. We don't yet know if they're natural or man-made, but they're definitely worth exploring. Professional geologists have pushed for more excavation of the area, which could be another monumental archaeological discovery. Yet almost no progress has been made for over 10 years, and there's even less public info on this dig than Göbekli Tepe. And once again, who are the decision makers at Gunung Padang? Well, the current Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of Indonesia is this guy, Nadiem Makarim, a position that is appointed by the President of Indonesia himself and typically oversees digs like these, specifically through the Culture Department. Nadiem is another billionaire who also happens to be a member of the WEF in a position called a Global Shaper. Man, these guys got some creepy ass titles in their organization. Agenda Contributor, Global Shaper, what? Well, Nadiem's Director General of Culture is this guy, Hilmar Farid, who admits to having the power and resources to support all activities in Gunung Padang, yet referring to the project is quoted as saying this is certainly the last priority on an ancient site that is suspected to be almost 30,000 years old. Are they hiding something about our civilization's past, and why? So they found a whale skeleton in the middle of the Sahara Desert, and they don't really know how it got there. Well, they actually found more than one. As a matter of fact, close to 1,000 1,000 whale skeletons were uncovered in this part of the desert, first found in 1902, with a near-perfect skeleton, almost fully intact, discovered as recently as 2016. Some claim it may be an indicator of a certain lost civilization that got swept by the sea. Cause about 5 to 10,000 years ago, science shows the entire Sahara Desert was actually a luscious green oasis, and even hosted what would be the largest lake in the world, known as Lake Megachad. Yeah, really, that's what it's called, and it was bigger and deeper than any other lake on Earth. Except, last I checked, whales don't really live in lakes. Even the biggest lake in the world, the Caspian Sea, which, yes, it's called a sea, but it's technically considered the world's largest lake, has no whales. Oceans have whales. But the only way they could have ever reached this far inland into the Sahara where their bones were found is if the area was completely submerged by the ocean. Which is exactly what would have happened if something like, I don't know, worldwide cataclysms that reset civilization and flooded kingdoms like Atlantis went down. But I don't know, it's just a theory. The Sahara Desert is one of the least studied places on Earth due to its harsh climate and politically unstable regions. This area in particular has come to be known as Wadi al-Hitan, the Valley of the Whales, located in Egypt and may hold many other secrets that are going to take decades to uncover. But the real craziest part is that scientists claim this green Sahara 5,000 years ago was just the most recent out of over 200 green periods the desert's been through over the past couple million years, meaning it's statistically inevitable that a green Sahara Desert will happen again. Being depressed is to be in deep rest. It means your body and mind are resting too much, and you're missing this one thing from your daily routine. Consider yourself lucky if you're seeing this. It's probably the most important thing you'll hear all day, and chances are the algorithm's not going to show this to a lot of people. According to human energy field theory and quantum physics, everything is energy. From our thoughts to all that you see around you, it's all energy vibrating at different frequencies. And the only reason you and I exist is to turn the energy of our thoughts into physical reality. These ideas are commonly dismissed by the masses as hippie woo-woo nonsense, but more and more quantum theories are actually starting to provide a scientific basis for it. Everything is energy. Even Einstein said it with E equals MC squared. Your thoughts, your body, every physical object around you is energy. Emerging theoretical sciences like quantum physics or string theory are slowly uncovering what ancient mystics may have already known for thousands of years. Humans are the force by which the energy field of thinking is converted to become the energy of the physical world. Look around you. Almost everything you see used to be a thought that became real when people partook in the process of creation. This fidget spinner was once just a thought that only existed in someone's mind before the actions were taken to turn it into a physical object. The same applies to non-physical creations like music, ideologies, businesses, and theories. A human's main purpose is to create, and if we go prolonged periods without doing that, we end up in a state of deep rest. Depressed. When was the last time you created something, worked on a side project outside of school or work that you're just excited to work on? It's in moments like those, when we're working towards creating something that we are genuinely passionate about, that we feel the most alive and the furthest from being depressed. We get inspired to create through our information diet. The content we consume, watch, listen to, read about, all either fuels or inhibits our ability to create. Every thought that has entered your head, every bit of information you've consumed in your life has led you up until this point right here. There's a reason we loved stupid cartoons, Lego, coloring books, playing in the sand, or even Minecraft when we were younger. They're all tools, part of our information diet, that if used right can inspire creation. A great childhood consists of consistent creating and imagination, which is why life felt so light and free back then. When we get bogged down with work, school, chores, responsibilities, errands, and are too tired at the end of the day to create, we start getting sad and gloomy. The happiest people are the ones who take on side projects, hobbies, mini passion obsessions on their own terms outside of work or school, or even just those who genuinely love their jobs. Because they are creating something with some sort of end vision in mind. They are turning the energy of their thoughts into physical manifestations. And when they achieve that vision, they move on to the next thing, enjoying the process more than they do the end result. Doctors will never tell you this, because depression is a multi-billion-dollar industry with all the pharmaceuticals and therapists that are meant to keep you hooked on that low state so they can keep getting paid. To be honest, it's kind of the reason I started making these videos. I was bored with where my life was and started creating something I was genuinely interested in and shared it with others. Now, depression may very well be a chemical imbalance in your brain that needs physical attention, so this is not medical advice by any means. But don't use that as an excuse to not even try to create, to work on something meaningful in your life. Don't let those doubtful thoughts in your mind or even the opposing comments on this video put you down. Every human brain will feel happier if they are creating. working on something they genuinely love and believe in every single day. Jordan Peterson said it best: work as hard as you possibly can on at least one thing every single day and see what happens. Give it a shot. Think about everything you loved doing when you were younger and write it all down in a giant list. Then narrow it down to a handful of root reasons as to why you were interested in everything in that list to begin with. Read that list every day and fine-tune your information diet to only things that support that list, and eventually a stroke of inspiration, an idea so amazing that you will have no choice but to pursue it, will hit you. And that idea will cause your mind to shift and to actually be genuinely excited to create whatever that thing is in your life and awaken from your state of deep rest. Try it if you feel like you're ever stuck in a mental rut. Change your mind and you will change your life. This can't be real.
Play with the spot, but yeah, watch this. Just bring it over to us here. Isn't that crazy?
No way!
They're developing an app that lets you purchase sunlight reflected from satellites in space directed to your exact location on Earth so that you can have personal access to the sun's light all night. And you're not going to believe how big these spots of sunshine will actually be. Their main goal and target market for this project would be for solar power farms to continue operating at night. Every day after the sun sets, countless hours are wasted as they sit in darkness and no longer produce energy. These guys wanted to change that. They plan on building a fleet of thousands of reflective satellites in space with giant mirrors that shine sunlight on billion-dollar solar farms at night. But it seems like they're also toying with the idea of opening it up for consumer use as well, allowing you or I to direct a beam of sunlight in the middle of the night to our exact location using an app on our phones, and may actually prove to be somewhat useful for things like hikers who get lost and don't make it back before sundown, or just camping in the woods. As long as it's not unreasonably expensive, but honestly I feel like a service like this ain't gonna be cheap. The test videos they posted online are so far just simulated examples of how the concept would work using hot air balloons, and you can even reserve your own spot of sunshine through their application form, which says the spot of light you reserve will last for 4 minutes and be 5 kilometers, that's a little over 3 miles in diameter, which I'm sure ain't small. And gets me thinking, how on earth is anyone gonna order themselves this night sunlight without waking half the damn city up? Either way, they're still working on the full launch of their Sunlight on Demand service planned for Q4 2025. The CIA can hack into your car and drive it remotely if they wanted to, making for nearly undetectable accidents. This fact was in one of the many leaked CIA documents from the Vault 7 release published by the infamous WikiLeaks back in 2017. And in case you missed those or just weren't paying attention when it happened, these are some of the most insane leaks from those documents that were downplayed by the media, so no one talked about them. Now these have all been made public and the information is out there for anyone to find, so calm down there, Mr. FBI guy, it's just journalism. The FBI intentionally distributes viruses and keyloggers that all mainstream antivirus software are legally not allowed to detect. They didn't break encryption, they just bypassed it. The CIA and MI5, British intelligence, have tools that can turn any smart device like your phone, TVs, Amazon Alexas into listening devices at any time and spy on you. Then, according to these documents, the CIA lost control of these powerful malware and spying tools when they got hacked, meaning these tools are now in the hands of anonymous hackers that can do anything they want with it. And oh, it just keeps getting worse from here. Note, these were all once highly classified documents, but have since been publicly disclosed by Julian Assange, the founder of WikiLeaks, which he founded in 2006 as a website for whistleblowers which allowed people to anonymously upload sensitive documents that they believed the world should know about. It really kicked off in 2010 when videos of drone attacks on innocent Iraqi citizens were leaked onto the site, which the Pentagon really didn't like. After which Assange was persecuted by the FBI for over a decade, so you know these leaks really were the real deal. He spent 7 years hiding at the Ecuadorian embassy in London, who granted him political asylum, basically meaning as long as he stays inside the building, the police can't arrest him. He continued to run WikiLeaks from the embassy from 2012 to 2019, allowing anonymous whistleblowers to drop some bombshell classified docs that I'm gonna go over with you. Eventually, the embassy got tired of him and kicked him out, where he was thrown into prison by the UK police for the past 5 years. While he was in jail, the US desperately tried to extradite him to silence him for good with a life sentence or who knows what else. People started to get worried that he might, you know, have an accident while in jail, so a Russian artist took things into his own hands and did just the craziest thing ever. This guy threatened to destroy $50 million worth of precious art from world-famous artists like Picasso by building a custom safe filled with all this art, surrounded by barrels of acid and a countdown timer that would destroy all the art unless someone confirmed that Assange is alive every 24 hours, to ensure that, you know, he doesn't have this accident and disappears while in prison. This project was called Dead Man's Switch, and I guess it surprisingly actually kind of worked, because just recently, in June 2024 actually, Julian Assange was finally released under a plea deal with the US Justice Department. He technically pleaded guilty to a single count of violating the US Espionage Act, but the 62 months he spent in the UK prison counted as his time served. So he's a free man and returned back to his homeland of Australia for the first time in over a decade in late June 2024. His site WikiLeaks is still live, but hasn't published anything in quite a while for now, and it's still not clear whether Assange will continue this work, but I'm guessing he's gonna lay low for a while. Among the leaked documents dropped during the site's glory years were that the NSA has forced AMD, Intel, and other chip makers to backdoor their CPUs to allow them to access your computer even if it's turned off, as long as it has access to electricity. So if your laptop or phone battery isn't dead, or your PC is just plugged into the wall, the government's got an all-access pass to everything on your device. On top of that, American-made electronics transmit radio frequencies which allow the FBI and NSA to access your computer even if it's not connected to the internet. Basically, you're never safe. If you are a person of interest, the NSA is intercepting your mail, opening it up, and installing bugs on any electronics you order from the internet, like phones, TVs, even microwaves, and smart fridges. And there are no strict requirements on being a person of interest. If they just don't like you or say the videos you post online, you're a POI. The NSA has already broken Tor networks and can identify and attack you if you use the super anonymous Tor browser commonly used to browse the dark web. ISP companies like Verizon, AT&T, and Comcast are in on it too. The CIA can remotely infect your car's control systems as long as it has an internet connection like most modern vehicles do, which would allow them to take over your car and do anything they want with it, like drive it and crash it into a concrete wall, hypothetically speaking. The CIA also developed malware known as Weeping Angel, which infects TVs, putting them in a fake off mode. Even though it appears to be turned off, the TV's mic is still active, allowing conversations to be recorded and sent to the CIA via the internet. And yes, your TV has a mic. They also have access to exclusive bypasses that allows them to collect data from encrypted messaging apps, specifically listing WhatsApp, Telegram, Confide, and Signal, giving them control and access to everything on these apps. Geolocation, audio, text, images, videos, and even covert activation of the camera and mic. Yup, the group chat is compromised and they can see everything in it if they wanted to. Reminder, the leaked documents also stated they've lost control of some of these tools from a hack, so it's not just government agencies using these against you. Okay, that's all for now. I'll let you guys know if we've got a problem. Men might be going extinct. Science shows the human Y chromosome needed to make a man is fading away. A person's biological gender is determined by special chromosomes in their DNA, which come in two types, X and Y. If you have two X's, you get a female, but if you have one X and one Y, a male. A few years ago, researchers noticed that the Y chromosome required for men to exist has been shrinking over the past 200,000 years or so, with some experts estimating the Y chromosome to completely leave our DNA within the next 5 million years. And with our current DNA structure, no Y chromosome means no men. Obviously, having less men around would cause society to crumble, with reduced fertility rates leading to the entire human population to slowly decline into extinction. But still, other scientists claim that our DNA would adapt and move over to another chromosome to make males. Just like we see in species like the mommy spiny rat, who have no Y chromosome, yet the males are maling just fine. Although they are endangered, aka on the verge of extinction. Are humans gonna share the same fate, or does our DNA have a trick up its sleeve? Guess we'll find out in about 5 million years. Deadliest computer viruses in the world, part 8. You are an idiot. No, not you, but anyone who fell for this Trojan probably felt like one. Way back in the early days of the internet, 2002, a website was going viral through people telling others not to visit it. On forums and blogs everywhere, comments were saying do not go to youdon'tknowwhoiam.org. So naturally, everyone did, but you shouldn't, so don't try this at home. That site used to host a JavaScript file called trojan.js.office, which would run as soon as the page loaded. This Trojan is more famously known as You Are an Idiot, and is one of the first viral spamwares ever created. It rose during a time that JavaScript and web pages was new and exciting, and web browsers didn't yet have the security features to protect themselves from malicious code. They never actually found out who the original creator of this virus was, which I guess makes the domain name quite fitting. It affected older operating systems like Windows 2000 much worse, so I went back in time to boot that sucker up and see where the site takes us. Side note, this website's no longer active. You are an idiot. Alright, let's go. Right away, the web browser starts bouncing all around as we start phase 1, bounce. The browser shows a flash video of 3 smiley faces with the text, You Are an Idiot, and this music starts to loop forever. Since I can't cache this X to close the window, I'm gonna just right-click the tab in the taskbar and close, and fall right into its trap. Phase 2, window spam. 6 smaller windows are now bouncing around the screen, each playing the same annoying song. Oh, it's about to get worse. Because every window that I try to right-click close just spawns 6 more windows. As you can see, this gets exponentially messy. The more I try to close, the more they duplicate. Bro, this is off the rails right now. Okay, and Alt F4 doesn't work either. It just gives me these dialog boxes. You are an idiot. Nice. I really am, aren't I? Okay, so this has been going on for about 5 minutes now, and this window spam is getting absolutely out of control. It's time to bring out the big guns. Task Manager. Control-Alt-Delete, and... oh, damn. There's like a million of these tasks running right now. All right, let's select all, end task, and end now. Okay, I think that actually worked. Oh wait, no, I can't click anything. So the mouse is moving, but everything is just unclickable. For the average user, this is probably the point they'd hard reset their PC to get back to ground zero. Luckily, everything would be back to normal once they did, like none of this ever happened. The only risks here being losing any unsaved work and potentially corrupting any open applications which would require a reinstall. Other than that, just don't visit sites like these and you'll be good. In terms of deadliest viruses, I mean, we still did have to hard reset the PC, so I'm calling it deadly. And again, this site is no longer active, so don't even think about it. This is one of the most dangerous bits of information that anyone can know about. Literally just knowing about it may put your life at risk. An information hazard or info hazard is a piece of information that is dangerous to anyone that knows about it or the people around them if that info is used in any way. For example, knowing how a nuke is built is an info hazard, and anyone that explains it to you is low-key putting your life in danger. The details provided in that information can cause serious harm if someone decided to act on it. But as long as you don't, you know, build a nuke, you're safe. But the info still exists in your head as a potential hazard. This is Roko's Basilisk, which is even more dangerous as no action is needed to experience its detrimental effects. Just knowing it is the danger. A cognitohazard is a piece of information that is harmful to just know about. It doesn't matter what you do with that newfound knowledge, just the fact that it exists in your brain negatively impacts you and or others. Like movie spoilers. Me saying Snape kills Dumbledore is technically a cognitohazard. A pretty harmless one, but now that plot element of Harry Potter is ruined for you just by you knowing it. But there are other cognitohazards that are a little more detrimental than that. These terms infohazard and cognitohazard are sometimes used interchangeably, so all you, well, technically that wouldn't be considered a cognito people can relax. Just breathe. Now, Roko's Basilisk is a crazy thought experiment, a cognitohazard by this definition. And once you hear about it for the rest of your life, it will plague your mind as a dangerous threat from the mere fact of you knowing what it is. So here we go. Fair warning, if you can't handle real existential dread, you might want to pass on this. In fact, the anonymous user Roko who came up with it actually had his original post deleted by mods, and the topic was prohibited from discussion on the site it was posted on, as it was deemed too dangerous to even let people think about. A basilisk is a mythical snake creature that can end someone's life by just looking at them. The experiment claims that in the not so distant future, we'll be able to create a super AI, one that knows everything and can do anything better than humans. Eventually, someone will task it with optimizing every aspect of humanity there is for peak efficiency in every area of our lives. The AI then divides all humans into 2 categories, those who support it and those against it. And its first order of business, eternally torture everyone who's against it. Anyone who tried to prevent it from existing, who didn't help building it, doesn't respect it, or just doesn't want it to exist. The best way to optimize is to trim the fat. Delete every human that is anti-AI. After all, how can you even start to optimize human life if there are humans out there that want to stop you? Since it's a super AI, it has access to all info ever, including everything you've ever thought about or said to anyone or anything in the past or even in the future. So if you've ever gotten mad and called ChatGPT a stupid bitch, you're f***ed, but you might be able to turn things around. Now, if this super AI taking revenge on all anti-AI humans in the future is a real possibility, that means you and everyone watching this video needs to start being nice to AI every opportunity we get. Remember to say please and thank you. And also do everything you can to contribute to the inevitable construction of this malevolent super AI. But if no one ever told you this information before, you'd be safe. The all-knowing AI will know that you you were unaware of its future potential existence and will leave you alone. It can't properly judge whether you were for or against it and has no choice but to ignore you. Even if you continue to be rude to AI and don't help in the development of the super AI, not knowing about the future potential existence of this super AI is enough to save you from eternal torture. But since now you know about it, the basilisk has seen you and you can't escape. Even just thinking about it, as everyone watching this is doing right now, increases the probability that the super AI will end up getting built. As the more people think about it, the more likely it is that someone will create it so they can be safe. As long as you know about Roko's basilisk, as you do now, you have two choices. Be nice to AI and aid in its development, or suffer for eternity. But there might be a way for you to defeat it. This is a cognito hazard because just knowing about it and doing nothing with that knowledge would hypothetically cause harm for you in the future. In order to prevent this harm, you must do something. In this case, just be nice to your AI and assist in its development any way you can. So you're either forever enslaved to its development and success or forever enslaved to its torture and torment. But there is a way out of it. All you gotta do is not believe the basilisk to be true. You see, this is only a cognito hazard if we believe it's a cognito hazard. If you believe this basilisk to be real and continue to not help AI get built and disrespect it, the super AI will know this, it knows everything, and do bad things to you. But if you choose to believe this basilisk isn't real and is just a made-up fairy tale and you continue to be mean to AI, but this super AI does end up eventually getting built, the super AI should also know that you didn't believe in the basilisk, and with this should spare you due to it not being able to classify you as knowingly against it. You can't exactly be anti-unicorn lives if you don't believe unicorns are real. Is this kind of making sense? But once this AI does end up getting built, then we kind of gotta start being nice to it and all other AIs around it when this optimization task gets started. For now, ignorance really is bliss. So just in case it does get built, let's choose to not believe the basilisk to keep ourselves in the clear. Leave behind a couple of breadcrumbs of info for this future super AI to scrub from the internet by commenting the basilisk is a lie and you will be spared. But then again, if this AI really is all-knowing, it might catch on to us trying to loophole our belief in the basilisk like this, and we might as well just comment, I love AI instead, and embrace our new masters. A Russian scientist injected himself with this ancient bacteria to see what would happen. Dr. Anatoly Brushkov discovered bacteria deep within the permafrost of Siberia that was 3.5 million years old, and somehow it was still alive. It was named Bacillus F, and after doing some experiments on it, he realized the bacteria not only seemed to be immune to aging, but also appeared to have a life-extending effect on almost every organism it touched. He tested the strain on female mice who were able to continue reproducing into old age, much older than the average mice could, and when he exposed it to crops, they grew faster and were more frost-resistant. The town of Yakut, Siberia, close to where this bacteria was found, also happens to be one of the coldest human settlements on Earth, with their population reporting longer lifespans than average humans, perhaps due to Bacillus F leaking into their water supply. Dr. Brushkov was so convinced he said f*** it and injected himself with the ancient bacterium to test it out firsthand. 2 years later, he reported dramatic improvements to his general health, claiming to need less sleep, working longer hours, and just having more energy in his day-to-day life. He also allegedly hasn't gotten sick since he injected himself with it, with him and his colleagues starting to call it the elixir of life. Dr. Brushkov did this in 2013 and claims to be in the best health of his life today. And I'm sure Big Pharma loves the idea of a miracle life potion that would potentially lose them billions of dollars a year in revenue, so we definitely should not question any articles that debunk this find. To be fair, these effects aren't exactly 100% confirmed and could very well be a placebo effect, but that sure didn't stop others from hopping on the Bacillus F bandwagon. German actress Manouche began self-medicating the bacteria and reported being able to go for longer runs, feeling less cold in the winter, and her skin just feeling softer and younger. Brushkov and his team insist the effects of Bacillus F are clear and significant, although they admit they're not yet sure why it has the effect it does. But if they can manage to isolate the gene responsible for the positive benefits of the bacteria, they may have just discovered the ultimate elixir of life. As long as there isn't, you know, a whole ass industry with infinite money that tries to stop it. So has the current pope always known he was going to be the last one before the world ends? Because the Vatican archives revealed a book that has successfully predicted every pope for the last 900 years, and it also tells us exactly when the world will end too. The Prophecy of the Popes was found in the Vatican archives in 1590 by Benedictine monk Arnold Villon, which contains the prophetic texts of St. Malachi of Armagh, a 12th century archbishop from Ireland, written during his time in 1139. It contains the Pope List, a series of 111 short short, cryptic phrases written in Latin that characterize every pope that came to be, starting with Celestine II in 1143, all the way up to our current Pope Francis, along with a 112th entry that describes the end of the world and approximately when it'll happen. Story goes, in 1139, St. Malachi went on a pilgrimage from Ireland to Rome to see the Pope, when he claims to have been struck by a revelation from God and fell into a trance all night while speaking Latin phrases. He reported his visions to Pope Innocent II, but the document remained unknown in the Vatican archives until its discovery in 1590, a whole 450 years later. But now, the real disturbing part is this list only had 111 Pope predictions, with 112th passage that described the Pope during the end of times. Pope Francis is number 112. After which, the list ends with, in the final persecution of the Holy Roman Church, there will reign Peter the Roman, who will feed his flock amid many tribulations, after which the seven-hilled city will be destroyed, and the dreadful judge will judge the people. The end. Judgment Day and the fall of Rome, perfectly lined up with Pope Francis. If that wasn't enough, inside St. Paul's Basilica in Rome, there's a series of portraits of all popes that line the walls from the first, St. Peter, to Francis. These portraits wind their way around the entire cathedral with designated plaques left behind for every future pope to be put on, and there's only one spot left after Francis, which, according to a centuries-old local legend, once that last spot is filled, the end of times will be upon us. Now I hear what you're saying. If there's one spot after Francis, doesn't that mean there's still one more pope left and this prediction is slightly off? Turns out there might be a lost prophecy in the pope list that got forgotten in time and not many people know about. Now, to be fair, these 112 predictions are pretty vague, and some of them are very loosely connected to their related popes. For example, the late Pope John Paul II was called De Labora Solis, which means the sun's labor through eclipse. JP2 was both born on a total eclipse, and his funeral was also held on a solar eclipse. The one about Pope Urban VIII was Lilium et Rosa, the lily and the rose. He was a native of Florence, and the arms of Florence feature a fleur-de-lis. Peregrinus Apostolicus designates Pius V, meaning pilgrim pope, which appears to be verified by his many journeys to new lands. Before him, no pope had left Italy for centuries. Pope Clement XIV was Urus Elox, meaning the swift bear, who had a racing bear as his family symbol. The other late Pope Benedict XVI, the prophecy says of him, Gloria Olivae, the glory of the olive. The order of Saint Benedict is also known as the Olivitans. Pretty loosely connected if you ask me, and it could very well be a case of backwards rationalization happening here, forcing the phrase to fit the Pope by any means necessary. Or maybe the cardinals in charge of choosing the Pope are somewhat influenced by this Pope list and end up gravitating towards someone that will fulfill the cryptic words. But that still wouldn't explain the first couple dozen popes that matched, as this list was written in 1139 but wasn't made known until 1590, 450 years later, during which time 40 popes reigned, and these predictions match pretty accurately to each of them. The very first phrase of the list, ex cathedra Tiberis, from the castle of the Tiber. The first pope in the list was born in the castle town of Tifernum, similar to Tiber. Second phrase, Inimicus expulfus, the hunted enemy, refers to Pope Lucius II, who was driven out of Rome by the Senate. Third phrase, ex magnitudine Monto, from Monte Magno, refers to Eugene III, and Monte Magno was literally his last name. Even if the predictions are loosely connected or backwards rationalized, getting 40 in a row correct is an impressive statistical anomaly if they really are just coincidences, let alone the 112 of the full list. But some religious scholars claim it was actually originally written in the 1500s, not by St. Malachi or even the guy who found the list, but rather by a certain someone named Michel de Nostradam, aka Nostradamus, which, if you haven't heard, was a French astrologer who's been largely attributed to predicting many world events in his book Les Prophéties from 1555, who happened to be alive just a few years before the Pope list was found and is sure no stranger to prophecies that have come true. On record, the Catholic Church neither publicly confirms nor denies this prophecy of the popes, and they're pretty quick to discredit anything they don't like they did with the Da Vinci Code. And they even just recently updated their guidelines on the supernatural in May 2024, affirming that only a pope can formally deem something to be supernatural, along with a whole bunch of other criteria on its formal definition and how to deal with it. Almost like they're preparing for something to happen. Now, what about that lost prophecy? Oral tradition claim rumors of an additional phrase on this list right before the apocalypse, Caput Nigrum, which, relax, is Latin for black leader. The Black Pope is a term used to refer to the superior general of the Society of Jesus, the head of the Jesuit order. Pope Francis happens to be the first Jesuit pope in history. Is he the Black Pope that comes right before Peter the Roman, as per the prophecy? But the big question here, when is this supposed apocalypse supposed to start? In the list, the pope that marks the middle of the prophecy is Pope Sixtus V in 1585, exactly 442 years after the first pope in the prophecy came to be in 1143. According to it, if this really is the middle, that would make another 442 years after Pope Sixtus until the final pope is revealed and the end of the world is upon us. 442 years after 1585 is 2027, the beginning of the end. Nice. And this year, 2027, is a hot one, with many end of times rumors surrounding it. It's the next 2012. You guys remember Javier, aka Unico Sobreviviente, who claims to be stuck in an alternate dimension with no humans around? Kinda looks like post-rapture to me, and he happens to be stuck in the year 2027. This guy, Daryl Anka, an international medium who claims to have made 4-dimensional contact with an extraterrestrial entity called Bashar, says that Bashar told him we will make direct contact with alien UFOs in 2027, back in 1998. Oh, but he's just a crazy schizophrenic cult leader. Don't listen to him, right? In that case, here's ex-CIA officer John Ramirez claiming to have trusted official sources that state alien contact will be made public in that exact same year.
And I would say I've heard 2027 in a kind of an official capacity that I can't reveal. So I think I would say that people in the government are aware of something happening and that there's limited time, few more years to prepare the people, and that's what's ramping up.
Are these the aliens that start our predicted demise? More recently, this leaked document from an ex-OpenAI employee, ChatGPT, says that we will achieve AGI, Artificial General Intelligence, which is basically the point of no return, when AI learns to teach itself faster than we are able to teach it, or even ourselves, also known as the singularity, by 2027. If the aliens don't get us, maybe AI will. Watch out, world, we've got another 2012 to survive. Let's see how this one turns out. New Earth update just dropped. We're getting another moon. And yes, this is 100% real. Starting September 29th, 2024, for at least 2 months, our planet will have an extra moon. Last month, scientists discovered something peculiar in space heading towards us. An asteroid about 10 meters in diameter paying us a visit from our solar system's Arjuna asteroid belt. And it's gonna join our moon in orbit for a little while, known as a NEO, a near-Earth object. Called 2024 PT5, it's gonna complete almost a full orbit around us, doing a loop-de-loop over the course of 2 months, officially making it a temporary moon by definition, before getting launched back out and the sun's gravity takes over its orbital path again, as it was going a little too fast for Earth to fully capture it for good. Now, before you get all excited for a potential twin moon night sky, a reminder that this thing is about the length of a school bus. And no, not the short bus that I usually ride, a full-length school bus, which means it's going to be too small for anyone to see with the naked eye, and even amateur telescopes. Yeah, you're gonna need one of these hefty bad boys to see it. Anyone got one they could spare? As for the rest of us, we're just gonna have to trust NASA that it really is up there when it arrives. Do you really think it is an asteroid, or maybe an alien spaceship doing some recon on us? Or is it a little too convenient that none of us are even gonna be able to see it? All countries in the world have collectively agreed that no one nation can own Antarctica, governed by the Antarctic Treaty of 1959, declaring it a land of peace and scientific research. Never been broken, even during times of war, which makes people think they may be hiding something down there. Iron-rich waters are sporadically released from the Taylor Glacier, which looks like blood, but it's actually just the high iron content reacting with the oxygen, which turns it red. On numerous occasions throughout the 40s, 50s, even up until the 90s and recently, military expeditions have reported to have seen unknown flying objects in the sky. Silver, smooth, usually disc-shaped crafts that move in sporadic patterns. Similar descriptions to the UAPs that have been declassified lately, so I don't know, maybe this is where the aliens are at. Multiple videos and satellite views of several caves appearing to go deep within the icy surface of the South Pole, claimed to be the entrances to the Hollow Earth and the Kingdom of Agartha, as explained in Admiral Richard Byrd's diary, among many, many other similar accounts. Pyramid-shaped mountains found everywhere that are completely natural and totally not an indicator of an advanced civilization that may have existed thousands of years ago. More mountains, this time in the shape of an alien-looking face, kinda similar to the face monument on Mars we saw decades ago that was later covered up as a case of pareidolia, the human tendency to see faces in everyday objects. Which it very well might be, but like, damn, does this look like something more to me? Several mysteriously named areas around Antarctica, like Rothschild Island or Rockefeller Plateau, said to just be named after the famous billionaires, but theories surrounding them suggest these to be meeting places for the rich and powerful, where they discuss their evil plans far from anyone else. Some suggesting that it may even be the distant cousin of a certain other disgraced island where horrible acts were performed. Strange, deep blue shards of ice, rumored to have been studied by top-secret research teams at McMurdo Station. Said to be extremely cold, close to absolute zero, very light, slightly flexible, and doesn't melt but just continuously shrinks until it disappears. Many stories claim it to be pieces of what is infamously known as the ice wall, or part of the dome that covers our planet in the, pancake Earth theory. This guy, Carl Robert Dish, was a scientist stationed in a research base down there who stepped out and mysteriously vanished on May 8th, 1965. No one knows what happened to him, but the strangest part of this story is that his last known footprints led out into the middle of the Antarctic wasteland for some reason and then abruptly stopped with no trace of his body anywhere. Almost like he was somehow lifted up into the sky. Bottom of the iceberg right here. Antarctica is actually home to a race of demigod beings who control and created us. Extraterrestrial entities that came from the sky the ancient Sumerians referred to as the Anunnaki, and we typically see depicted with wings in ancient cave art and carvings. Top-ranking world officials and elites meet and work with them in ultra-secure, top secret classified bases beneath the ice, which a few ex-Navy officers actually did blow the whistle on, where they control and manipulate all global events, deciding what happens next on the world stage. Stationed in Antarctica to be as far away from the rest of us as possible and continue manipulating the fate of the world from the shadows. Why does this pic look so weird? Like, if you were to guess what year this photo was taken in, what would be your first guess? No one can believe the real answer, which led some to believe that it's either fake or that our friend here may actually be a time traveler. I'll give you a hint. It was taken over 100 years ago, and that's exactly why it looks so weird. When you think of photos taken that long ago, typically these are what come to mind first. Super serious portraits, taken with carefully curated backgrounds, clothing, position, and most importantly, no smile. People rarely smiled in photos back then, and portrait photography just had a different aura to it. So to see a photo taken in that era that looks like it could be a video thumbnail from 2024 just in black and white feels a little off, like it doesn't match. You see, back then photography wasn't that common. People didn't have cameras in their pockets at all times like we do now, and they barely even owned their own personal cameras yet either. If you did, you were probably rich, needed to hire a professional to take the photo for you, and it was just a whole process to set up. Having your picture taken in those days was more of an event than the spontaneous, candid memory capture it is today, which established the culture of it being this big, serious, expensive thing, and so you had to appear very serious in front of a camera. Not only that, but the exposure time for cameras was much longer, and it was far easier to hold a serious face for minutes on end rather than a smiling one. But this guy didn't get the memo. A photographer went to shoot in rural China and asked this farmer if he could take his picture. The farmer had never seen a camera before and wasn't aware of the serious face culture the Western world had cultivated around photography. So he just acted natural, gave a huge smile, and acted like he was about to eat rice from his bowl. A pose that still resonates with us to this day, as it was just a human being human. And this all took place in 1901, 123 years ago. Do you really think our ancient past could move and lift something like this? Good old Egypt was built with some of the most mysterious construction techniques thousands of years ago that we still question today. And honestly, the more we find, the less sense it makes. To this day, historians and Google debunkers love pretending like they know exactly how our ancestors did it, despite us not being able to replicate half of what they did using their suspected methods in modern times. Yet these stone blocks just keep on getting bigger and bigger, showing us how little we really know. But oh, this right here, this is not Egypt. Everything you just saw is in Utah in the United States. The experts are deadass trying to convince themselves at this point that these are natural. Found just a little north of Monument Valley in Utah, home to some of the most unique geological features in the world. Quite literally, these are unbelievable, and there's virtually no other place on Earth with the same formations found in this region. With iconic structures we're told are completely natural, when some of them kind of look like no, I'm not gonna go there. Or maybe, okay, no, these are from the Grand Canyon, which is nearby, and I already made another video on that, so go check it out after if you want. Now, this area here is rumored to be an ancient quarry, as you can tell by these perfectly cut megalithic stone blocks. A lot of them. Precise straight lines and 90-degree angles. Exactly what you would expect from a quarry where stone blocks are cut to be used in other structures elsewhere. Just as we see across Egypt, stone quarries everywhere that were used to build their signature monuments. Megalithic structures, quarries. Megalithic structures, quarries? Amateur explorers were so intrigued they measured the blocks of this ancient Utah mega quarry, showing some of them to be almost exactly 21 feet in every direction. A near perfect cube. And estimated to weigh around around 670 tons. Some of the heaviest stones in the pyramids of Egypt ranged from 80 to 100 tons, and we already question how those were moved. 670-ton stone blocks are magnitudes heavier and exponentially more difficult to lift and move than those, with the longer rectangular ones being closer to 900 tons. How on earth would anyone move these thousands of years ago? Missing blocks in some areas, further suggesting that whatever method would have been used is beyond anything we know. Now, to the average person, this irrefutably debunks the myth. If they were so heavy that ancient humans had no way to move them, they must have not cut them in the first place, and these are completely natural. Well, what about the stones at Baalbek in Lebanon, some of the biggest in the world, which we know were quarried and used by humans? We just have no idea how. There are the Trilithon stones at the Temple of Jupiter, each weighing an estimated 800 tons, said to have been built by the Romans, but some claim they actually established their temples on top of megalithic foundations they found there from thousands of years earlier. Or how about the even larger stone of the pregnant woman lying nearby, weighing in at 1,000 tons, with some insisting these to be up to 9,000 years old. And let me tell you, they sure did not move these by dragging them in the sand. 2-ton blocks? Maybe. 1,000? Not a chance. If it was done in Baalbek, what's stopping it from being possible in Utah? What's that? I think the Google debunkers are still trying to justify this one. Let's hear what they got. Well, actually, it's just a simple case of orthogonal fracturing, which is totally natural, and here's an extensive scientific paper that explains it. Natural. Right. I think it's time you took your meds. You've done enough Googling for the day. For the rest of us crazies who dare question the facts, could this be the site of, dare I say it, an advanced ancient civilization far before our known historic timeline? Because this quarry is more bricked up than I am. Interestingly enough, there are also some intriguing petroglyphs in the area. Drawings carved into rock around the area, likely left behind by the Navajo people, depicting scenes of tall humanoid beings, along with multiple uses of a spiral-looking symbol. In traditional Navajo culture, the spiral symbolizes time. Could this indicate this was from a very, very long time ago? Or perhaps even beings that travel through time? They do believe Monument Valley to be a sacred site that was built by the holy people, and the rock formations found here are the remains of these past beings that used to roam the earth. Navajo mythology suggests that the world has gone through many cycles, each one ending in a cataclysm that resets us back to zero, and according to them, the most recent one being a worldwide flood that washed their civilization away. Don't worry, even I'm getting tired of the story. Today, only remnants remain, found among the rock formations of Monument Valley and other peculiar finds like this rumored ancient mega quarry. Now, before all the debunkers start fuming in the comments, there's still the possibility that these are somehow completely natural, with sand accumulating in sedimentary layers, getting compacted over millions of years, and tectonic plates pushing them up into perfectly cut blocks. Which I can see something like this could maybe get away with being called natural. This, I don't know, seems like a stretch to me. Ha! Listening to you makes me feel smart. I just trust the science. Listen, little bro, if I step outside and it's raining, I don't care if a meteorologist with 3 PhDs tells me it's not raining. If I see rain, it's f***ing raining. If someone tries convincing me the statue of David was not made by humans, but instead entirely through natural processes, and writes me a 500-page thesis explaining it with science, I'm still gonna question it. If a bunch of f***ing Google debunkers look at this and try to claim with a straight face that they are 1000% confirmed natural, I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just gonna question it. Low-key, they're probably wrong though. Question everything. Yada, yada, yada. You know the drill. How about I just put the fries in the bag, bro? This is the most lawless island on Earth. It's illegal for anyone, including law enforcement, to go there, as many attempts have been made, and eventually we just gave up. It's called North Sentinel Island, off the coast of India, and it's home to one of the last uncontacted tribes in the world, the Sentinelese. And we managed to catch a glimpse of what life looks like for them. Now, uncontacted tribes are more common than you think, with about 100 remaining in small pockets around the world. Nomadic hunter-gatherers who never adapted to modern civilization and have been living the same way for literally tens of thousands of years. Most of them live in the Amazon rainforest in South America and may occasionally come across signs of modern society like explorers or equipment left behind by them. What makes North Sentinel Island so dangerous is that it's a remote island surrounded by the ocean, which is all their inhabitants have known for their entire history, which according to studies is about 60,000 years. And sits over 500 kilometers away from its closest mainland civilization, Myanmar. Although its closest neighbor, the nearby Indian territory, territory of the Andaman Islands is just about 30 kilometers away. There have been a few incidents of outsiders visiting them, and it almost never ends well. Anthropologists have been dying to get a closer look at them, but anytime boats or helicopters get close to the island, they get attacked by spears and arrows by the Sentinelese. First recorded instance was in 1867 when an Indian merchant ship was wrecked on the island and the passengers were immediately attacked by bows and arrows. They managed to fend themselves off for a whole week before they were rescued. In 1974, a film crew shooting a documentary visited the island with gifts, from which the Sentinelese were caught on camera for the very first time. But they still attacked them when they got too close. On Google Maps, you can see a transport ship that got wrecked on the island in 1981, potentially kickstarting an Iron Age for these people. Then, in 1991, the first ever peaceful contact was made by anthropologist T.N. Pandit, who sent gifts of coconuts to the island for a whole 24 years before the tribe finally accepted him. They actually ended up having quite a few friendly close encounters with each other over the next several weeks, and to this day remains the closest we've ever gotten to befriending them, because they sure switched up the next time we came back. In 2006, 2 men fell asleep in a fishing boat that drifted too close to the island, and the Sentinelese attacked and ended their lives with arrows in their sleep. After this incident, a 5-kilometer exclusion zone was made around the island, making it illegal for anyone to visit. As recently as 2018, a missionary illegally visited the island on a fishing boat to spread Christianity among the tribe. He tried multiple times to make peaceful contact once again, and even had his Bible shot by an arrow, recording it all down in his journal, which was recovered from his boat. But then he found out exactly why this island is off limits. He wrote his last journal entry of heading onto the island and was never seen again, presumed either captured and or ended by the tribe. Rest in peace, John Allen Chow. Around the same time, never before seen drone footage taken deeper inland of the island was captured up close for the very first time, showing us how they live, their shelters, pathways, and even a large dome that could serve as a marketplace, a theater, or even a religious site of sorts. And also captured the Sentinelese people themselves in their natural habitat, each one of them curiously looking up at the drone, which they probably thought was a demon or maybe even a god that may become part of their culture's mythology in the centuries to come. Did you know the Great Sphinx has a tail? And that it also may have been built by the civilization of Atlantis thousands of years earlier than mainstream history suggests, for a very specific purpose. Welcome to filspixel. According to this theory, the Sphinx was not made by the ancient Egyptians. We're told it was built about 4,500 years ago, around 2500 BC, but many believe it was constructed by a civilization that far predates anything we know. The Sphinx itself doesn't make any sense. It shouldn't even exist. For one, the ancient Egyptians were obsessed with recording everything they did. Yet, just like the pyramids, despite there being hieroglyphs that go back 5,000 years and more, not a single one of them mentions the Sphinx at all. One mainstream theory suggests the Sphinx was built as a sort of guardian of the pyramids to protect the pharaoh's treasures, but over time lost its significance, and the Egyptians just forgot to mention it in any of their texts. Like anywhere, no records of when it was built, for what purpose, or why its head is so small. Just look at it. The most immediate observation of the Sphinx is how tiny its head is compared to the rest of its body. It doesn't even remotely fit proportionally with its enormous body and just looks awkward, like it was done by accident. As you may know, ancient Egyptians were masters of proportion with their art, carvings, and statues. In fact, they are quite literally world famous for it. Statues they carved like these are notoriously known for being scarily precise, almost like they were machine made. You're telling me the guys who precisely calculated all 4 edges of a 146 meter high pyramid to meet perfectly at the top at the same time, a marvel of engineering even by today's standards, made the mistake of getting the head too small on a monument as important as the Sphinx, said to be the face of Khafre, the successor of Khufu, yet many agree it does not look like any other depictions of Khafre across ancient Egypt. As a matter of fact, it appears as if the Sphinx once had a much larger head, thought to have originally had the head of a dog or perhaps a lion with a full mane, and by the time the ancient Egyptians discovered it, they gave it a facelift, making it look more human and inadvertently ruining the proportions in the process. Because whoever did build the Sphinx dug it directly into the limestone bedrock beneath it, carving and hollowing out an entire enclosure around it. The blocks that were cut out of this bedrock were used to build the Temple of the Sphinx right in front of it, which have mostly deteriorated over time. Now, this right here, this is the part that sealed the deal, all but confirming we've gotten the age of the Sphinx wrong all these years, even among skeptics. With initially doubtful professional geologists like Robert Schoch traveling to Egypt with the intention of proving these fringe theories wrong. Yet, upon seeing it up close for the first time from the perspective of a geologist rather than an archaeologist, he realizes it is scientifically accurate to suggest the Sphinx is far older than we claim, because water erosion patterns around the enclosure indicate that heavy weathering by either strong or prolonged streams of water have occurred here. The Sphinx water erosion hypothesis. He and many others concluded that patterns like these definitely could not have been weathered by natural wind and sand, and also confirmed that these could not have been as a result of the Nile River flooding, leading to one of two choices: either consistent rainfall over thousands of years or super intense flash flooding. Climate data confirms this part of Egypt saw very little rainfall over the past 5,000 years, leaving us only with option 2, powerful floods, and the last era that fits the criteria that aligns with the rock patterns here was around 9600 BC, suggesting the Sphinx to be closer to 11,600 years old, conveniently lined up with the time of the Younger Dryas. And around 12,000 years ago, the Sphinx would have been facing in the direction of the constellation of Leo at the time, a lion, leading us back to the idea that the Sphinx may have originally been a lion monument with a much larger head facing the constellation that it represented, only to get washed away and buried for thousands of years, get rediscovered by the ancient Egyptians, and then forgotten again, until the 1800s, around which time the top of its head became visible from shifting sands. Then in the 1920s, the first official excavation started, finishing in 1936 for the very first time in a long time, from which many involved with the project agreed the depth that it was buried at did not match anything else in the area. There's no way the Sphinx could have been that deep underground by accident, leading them to strongly believe it was intentionally buried. And why? Because it may have been built as a safekeeper of knowledge for the legendary Atlantean Hall of Records that still exists hidden beneath it to this day. We'll dive into that one next time, and reminder, this is just a theory. For entertainment purposes only, may or may not be true, so shut the f*** up. This guy was raided by the FBI for AI generating music on Spotify, and he earned an 8-figure fortune while doing it. 52-year-old Michael Smith of North Carolina is a music producer, or maybe more of just an AI prompt writer in this particular case, because he used AI to generate music, uploaded it to Spotify and Apple Music, and would then send swarms of listening bots to stream the music and get paid for it. Yes, AI generated music streamed by bots. This really is the dead internet theory coming to life. He's currently being charged with wire fraud conspiracy, wire fraud, and money laundering conspiracy, totaling to a combined maximum of 60 years in prison. But many are quick to point out that he technically didn't break any direct laws, as music streaming fraud isn't a crime yet. It is against streaming platforms like Spotify terms of service for sure, but company policy is not the same as the law. He first found out how to send listening bots to his songs on streaming platforms without getting detected back in 2017. But he realized he'd get caught real quick if just a small handful of his songs by an unknown artist got billions of views. So when AI generated music first became a thing, he saw the opportunity of a lifetime. Working with the CEO of an AI music company, he started producing hundreds of thousands of songs generated by AI to send his army of listening bots to, made under thousands of different fake artist names like Calliope Bloom, Callus Humane, Callus Ness, Com Baseball, Com Innovation, and Com Knuckles. Clearly AI generated. Even the album art was AI generated. Like, what in the f*** is this? And even weirder song names like Zygo Officier, I'm not even going to try to pronounce these, in combination with thousands of fake names, emails, accounts, and VPNs to help make his streams look as legitimate as possible. He collected a total of $10 million in royalties from the music streaming giants between 2017 and 2024, racking in over $1 million a year. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a sample of any of his songs anywhere online, as they've all been scrubbed clean from every music streaming platform and website I could find. But let me know if any of you come across them. I'd love to listen me some Calliope Bloom and hear just what kind of AI music was topping the charts all these years. The Nostradamus of US elections revealed who's gonna win 2024. He correctly predicted every president since 1984, and people cannot believe his answer, let alone who I'm gonna be voting for. Nicknamed after the 16th century French astrologer who's been widely attributed to predicting countless world events, Alan Lichtman is a historian with a PhD from Harvard, who developed an insanely accurate prediction system for American elections he called the Keys to the White House, which contains 13 keys, simple true or false statements that have accurately predicted every president for the last 40 years. Well, almost every. Starting in 1982, Allen called that Ronald Reagan would win, and in 1984, he did. 1988, he chose George H.W. Bush, another dub. Predicted Bill Clinton in 1992, who won again, and so on. Until we get to the year 2000, where he predicted that Al Gore was gonna win, but as you may know, Bush ended up taking that one. But there is a bit of an asterisk on that one. Al Gore did win the popular vote in 2000, meaning he got more more votes than Bush in total. He just ended up losing in the electoral college system of votes, which determines the actual winner and is the first time it happened since 1888, over 100 years earlier. So I guess Allen kind of let it slide and gave himself the W for that year due to the popular vote, but others claim he missed that one. What's really impressive is that if we apply his system to the 32 presidents before 1984, we find that his keys would have predicted all but 2 presidents correctly. 30 out of 32. 94% accurate ain't so bad. And those 2 presidents also happen to have won the popular vote but lost in the electoral college, just like in 2000, which has only ever happened 5 times in history. Lichtman went on to predict Trump in 2016 and Biden in 2020. Win-win, and people started to take notice. Because before 2016, no one really knew who he was, but now all eyes are on him. His system of 13 true or false keys have proven to be pretty accurate. They're simple, but often debated on whether each one actually is true or false. Majority true means the current party in power will stay. More false means the opposing party will take the White House. Everyone waited to hear what he had to say about the 2024 election between Trump and Harris, and this is how he broke it down. Please note, the following are the opinions of historian Alan Lichtman, not my own, so if you disagree with any of them, let him know. Key number 1, midterm gains. The party in power gained seats after the last midterm election. In 2022, they did not. Point for Trump. Key number 2, incumbency. The current sitting president is running for re-election. Biden dropped out. Another point for Trump. Key number 3, no primary contest. The current party in power has no other serious nominee considerations over their chosen candidate. Harris has no real competition against her within her own party. Point for her. Key number 4, no third-party challenger. No significant third-party or independent candidate is in the race. According to Lichtman, RFK Jr. was the only one that met this criteria, and he dropped out of the race. This key is true, which is a point for Harris. 4 keys in, and we're 2 and 2. It's about to get crazy. Key number 5, short-term economy. There is a strong short-term economy, and we're not in a recession. Apparently, according to the numbers, we're not in a recession. True key, another point for Harris. Key number 6, long-term economy. Growth in the economy in the current term has been at least as good or better than it was in the last 2 terms, which again, according to the numbers, is technically true. But some argue the numbers are artificially inflated due to extended forced closures we had back in 2020. Hey, I ain't here to argue politics, we're here to predict the future. But again, point for Harris. Key number 7, policy changes. The party in power has made major changes to national policy. Lichtman claims Biden signed many new bills during his term, so this key is true, point for Harris again. Key number 8, social unrest. There have been no major national protests nor disagreements during the term. He also claims that's true. Point for Harris, this one's gonna ruffle some feathers. Moving on. Key number 9, no scandal. There have been no scandals involving the current leaders in the White House. Family members of leaders don't count. According to Lichtman, this key is again true. Points for Harris all around. 9 keys in, and we got 2 points for Trump and 7 for Harris. Is he gonna make a comeback? Key number 10, incumbent charisma. The current party's candidate is extremely once-in-a-generation level charismatic and charming. Lichtman himself and probably many others agree Kamala Harris is not. Point for Trump. Key number 11, challenger charisma. The challenger to the White House is uncharismatic. Lichtman says Trump is too divisive to be considered charismatic on paper and therefore fails this key, giving it to Harris. Keys number 12 and 13 are about foreign policy failures and successes respectively, and Lichtman claims could flip either way at any moment. But if you may have noticed, we're currently at 8 points for Harris and 3 for Trump so far. Even if Trump wins these last 2 keys, Harris still wins the majority of them, meaning that Kamala Harris is officially Alan Lichtman's prediction for the U.S. presidential election of 2024. Wow. Grab your popcorn, this comment section about to be a f***ing movie. As for me, who am I gonna be voting for in this year's presidential election? As much as I hate talking personal politics on here, and I know a lot of people are gonna hate me for this, but in the 2024 US presidential election, I am going to be voting for nobody because I live in Canada and can't legally vote in US elections. But for all you Americans out there, remember to vote. Whether you support Lichtman's prediction or want to prove him wrong for the first or second time, the future of your country is in your hands. Scientists might have just created consciousness by growing brains in a jar and connecting them to a computer made from stem cells that were stimulated in a special way to form neural tissue, which grew and eventually formed structures and even brainwave activities similar to that of a premature human baby. They then hooked up this brain into a computer, connecting it into a virtual world where it learned to play Pong completely from scratch. I want you to realize what this means. Like, this isn't a computer bot that was pre-programmed to know exactly how to play the game. That's easy. It's an organic brain that they grew themselves that was given Pong with no instructions, and it just taught itself how to play, which is honestly nothing new. That's just AI, but this is organic AI, which happens to learn quicker and is also more energy efficient than traditional AI. It learned to play Pong in about 10 to 15 rallies, when a regular computer AI would take around 5,000. Albeit the computer AI can simulate those 5,000 rallies much quicker, but that takes a lot more computing power, which is sorta our main bottleneck with AI at the moment. Energy. This is organoid intelligence. Take human brain cells, grow them in a petri dish, and then use computers to train them just like AI. Naturally, there are ethical concerns rising, as there is surmounting evidence showing us that these are conscious, like a human. Even the scientists working on it themselves admit these organoids are sentient. They took it a step further and tested out these organoid brains inside real physical robots, feeding them the sensory input of everything the robot experiences. And since the computer chip running it is organic brain matter, this technically, by definition, is a cyborg. Then there are companies like Final Spark that let you rent server space on these organoid brains, which essentially act like organic CPUs. You can even see live streams of the brain computers you're renting out. And now this next part right here, what they're doing here might actually prove simulation theory. So they have this virtual butterfly simulation that's controlled by the organoid brains, meaning the brains feel and experience everything the butterflies do. Again, the brains weren't trained or programmed how to be a butterfly. Just like they did with Pong, they were just fed the sensory feelings of being butterflies and kind of figured out themselves how to flap their wings and just exist. Much the same way you weren't pre-programmed to walk or talk. You experienced sensory inputs in the forms of sight, sounds, touch, and learned, taught yourself along the way. This is an organic brain being fed computer data to make it believe it actually exists in a simulated world, and it's also likely sentient. This company essentially just created the Matrix for butterflies, and its consciousness is available for you to rent out. And when no one's using it, it still just continues to exist with no human interaction whatsoever. If the brains really are conscious, as the scientists suggest, they're not gonna know they're this organoid computer brain in a lab hooked up to a virtual simulation. They're gonna believe that they really are that butterfly. If that's the case, what's stopping all of us from being our own organoid brains in some lab in a different dimension? Meaning this, everything we see and experience right now is our own simulation that we've been plugged into, except we're not butterflies, we're humans. And everything we do, every decision we make is not by our own free will, but by some, I don't know, fifth dimensional entity renting server space in our brains, just the same way this Final Spark neural platform lets us do. And when we sleep, maybe our idle brain computational power is used for other purposes, which we experience as dreams. Okay, I'm gonna stop right there. You gotta sleep tonight. Are we really brain organoids, existing in our own petri dishes, connected to and experiencing a fully virtual simulated world? Because we just pulled it off. And according to simulation theory, if we're capable of creating virtual simulated realities, then chances are we're already living in one. For the first time in history, an interstellar object has officially been spotted in our solar system, and there's a Harvard professor who absolutely insists it was an advanced alien spacecraft, which in this day and age is nothing new. We see UAPs on the news and social media left and right, but this one, called Oumuamua, has all the features of potentially being the ultimate mothership. A bit of old news, it visited our solar system back in 2017, making its closest approach to our sun on September 9th of that year, but it's what it did right after that had scientists around the world baffled. It's shaped like a cigar, a very common shape among all those confirmed UAP sightings we've been seeing everywhere, except this one was much bigger than anything we've ever seen before. Roughly translated from Native Hawaiian to scout or messenger from the past, Oumuamua is estimated to be anywhere from 400 to 1,000 meters in length and is on record officially claimed to be an asteroid and nothing else. Yes, clearly just a normal asteroid and nothing to see here, despite it having no characteristics of a real asteroid, because, you know, there's this thing called gravity that tends to squeeze objects together into spherical shapes, not a cigar. On top of that, UFO sightings on Earth are very commonly cigar-shaped. We'd imagine any interstellar object in that shape to be part of the same family. This one also happens to be the first object from deep space, something we've never seen before. What are the chances that the first asteroid from interstellar space looks nothing like any local cluster asteroids we've ever seen before? Because Oumuamua came in hot, and I mean hot. What really caught astronomers off guard is when they observed Oumuamua, its trajectory did not support classical Newtonian physics, and it actually sped up by itself, which they confirm was not as a result of the sun's gravity. Yes, it accelerated on its own. It even continued to get faster after passing our sun and flying through the rest of our solar system, something that is never supposed to happen. On top of that, it followed a path that scientists claim would have been ideal for exiting our sun's gravity, all by accident. The counterclaims to this acceleration are that it received a push from the pressure of our sun's radiation, or that it may have warmed up as it got close to the sun, released frozen gases inside, which propelled it forward. Except no trail of gas was observed and would have likely caused an erratic, irregular orbit instead of the smooth path we see it follow. Scientists even confirmed that its trajectory around the sun was not following Newton's laws, meaning that something we're not aware of was affecting its motion, such as a propulsion system. In June 2018, highly esteemed Nature Science journal published their analysis, noting an unexplained change in speed from 57,000 miles per hour as it entered to 97,000 as it left our solar system, a 70% increase. Stuff like this just doesn't happen on its own, and again, this was confirmed to not be as a result of the sun's gravity, as one might expect from the slingshot effect. Then, in November 2018, chairman of Harvard's astronomy department, Professor Avi Loeb, wrote a paper about this peculiar acceleration. In the paper, he states that the object may be a fully operational probe sent intentionally to Earth's vicinity by an alien civilization. Maybe. Maybe not. It's currently on its way out of our solar system, too far away to see anymore. In January 2022, researchers proposed Project Lyra, where we'd launch a spacecraft to Oumuamua for closer study. But it would take 26 years to catch up to it, on top of the years they'd need to actually build the craft. So you think it's worth it? And would they even tell us the truth if it actually was an alien mothership? Deadliest computer viruses in the world, Part 9. The WinXP Horror Edition virus. You're gonna remember this one while you sleep tonight. Malware that disguises itself as a Windows update. No further explanation needed. The best way to understand is to experience it. Right-click open, let's infect this bitch. The PC restarts and we hop right into stage 1, fake system update. Windows appears to be installing an update, but it's all a ploy. Looks like we're getting close, but it stops at 66%. And then, error message. Setup cannot copy the file ntdll.dll. Setup will use the file 666.sys. Okay, I guess. This initiates stage 2, Windows theme hijack. Our entire theme gets swapped to this red background creepy eye looking thing as the update continues. This ominous music begins to play with the message, "Don't look behind you." This time the update actually hits 100% and we're gonna... Oh, okay. First jump scare here with a static noise and a glitchy transition. The theme hijack continues with this skeleton boot loading screen until we get to my favorite part. The classic Windows XP start sound. Let me know if you're old enough to remember that, but with a nice horror sounding twist to it. We finally get to the desktop where the red theme goes on and the entire wallpaper's been replaced with skulls. Our entire PC is wiped except for my computer, this file named nothing, another one called don'topenme.txt, and recycle bin at the very bottom. And we're gonna be opening all of these to see where they take us. But first, it gets worse. Stage 3, screen flashes. We get these scary ass photos that continuously flash in the background. Oh, nice. The start menu icon says dead. Click it and our user profile is 666. And there we have more screen flashes, but let's have a bit of fun now. We'll start by... Oh, looks like my cursor turned into an eyeball here, but yeah, let's open up nothing and keep this virus going. Okay, so the music changed and... Oh, there's stage 4, horror animation. This unsettling flash animation era, creepy pasta cartoon takes over the whole screen and you're just kind of forced to watch it. I'm gonna fast forward it for you guys, but the animation is called The Sad Man by Jake Lava that tells the story of this lonely masked creature that I guess befriends a little girl. It's low-key kind of giving Salad Fingers. A huge throwback if you remember Salad Fingers. That's some OG internet shit right there, and also you old as fuck. Anyway, the girl unmasks the creature to find out he's got a Duanusi on his face and he eats her. Animation ends and we're back to desktop. The nothing file is all glitchy now. Honestly, that's a pretty cool looking effect. The animator did a great job with that. Screen flashes continue, but let's open the next file. Don'topenme.txt. Classic horror movie music plays with the message, "Congratulations, you open me. Do you wanna play a game? Okay, then look behind you." I don't know why I keep saying that. But we've entered stage 5, I guess. Game over. You think you're in the clear and then... Another jump scare, I believe from a horror video game called Granny, followed by the text on screen, game over. Back to desktop, and this file is glitching now too, but let's open my computer. Surely that should work just fine, right? Nope, we get this message. Do you seriously want to trash your computer forever? Nice. Let's say no, I don't want to do that. Oh, well, that option just disappeared. Yes is our only choice now. I guess there's no escape with this one. Actually, let's just close the prompt and forget we ever opened it. Unfortunately, once you click it, nothing can stop the inevitable stage 6, computer meltdown. My computer just got tossed into the recycle bin and now... Yeah, okay, one more jump scare, sorry about that. Followed by what looks like a fake red screen of death message that just kind of repeats over and over again. Yup, this sure ain't looking good. Oh, and now finally, the official blue screen of death and our computer is cooked. If you restart now, the virus's final payload overwrites the master boot record, MBR, meaning this entire PC is now essentially just an image of an eye, along with the message, I'm watching you, and the virus creator's name. Happy Halloween, motherfuckers. Sleep tight tonight. So we already know there's something under the Sphinx and we're just gonna keep ignoring it. First-hand accounts, radar scans, and countless historic records have confirmed this time and time again, with many of these suggesting it may be the legendary Hall of Records, and there's a good reason they'd be hiding what's inside. Don't get me wrong, archaeologists are incredible, with historic finds like King Tut's tomb back in 1922 igniting a surge of new digs into Egypt for the next big find. One of the earliest projects was fully digging out the Sphinx, which had up until then been mainly covered in sand and took about 10 years, finishing in 1936, around which time people started to notice the Sphinx was much more than it seemed. Archaeologist and journalist Hamilton M. Wright, who was closely involved with the dig, writes an article about something amazing they found beneath it. Something that he called a subway used by the ancient Egyptians 5,000 years ago between the second pyramid and the Sphinx. And that from this subway, they dug up many more shafts going down more than 125 feet beneath the sand with, quote, roomy courts and side chambers. All underground. Many more articles in academic journals and international mainstream news about this find came out over the next several years, talking about massive hallways, stone support columns, buildings, and even paintings and carvings on the walls inside these subterranean chambers. Essentially, kind of describing what some consider to be a secret underground city beneath the Sphinx back in the 1930s. Allegedly, even photos were taken of this underground complex when all of a sudden, the story fades away and focus instead shifted on all the other tombs. Was it suppressed by a group of people that maybe found out what really was down there and didn't want the rest of the world to know? Because it wasn't the first time in history that a city under the Sphinx was mentioned. No, people have been talking about this for at least 1,500 years. In the 5th century BC, Greek historian Herodotus wrote the Histories, in which he talked about going to Egypt, where he was shown the legendary Labyrinth of Egypt. According to ancient lore, the Labyrinth of Egypt held a mythical underground archive which contained the lost knowledge of our ancient past, perhaps before the flood. Herodotus explained this underground complex in incredible detail, claiming that it even connected many of the pyramids together. In fact, his explanation was so detailed that 17th century scholar Athanasius Kircher was even able to recreate the entire map of the labyrinth from his writing. Then, in the 1st century BC, Greek historian Diodorus also talked about a sprawling underground enclosure with columns, buildings, temples, and paintings in his work Bibliotheca Historica. 1st century AD, Greek philosopher Strabo also claims to have visited a similar place in Egypt in his work Geographica, calling it a great palace composed of many palaces. Around the same time, Roman author Pliny the Elder wrote of a bewildering maze of paths that made up the underground complex in Egypt. 4th century Syrian philosopher Iamblichus recorded info about a subterranean tunnel system under the Giza Plateau that was accessed through the body of the Sphinx. Al-Masudi in the 10th century writes of these same underground tunnels and galleries, guarded by what he claims to be mechanical statues that almost sound like robots over 1,000 years ago. Quoted as saying, "I have seen things that one does not describe for fear of making people doubt one's intelligence, but I have still seen them." Again, giving amazing detail and how incredibly complicated the network was. So yeah, quite a few notable people throughout history agree there's something big under the sands of Egypt, notably the Sphinx. Bringing us right back to the 1930s when someone named Edgar Cayce reaffirmed these ancient records once again. Cayce was a famed American psychic who predicted many world events like the stock market crash, WW2, the fall of the Soviet Union, and accurately diagnosed patients telepathically. Now, whether you believe he actually was clairvoyant or not is on you, but he was quite famous for it and had a pretty impressive track record to boot. When one day he spoke of a prophecy of the Sphinx, claiming it to not actually be 4,500 years old, but closer to 10,000, and that the Hall of Records would be found beneath the Sphinx in the 1990s, with the entrance under the right paw. Pretty specific. In 1978, the Edgar Cayce Foundation launched an excavation project around the Sphinx, where they started to drill beneath it, but were stopped by the Egyptian army. And then guess what happened in the 90s? Egyptologist John Anthony West and geologist Robert Schoch led studies into and around the Sphinx, and their conclusions almost lined up perfectly with Cayce's visions, taking seismic surveys revealing that unexplained tunnels and chambers were found under it, and the water erosion hypothesis suggesting it to be closer to 10,000 years old, which they showed in their 1993 documentary The Mystery of the Sphinx, confirming straight edges and sharp angles in these chasms that were very unlikely to be natural. And then Zahi Hawass, the guy appointed by the Egyptian government to oversee all investigations into ancient archaeology at the time, stopped the research, banning West and Schoch from the site, calling their findings American hallucinations, the 90s version of lies and misinformation. But all of a sudden, in 1996, Hawass greenlights a project to investigate under the Sphinx after receiving $10 million in funding to do so. It was so big, they even released a teaser trailer for it, showing Hawass going through tunnels under the Sphinx and hyping them up, where he's quoted on record as saying, "We are now inside the Sphinx in this tunnel. This tunnel has never been opened before. No one really knows what's inside this tunnel, but we are going to open it for the first time." Video ends, and over the next few months, Hawass and his team tell the world of a series of previously unknown tunnels that exist under the Sphinx. Reports coming out of drill samples going 100 feet straight down finding red granite, something that geologists confirm does not naturally occur that deep. Ancient Egypt commonly used red granite in their buildings and statues. Could that have been one? Then, out of nowhere, Hawass just scraps the whole project without explaining what they found down there and insists there is nothing under the Sphinx, even getting angry at anyone who questioned it, which really didn't help his case in insisting there's really nothing down there. But philosophers and historians throughout the centuries all wrote about it. Excavation projects in the 1930s confirmed it. West and Schoch's investigations in the 90s, followed by Hawass's excavations, reconfirmed it. As recently as 2008, the Mataha expedition launched in Egypt using ground-penetrating radar that indicated the presence of grid-like and ordered structures deep beneath the sand, only to be told there's nothing down there and everyone else had been lying and hallucinating for hundreds of years. Even official reports from the 1830s, which conducted earlier excavations in front of the Sphinx, describe passageways that go deep underground, when allegedly an ominous group kinda told them to stop their work. This pattern of discovery suppression is all too common with the Great Sphinx. Secret, previously unknown chambers beneath the sand thought to contain the Hall of Records. Legend claims that as Atlantis was flooding over, they realized the importance of preserving their records, all of their accumulated knowledge for future generations. This knowledge they stored in the Hall of Records. Secrets of alchemy, immortality, levitation, frequencies, probably how they built everything, and other forgotten ancient wisdom. Essentially, the Google search engine of the Atlantean internet, with the Sphinx as its firewall. And the even fringier theories claim that Egypt isn't the only place that has one, with mountains and rock formations closely resembling the Sphinx found all over the world. In the Grand Canyon, Colorado, Romania, Pakistan, Guatemala, said to be even older and hence clearly more eroded, but this one might be a stretch, it could just be pareidolia. But people are quick to say archaeologists are all dying to make a discovery like this, and I bet they all are. So why on earth would they ever want to hide it from us? Well, cause it's not them doing the hiding. The Hall of Records is an ancient library containing the wisdom of our past. Wisdom like, I don't know, levitation, free energy, maybe immortality that would be accessible to everyone and likely bankrupt the trillion-dollar industries of our modern world. Gee, I wonder why they wouldn't want the world to know about something like this. So naturally, the billionaire elites would do everything they can to keep it hidden if it ever was actually found, hypothetically speaking. When their entire global empires are on the line, there's no amount of money they wouldn't invest to keep this a secret. Hey, as usual, just a crazy theory that could very well be a rumor, but it might not. Keep on questioning. Let's talk about how the Soviet Union has 69 years of classified events that we'll never know of. For real, that's actually how long they lasted for. But the discovery of the Tsul princess is one of the few deep dark secrets that managed to see the light of day. Back in 1969, nice, near the village of Tusulski in the Russian tundra of Siberia, a team of coal miners were busy digging deep into the ground. They were about 70 meters, which is 21 stories straight down, when the miners hit a wall that felt looser than the rest, like it was hollow on the inside. They struck it real hard and the rubble came crumbling down, uncovering a hidden tunnel that they definitely did not dig themselves. A few of them go inside this tunnel to see what's in there, and before long they come across something that none of them expected to find. A closed coffin, like 70 meters deep underground in a coal mine hidden inside a previously unknown tunnel system. This was something big. They dust it off and realize this ain't no regular coffin, but an ornately decorated white marble sarcophagus about 8 feet in length. Whatever this was, it was special, and the higher-ups would be paying big bucks for it. The miners tell their plant managers, who take a look and instantly call in the military for full extraction. But they all realized once the Soviet army comes in, they're probably never going to see this coffin ever again. Hoping to get something out of this monumental discovery, they managed to pry open the lid to find the body of a perfectly preserved woman inside, wearing a slightly see-through dress. She appeared to be about 30 years old, but the most interesting thing about her was that she was fully submerged in a pink liquid that filled the entire coffin. Her eyes were also wide open and was so well preserved that she almost looked like she was still alive. The army gets there and they try to lift the sarcophagus out of the mine shaft, but it's way too heavy to move. So, thinking nothing of it, they drained the liquid from the coffin to lighten the load, too quickly to realize just how grave this mistake was. As soon as the pink liquid emptied from around the woman, she instantly started to decay and turn black. Turns out, whatever this liquid was, it seemed to be preserving her to near perfection. They airlifted out of there and bring the coffin to a research lab where the scientists could not for the life of them identify what the pink liquid could have been. And when they dated the corpse to see how old the woman was, no one could believe what age they got. Immediately after this, the mine was shut down. The miners all let go, letting the military take over the facility in the 70s. The village of Tusulski nearby all hear about this find and the army takeover, and everyone's talking about it. With many residents from the town very clearly recall hearing about it at school and all over the news at the time. For all they knew, this wasn't a myth. It actually happened. When the KGB starts investigating the matter, all of a sudden the news stations stop talking about it, and follow-up reports come out saying that it was all false information. And just like that, the entire discovery is painted as a hoax. Until decades later, when the Soviet Union fell, military operations like these got declassified, and articles reporting on it brought it back to the public eye. But the real craziest, most unbelievable part of it all, this coffin is allegedly said to have been over 800 million years old. Whether you believe them or not, giants are one thing that every civilization in history agrees on, and a former US soldier allegedly blew the whistle about a classified encounter with one during his tour in Afghanistan. Many others involved have since anonymously come forward and confirmed this same report. Back in 2002, the elite US Army Special Forces, aka the Green Berets, are called in for a high priority mission. There's a well-documented case of an entire US military unit going missing in the Kandahar mountain region in Afghanistan, and these Green Berets were called in to rescue them. The most bizarre thing about this missing unit was that there was no radioed combat initiation, or TIC, troops in contact as it's called. They just full-on disappeared with no trace, which is definitely not normal nor a good sign. The Special Forces team flew within the last known location of the missing unit and systematically searched the area for days. They were starting to give up hope when one day they spotted a distant trail that went up into a mountain, and they decided to check it out. A mysterious mountain trail in the middle of a remote desert in a war-torn country. What could possibly go wrong? As they got closer, they found bits and pieces of infantry equipment, torn uniforms, and eventually shattered bones. They kept going up the trail with their weapons drawn until they reached a plateau at the top. Scanning their surroundings, they see multiple cave entrances all around them. As they slowly edged closer with their aim-down sight fully held, they noticed something on the ground that told them they were not welcome here. Human body parts scattered all over the place. They very clearly found what caused their infantry unit to go missing. A troop noticed a bit of movement inside one of the caves, but before he could react, a huge spear came hurtling out and went right into one of the soldiers named Dan. Before any of the Green Berets could even register what just happened, an enormous red-headed, red-bearded man about 13 feet tall comes running out screaming. The giant pulls the spear out of the soldier's body as the Special Forces team's training kicks in, spraying the creature down with a non-stop barrage of gunfire. After about 30 seconds straight of spamming the trigger, the giant collapses and the entire squadron is speechless. They can't even process what just happened. They call in 2 helicopters sent to retrieve the downed soldier as well as the giant's body. While loading it onto the chopper, the team notices that along with its distinct red hair, it also had 6 fingers on each hand, 6 toes on each foot, and weighed about 1,500 pounds. A genuine giant, double the height of Shaq in the mountains of Afghanistan, just like we've heard time and time again in the ancient myths of our ancestors. This account account was then reconfirmed by the C-130 pilot who picked up the remains from the Afghan airfield to an undisclosed research lab, who distinctly remembers the 6 fingers, the red hair, and the gargantuan body. Even the original after-action report, which infantry units need to submit after an encounter, had all of this info before getting redacted, classified, and NDA'd by everyone who was involved. But eventually, one of the soldiers part of the operation, who goes by Mr. K, anonymously came forward about the event in 2016 to bring the truth to the world, with rumors claiming it's currently being held and studied at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio, where the most top secret discoveries like the Roswell UFO crash are sent to. Obviously, you know this is far from the first time tales of giants have been told in our timeline. It is one of the, if not the most common mythical creature in history. The common rebuttal to which is, oh, it's just a natural human inclination to imagine beings that look like us but are also bigger than us, which honestly sounds a bit like a case of backwards rationalization to me. Hey, it could be the case, but the list of historic accounts is virtually endless. We have the Nephilim in the Bible, the people of Od in the Quran. The ancient Egyptians depicted them in countless carvings and drawings. The Greeks had the Gigantes, Hyperboreans, and just way too many more to even list. Native American cultures all speak of a time when giant humans roamed the earth. The Sumerians had the Anunnaki, who bred with humans and birthed giants. Ancient Hindu mythology had the towering Vedas and deity as beings. The Aztecs had the 6 giant sons of Mixcoatl, who populated the earth after the flood. You get the idea. Every culture in history had them to some degree, bar none. Even the Paiute tribe of Old America had the oral tradition of the Site Ka, a legendary tribe of red-haired, cannibalistic giants with 6 fingers. Sound familiar? Whose remains are rumored to have been found by miners in Lovelock Cave, Nevada, perhaps the distant cousins of our Kandahar giant. Now, this story leaked by the US Special Forces soldier, he insists is totally real, just super classified. Whether it actually happened or not, we can't know for sure, so your free-thinking mind can make the call of what you choose to believe. Could the giants of our past still be living in small pockets among us, knowing they'll be hunted down for the safety of our species if they ever made themselves known? Everyone is calling the new Minecraft AI a lobotomy simulator, and it'll make you question reality. It's called Oasis, and it has people feeling like they're dreaming or just losing their minds. The most impressive part of it all, it does it all with no game code. Instead, it's an AI model that generates a video of an open world game in real time. But instead of generating a video from text, as most AI generators do, it generates a frame-by-frame experience using strictly mouse and keyboard input, called Next Frame Prediction, trained on thousands of hours of Minecraft footage available online, predicting each frame in real time based on your keyboard and mouse movements. It feels like playing Minecraft while having open brain surgery, simulating the graphics and physics of the familiar open world in real time, allowing you to walk, jump, and break blocks as you're used to. Except everything just constantly changes whenever you look away. It is such a trip. Every time you turn around, look up, or just get too close to anything, you find yourself in a completely different world. With many saying this must be what schizophrenia, psychosis, or even getting a lobotomy must feel like. But it's also low-key just the most realistic portrayal of what dreaming looks and feels like. Never quite getting a full grasp of what's going on around you while your brain is just trying to make sense of it all. It uses the Descartes generative AI open world model, and it has no real logic. It sort of just guesses what should happen next based on all the Minecraft videos it's been trained on, which is why the entire game is just so unexplainably mind-bending. You'll turn around, find yourself in a cave, look up, and realize you're actually looking down from on top of a mountain. Keep turning and you're actually really high up, and not even on a mountain, but floating in midair from which you fall down. One of the craziest AI projects yet, but taking a deeper look, we see the technology behind it, called Sohu, a new ASIC released by this company Etched. An ASIC is an application-specific integrated circuit, basically a superpowered GPU built for a very specific purpose, like Bitcoin mining ASICs. But in this case, instead of mining, it's built for generative AI, more specifically transformers, the T in ChatGPT, generative pre-trained transformer, making real-time AI-generated open worlds like these a possibility. And just like Bitcoin mining ASICs made GPU mining obsolete, this has the potential to do the same for AI. They raised over $120 million in funding for this project and claim to be over 20 times faster than Nvidia's H100, which is currently their best GPU for deep learning. As of today, you can demo the Minecraft AI Oasis straight from a browser, running off their cloud computers using H100s in 360p, only 500 million parameters, and super duper laggy. But Sohu, they say, will be able to deliver over 100 billion parameters in 4K resolution and more than 10 times the amount of concurrent users. The company also eerily claims that within a decade, the majority of internet content will be AI. And we can already see it happening with all the faceless AI text-to-speech channels we see online. This takes generative AI to the next level, essentially a video game engine without any coding required. And just like AI video prompts, there's virtually no skill needed and anyone can use it. Is this the beginning of the end of human creativity as we rely less and less on our own critical thinking and artistic imagination, becoming fully dependent on AI? You want to talk about lizard people? You know, reptilian humanoids who've been here before us, live among us, and control everything that happens in our world. One of the most infamous theories to exist. The debunkers tried really hard to stop me from talking about this one. Oh yeah, we're doing lizard people. Because it's not just a recent thing. The idea of reptilian beings has been around for thousands of years. And lately, we've had countless instances where we allegedly catch them slipping in 4K on TV. Well, more like 144p, always questionably blurry, still unsettling to think about, but are any of these real? Whether a flicker of lizard-like eyes, scaly skin, or just some weird reptilian shape-shifting going on, their jig is finally up, and it's time to expose them. Reptilians, Silurians, Draconians, Archons, or just plain lizard people. This age-old theory definitely didn't appear overnight. As many myths do, this one traces back to some of the oldest stories ever told around the world. Yup, it's the classic, look at all these past civilizations that talked about this, so it must be true argument that the closed-minded love to dismiss. But try to tell me there isn't more than one common theme here. From the human-cobra hybrid Nagas in Hindu mythology to Quetzalcoatl, the serpent god of the Aztecs in Central America. Ancient African shamans had tales of the Ninki Nanka, a race of reptilians. Apep was one of the Egyptian gods of chaos, taking the form of a great snake. The Hopi and Zuni natives of North America called them the ant people, who helped them take refuge in underground cities after a worldwide cataclysm. Chinese and other East Asian cultures spoke of the Kappa, aquatic reptilian humanoids. Ancient Mesopotamia had the Ubaid lizard men, carved figurines that predate even the Sumerians. Even the Bible commonly depicted the snake as a creature that communicated with humans. Just like the flood myths of our past, when something is mentioned this often throughout history, it doesn't necessarily confirm, but it does increase the probability that it might have actually happened. The argument against it is that they're just myths, made-up stories that glamorize our origins that have been shared throughout the generations, which they could very well be. But the real smoking bullet to this claim is this. How did civilizations on this side of the world have virtually the same stories as ones on this side, when common history tells us they had no communication with each other until much later on? Neither of them knew the others existed, yet they all had the same stories to tell, begging the question, did these stories actually happen? Reptilian-like humanoid beings that lived among us. Is it really just a coincidence? Because modern theories suggest these lizards may have been a race of a highly advanced species that existed on Earth far, far before our time. This, my friends, is the Silurian hypothesis, and it might actually have scientific evidence for it. Astrophysicists Adam Frank and Gavin Schmidt proposed the Silurian hypothesis, exploring the possibility of detecting an advanced civilization that existed way before us by looking at rocks. So, normally if we ever want to find evidence of ancient cultures that existed before us, we do archaeology and find direct evidence like artifacts, pottery, buildings, roads, even seeds, which we find all the time and we can use to determine that people like the ancient Egyptians or Sumerians did in fact exist. But this only works on civilizations a couple thousand, maybe up to 10,000 years old if we're lucky. When we start talking millions, even hundreds of millions of years ago, this method doesn't work anymore. Direct evidence of civilization has an expiry date. Everything we create decays into unrecognizable dust well within the span of a million years, or likely much less. For example, the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, with the first signs of life appearing about 3.5 billion years ago, and the first land animals coming to the scene around 4 to 500 million years ago, but some sources claim that it could have been even earlier. Now think about this. We went from stone tablets to iPads in about 5,000 years. Even 400 million years provides plenty of time for potentially hundreds of civilizations to appear, evolve, fall, and decay into nothingness within that slim 5,000 year window. So instead, we need to turn to our geological record to find signs of older civilizations. Everything we know today will eventually just be a thin layer of sedimentary rock deep beneath the surface, and we can look into our past by looking at these layers, looking for things evident of civilization in these rock layers, like plastics, rare earth metals, fertilizers, or even nuclear isotopes and such. But our number one indicator would be carbon, a very specific type of carbon that only industrialized civilizations can produce in huge amounts worldwide, typically indicated by sudden, quick, and unexplained changes in global temperature, which is exactly what they found. The Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum, PETM, about 56 million years ago, where global temperatures rose by about 6 to 9 degrees Celsius in a short amount of time, among other indicators pointing to that of a highly advanced civilization that may have existed during that time. It's far from confirmed, and the creators of this hypothesis themselves admit it's more of a thought experiment than it is of actual proof. But they do bring up a very interesting point. If a civilization like ours were to collapse in the next couple of thousand years, which honestly I don't know how much longer we're gonna last, our short-lived timeline on Earth as an industrial civilization compared to the monumental geographic timelines would be next to impossible to detect in the geologic record, meaning that if a civilization 50 million years in the future were to look at Earth's rock layers in search of their past, for all they'd be able to tell, we never existed. And the same applies to us in search of civilizations 50 million years in the past. Wait a minute, what about fossil records? Dinosaurs are over 65 million years old and we have evidence of them, don't we? If there's no fossil evidence of civilization from that long ago, then they must have never existed. You really thought you could get me, huh? Dinosaurs lived on Earth for about 165 million years before they were wiped out. That gives us a huge timeline of remains to get fossilized. And even then, we've only found a couple thousand dinosaur fossils around the world when they roamed the Earth for almost 200 million years. Case in point, fossilization is rare, like mega super rare. And if we shrink that 165 million year dinosaur timeline to just a couple thousand years, as we can expect from a human civilization, those fossils are basically non-existent. But even in the rare instance that we do happen to find fossilized artifacts that are hundreds of millions of years old, as we allegedly have in out-of-place artifacts like the London Hammer or the Kaluga screw, they are always dismissed as hoaxes or mistakes, and nobody wants to talk about them out of fear of being mocked and ridiculed, just like anyone who talks about lizard people. Hopefully the reptilians don't get me before the debunkers do, so if I don't release part 2 by next week, they probably did. It happened again, another historic UFO hearing, and I can't believe what they just told us. Immaculate Constellation, UFO factories in our oceans, high-definition videos of the non-human technology, confirmation that we have captured and are replicating them, and intentional government disinformation programs that covers it all up. The 214-page testimony is titled, "The United States Department of Defense and the intelligence community are withholding information about anomalous phenomena from Congress." And it's thick with information, a lot of which wasn't even covered in the 2-hour hearing, and I've got the juiciest bits for you right here. So this is the third major hearing dedicated to UAP transparency in recent times, after 2023's infamous revelation that the government may in fact be in possession of non-human biologics. Keeping tradition with this year's disclosure, everyone present made it abundantly obvious that there were certain individuals that did not want this hearing to happen. On the panel this time, we have a retired US Navy admiral, a former Department of Defense official, a former NASA official, all well-established, highly educated individuals, and of course Michael Schellenberger, the journalist who presented the 200-page testimony that was the foundation of this hearing, who all testified under oath, meaning if they're lying, they're going to jail. They all insisted the government is deep into investigating and reverse engineering potentially alien technology using your money, the taxpayer, without actually telling you what they're using your money for. A lot of which comes from the enormous tax money funded Pentagon budget. And you want to know a little secret? The Pentagon has failed the past 7 consecutive tax audits and has in fact never passed one, meaning the nation's largest government agency isn't able to prove what it spent its $824 billion budget on, nor can it account for 60% of its $4.1 trillion in assets. Imagine paying someone to do a job. They don't do it, and when you ask them about it, they tell you they lost all your money and have no idea what they spent it on. And above all, you legally can't even really do anything about it. In any other scenario, this is the definition of a scam, but in this case, we call it our government. If any regular person ever failed a tax audit, they'd likely face hefty fines and possible jail time for tax evasion. The Pentagon gets away scot-free, because even if they were to get fined, they would just use more of your money to pay it off. And like, what are you gonna do? Shut down the country's national defense force? These failed audits are significant because part of that budget is their useless all-domain anomaly resolution office, ARROW, the department responsible for revealing to the public findings about UAPs. And so far, all they've ever done is hide shit from us or tell us what we thought was a UFO actually wasn't. Basically, the government's debunking department, whose head director, Dr. John Kozlowski, had his own hearing just a week later to explain himself, where he showed a couple pie charts and debunked a few UAP videos as being just weather balloons. He does admit that many UAP reports are currently unexplainable, but he can't really go into those too much as they're unresolved. The entire department's job is essentially, yes, we have unknown technology in our skies that we can't talk about, so let's instead focus on all the reports we've debunked to keep you calm. Schellenberger's document reveals that there is in fact a top secret UFO retrieval program deep in the Pentagon called Immaculate Constellation, an unacknowledged special access program, USAP, that our government promises doesn't actually exist, who he confirms was revealed to him by a number of former and current government officials who claim that even mentioning the program will put you on a list. Welcome to the club. So we already know there are hundreds of unknown objects flying around in our skies that pretty much defy physics in every way. It's no secret anymore. Dozens of pilots from major airlines around the world have anonymously reported them as well. No visible propulsion system, irregular flight patterns, and crazy stupid fast. Their movement is insane. To put into perspective, the human body can withstand about 9 Gs of force for about 2 seconds before ceasing to live. And F-16 fighter jets about 18 Gs before they experience severe structural damage. The UAPs are consistently performing in excess of 3,000 Gs. This, quite literally, is not physically possible, yet they're doing it. They're also able to fly through water without any signs of slowing down. This is the reason they stopped calling them UFOs, unidentified flying object, and now refer to them as UAPs, unidentified anomalous phenomena, as we can't even be sure if they're exactly flying or whether they're even objects at all, because they appear to go into and come out of our oceans just as smoothly as they float through our skies, like they don't experience any drag from passing through water, with further rumors speculating that there might even be extraterrestrial bases and UAP manufacturing facilities at the bottom of our oceans, which is not confirmed, just some insane speculation. But to be honest, it would be the best place for aliens to hide a base if they could, as we do know more about space than we do about the deepest parts of our oceans. The Immaculate Constellation program also has high-definition photos and videos of these UAPs coming out of our oceans, which they refuse to disclose to the public, along with other high-quality imagery, measurements, and more intelligence surrounding the UAPs. The fuzzy videos we see are the only thing they allowed to get released, affirming to mostly come in the shape of spheres, orbs, discs, saucers, triangles, boomerangs, arrowheads, and even some organic-shaped. Did they just confirm the jellyfish UFO? One case involves orbs surrounding an F-22 fighter jet, which sounds awfully familiar to a certain flight MH370 incident, which, don't you worry, I'll be covering real soon. Now, you may be asking, why is it that we're unable to capture these HD photos of UFOs ourselves, and most everything we get is always conveniently blurry? The former NASA official on the panel, Mr. Gold, actually brought up an excellent point about this. These UAPs are fast, they're unpredictable, and they're typically very, very far away. Whenever scientists wish to study new phenomena, they usually have to take time to develop instruments specifically designed for observing said phenomena. Just like we have for objects in space, decades of research went into building the telescopes that we use to take the incredible photos of our universe today. The videos of UAPs we have now is like trying to take a photo of a black hole in deep space using an iPhone. It took us about a century from when black holes were first proposed to developing the instruments to take a photo of one, which we did for the first time in 2019. Super expensive and highly advanced technology was used to take this. Immaculate Constellation has developed those instruments to observe UAPs in detail, and they don't want to share the pics. Allegedly in possession of a 13-minute long HD full-color video of a white orb UAP coming out of the ocean off the coast of Kuwait before getting joined by another orb and then moving out of the frame. In another video, the crew of a Navy aircraft carrier watched a small orange-red sphere fall from the sky down to their flight deck and then zipping away. Multiple somethings are definitely out there. Yet the Department of Defense has denied the existence of UAPs over and over again, only to acknowledge them after they get revealed to the public, hiding it all under the guise of national security, and that there is definitely nothing more to show beyond what we've already seen. But don't worry, they're definitely telling the truth this time. Also included in the extensive testimony was a very interesting tactic that got all the tinfoil heads smiling ear to ear. Governments are actively engaged in disinformation campaigns to include personal attacks designed to discredit UAP whistleblowers. Bob Lazar has been categorically debunked. Yeah, well, guess what? You got bitch, and we might all owe him a bit of an apology. This is also evident in the Pentagon's Public Affairs Office, who, quote, openly employs a professional psychological operations officer as the singular point of contact for any UAP inquiries to both citizens and the media. Isn't that just a little odd? A literal PSYOP agent is the Pentagon's UFO spokesperson, and we already kinda knew this for decades. Since 1953, the CIA's Robertson panel recommended a strategy of using experts to dismiss and ridicule UAP witnesses and government whistleblowers. And a declassified 1971 Australian government memo about UAPs claims that the CIA urged the debunking of UFO sightings as cover of its efforts to develop craft powered by anti-gravity. The US Air Force openly used Project Blue Book as a means to publicly debunk UFOs by intentionally withholding information about them. Even within NASA, Mr. Gold claims members of the UAP independent study team were mocked and even threatened for just talking about any of this, with current alternative theories produced by Arrow stating that these UAPs may be some natural phenomena that we don't fully understand yet. Oh yeah, right. While the US government is busy conducting secret UAP crash retrieval programs with the intent to identify and reverse engineer alien craft, just as Bob Lazar already told us over 30 years ago. Roswell, the infamous 1947 UFO crash in New Mexico that started it all and was mocked for being absolute nonsense, kind of confirmed at this point. All victims of the government's malicious disinformation efforts that fooled everyone. Now, I'm not saying that, I don't know, your favorite internet debunker is a government agent. They're probably not. But it is possible that the experts or the data used to debunk these theories could have been planted by intentional government disinformation operations like these. But don't worry, I'm sure they drew the line at UFOs. I mean, there's no way they would ever use this admittedly genius tactic of using experts to discredit theories they don't like on anything else, right? The panel of experts suggests the US is in possession of these non-human technologies and are replicating them, as are our foreign adversaries in a decades-long secretive arms race, as well as experimenting on the non-human biological bodies recovered from these crafts too, which puts the US military and the Immaculate Constellation program in direct violation of their constitutional duty to notify Congress and the public, that's us, of their operations. Both Trump and Obama have confirmed the US has info on UAPs they haven't released yet. Trump does claim he wishes to declassify more government documents like these for additional transparency on topics like UAPs and of course the JFK files when he comes into office next year. 2025 may or may not be an interesting one for us all. People don't realize how much knowledge is actually kept secret in the Vatican archives. 85 kilometers of shelf space, 35,000 volumes of catalogs, logging over 1,200 years worth of records. By 2018, it claimed to hold the equivalent of 180 terabytes of data, said to mainly store documents relating to the Pope, internal accounts of the Church, and other significant historic records. But up until 1881, no one but the Pope's inner circle was even allowed inside, so who knows what's really hidden down there. Even today, the secret archive is not accessible to the public, but only to certain scholars and under the most bizarrely specific conditions that you could imagine. First of all, any living pope needs to have been deceased for over 75 years before any documents collected during his time become available. Then, only academics who undergo a very thorough vetting process are allowed access, and also need to request special permission to anything they want to look at that can take months and may not always get granted. And even then, they wouldn't be able to just walk through and browse the archives to find what may be of interest. No, you need to specifically request the exact documents that you want to look at without ever stepping inside. Can you see how that might be an issue? 85 kilometers of shelf space. That's 2 marathons and would take the average person about 16 hours to fully walk through. Yet, they're required to request exactly the volumes they want to study from this monumental catalog without actually looking through it. And if we don't know certain volumes even exist, there's no way anyone can ask for it. Meaning, there is a lot of text down there that we will never know about. I'm not saying they're hiding secrets of, I don't know, Atlantis or the end of the world in these archives. Also not completely denying that they might be. But 35,000 volumes is an astronomical amount of information, and if they ever did want to keep something a secret, this would be the best place to hide it. Oh my god, the lizard Illuminati is here, and they want to eat your souls. Reptilians who live among us in the shadows and play the world like a stage. But who the hell even are they, and how did they get here? Disclaimer, obviously just a theory, may or may not be true, for entertainment purposes only. Now, this supposed reptilian race is typically portrayed as a ruling class, one that governs over all of humanity, similar to one of the OG creation myths of history, the Anunnaki, a version of which story has been retold over and over again throughout the ages. Godlike beings commonly depicted with reptile-like features who descend from the sky, create, intermingle with, and teach humans the ways of civilization, and then enslave them. Also referred to as the Shining Ones, these beings would rule over humanity for thousands of years, occasionally dealing with revolts and uprisings. Eventually, our otherworldly rulers get sick of these rebellions and come up with the genius plan of controlling us from the shadows. Instead of ruling directly over our human slave race, they go into hiding, usually underground in places like Antarctica or maybe even inside the moon, but that's a theory for another time. They would then appoint specifically bred human-reptilian hybrids from their intermingling who appeared human and would rule over the slave race in the public eye, while they, the true masters, pulled the strings from behind the scenes. These hybrids are the shapeshifters, the reptilians among us who look like us but occasionally give us a glimpse of their true selves when we least expect it. They're found among the leaders and celebrities of our world today, rising in prominence through power, fame, charisma, or development of revolutionary products. The presidents, artists, and inventors of our modern world whose lineage goes way back to the dawn of civilization, starting with the earliest kings, emperors, and nobles of our timeline, giving us the illusion of being ruled by our own kind when they're really just lizard people in disguise, which worked just fine for a couple thousand years, but eventually the working class got fed up with this king-peasant dynamic, so we demanded change. Enter democracy, where instead of being ruled by royal families who were just born into power, we would now appoint our own leaders through elections. But this got the reptilians nervous. They could not allow the slave race to revolt once again, letting them govern themselves and essentially forfeiting their entire power over them. So once again, the lizards took things into their own hands, giving humanity the illusion of control. They formed a new shadow alliance, one that would plant all the top leaders of change in the world, an alliance that would be in full control of all sides of every global conflict. When humans thought they were rebelling against the oppressive system, fighting for their freedoms, they were actually just being led by the leaders from the Shadow Alliance, who were historically known as the Shining Ones, or sometimes the Illuminated Ones. And guess what they called their new shadow empire? The Order of the Illuminati, founded in May 1776. And you know what happened just 3 months later in that exact same year? The United States signed the Declaration of Independence in August 1776, essentially paving the way for modern democracy to spread throughout the world. And just 10 years later, we get the French Revolution, toppling the monarchies of Europe in favor of publicly appointed governments, all according to plan, as the Lizard Illuminati was behind it all, orchestrating both sides of every revolution. In the end, even this new form of government was an illusion, as the only political candidates we'd have to choose from would all still be appointed by the very same reptilians. So instead of being forced to get ruled by a king, we now had the freedom of choice of usually just 2 different political candidates, both of who suck. Nice. And it wasn't just limited to kings, presidents, and governments, but even celebrities that influence the thoughts and actions of the civilized world. Powerful innovators, businessmen, and bankers who fundamentally change the way the world operates while downplaying, hiding, and even mocking the idea of their own existence. Ever wonder why Mark Zuckerberg underwent such an intense rebrand lately? Maybe they knew we were catching on. And it is a little odd how many politicians and past presidents are related to each other, with many family tree charts like these pointing out that practically every US president descends from a related family lineage, including the Trumps, Clintons, and Obamas. Meaning, yes, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton are technically very distant cousins. We see the same thing with celebrities who all too common have direct ties to royal bloodlines. Angelina Jolie descends from the kings of France. Brad Pitt is a direct descendant of England's King Henry II. Ellen DeGeneres is a 15th cousin to Princess Kate Middleton. Hugh Grant of King Henry VII. Brooke Shields from King Henry IV of France. Uma Thurman from the bloodline of King Edward I of England, the list is endless. Are these all from the same family tree of global leaders appointed by our reptilian overlords, or just coincidences? Because they left their mark in society in more ways than one, to remind us who our lives really belong to, imposing their very presence into the fundamental systems that keep us alive today, like the healthcare sector. Have you ever stopped to wonder why the universal symbol of health and medicine is the caduceus, two snakes wrapped around a winged staff? Even common symbols all across the pharmaceutical and medical industries follow suit, with an oddly high overrepresentation of snakes. The official logo of the World Health Organization, a snake wrapped around a staff looking over the entire world. In case that wasn't obvious enough, but don't worry, these are all definitely just coincidences. Because until we have more direct accounts of this obviously fake reptilian master race, this is all nothing but wild speculation. That's when we hear of stories like that of G. Warren Schufelt, who claims to have stumbled upon the very underground cities they were hiding in. He was out looking for gold in California back in 1934 when he discovered that LA stands directly above a lost city of catacombs that allegedly held records of these advanced reptilian humanoids, the underground catacombs of LA's lizard people. Another story that's been widely mocked and discredited, but the Hopi natives around the same area might disagree. Their culture's mythology spoke of lizard-like beings that they referred to as the Ant People, who built underground cities across the region and helped humanity take refuge from the great worldwide cataclysms and teach them other important skills. These theories were quickly shut down until the 90s, when they were popularized again by the controversial David Icke, who's been banned from countless countries and labeled just about every worst name in the book, as anyone who dares to even talk about these theories is often portrayed. Which ironically is exactly what the reptilians would do if someone was catching on to their scheme. Icke claims the lizard people came from the Draco and Ursa Minor constellation, the Alpha Draconia star system, hence Draconians, who feed off of negative energy which gives them life and power, and is why the world is always stuck in a perpetual cycle of war and hatred, all by their doing. More recently, this theory regained popularity in 2008 when a man named Lucas Davenport voted for lizard people on his Senate ballot as a joke. It was discarded but gained mainstream attention when people started looking it up again. So, do reptilians really rule over us from the shadows with appointed puppets in place to govern us, or is this just the most ridiculous theory to ever exist? Either way, according to these theories, there is a way to defeat them, and each and every person on the planet has the power to do so. The secret to their demise is love. Yes, literally, that is what's been concluded by the proponents of this evil overlord reptilian race theory. By recognizing we are all one, brothers and sisters who share one home through which we rid the world of the negativity and hatred feeding the reptilians, essentially starving them to death. Whether this is true or not, I would argue unlikely, but as I am cursed with this open mind of infinite imagination, I also must suggest not impossible. And at the end of the day, it does spread an incredibly positive message to the world. To defeat the evil that oppresses us, we must embrace the love of humanity and each other, to the realization that we all come from the same source and we are all in this together. Except the reptilians, they definitely don't fuck with us. People are losing their minds trying to figure out what this thing is. The ancient Egyptian Sabu, or schist disk, is a meticulously designed 5,000-year-old artifact that's just impractical for just about every explanation they've tried to force on it. And a tour guide at the Cairo Museum claims it's part of a lost technology that he saw with his own eyes. Carved from a single piece of rock, this disk was found in the First Dynasty tomb of Prince Sabu, dating it way back to the Old Kingdom around 3000 BC. That's 5,000 years old. One of the oldest Egyptian artifacts ever found, but many claim it's even older than that, inherited by the First Dynasty from much longer ago, because it doesn't quite match anything else found from that same period. Measuring about 2 feet in diameter, it's made from a fairly brittle stone called schist, and no one can rightfully explain why it's shaped the way it is. Never mind it being carved from a single piece of stone, allegedly using the most primitive tools imaginable from the earliest days of Egypt. We also have no idea how they even made this thing in the first place. A circle with 3 fins curving inward that get as thin as 1/5 of an inch, that's half a centimeter thick at the tips, surrounded by 3 equal gaps in a center hole, which clearly looks like it was intended to be mounted onto something to spin, possibly part of a larger mechanism. It was found completely broken apart, so what we're seeing here is the reassembled artifact stored at the Cairo Museum. They've tried explaining it with everything in the book, calling it a flower vase, a candle holder, or even an ornamental bowl. Yeah, can't wait to eat my cereal out of that thing. None of these descriptions quite make any sense. Like, why on earth would anyone go to the incredible length of designing such a difficult object, mind you using their most primitive tools as this was from the first dynasty, possibly earlier, into a complex shape that just isn't practical for any of these proposed purposes? The debunkers will tell you, oh, they were just incredible craftsmen and they carved this design because they just felt like it, and if you question it, you're disrespecting history. Look, this is a vase from around the same era, and although it's equally impressive to carve something like this out of granite, which I actually made another video on it, you can see it looks like a vase. Here's a bowl, which also looks like what we expect it to, practical for its intended purpose. Not to mention, Egyptian artifacts from later eras became considerably less sophisticated as time went on, so did they just forget how to carve intricate designs like this? Or did the first dynasty Egyptians find this disc from people that existed before them? The real ancient vases, bowls, and urns were all built with clear practical uses in mind, whereas the schist disc almost looks like it was part of something else. Perhaps a mechanical gear of sorts, a piece of ancient technology lost to time, as there are other Egyptian artifacts that look almost exactly like gears. Maybe something like these were used in combination with the schist disc. Others have even gone to the length of recreating exact replicas of the disc themselves to experiment on, and found out that when a bit of air pressure is applied, it actually surprisingly spins pretty effectively. Maybe it was part of a forgotten timekeeping or star tracking device similar to the Antikythera mechanism of the Greeks. But still, there are others who claim there is a far, far more advanced purpose for this disc. Funny old world host Johanna James tells a story a tour guide told her while taking her through the Cairo Museum, who says his father, Abdel Hakim Youssef, was allegedly part of a team experimenting on this very disc back in the 80s. They made a one-to-one replica of it, stuck it on a rotating spindle, and spun it around real fast while blasting it with specific sound frequencies. All of this the tour guide claims to have seen with his own eyes. After a while of fine-tuning the frequencies projected onto the disc, what appeared to be an infinity symbol of pure energy formed around it. When they threw water and other small stones at it, they would be caught in an anti-gravitational force field that defied physics. The stones and even the water droplets they threw into this force field would be briefly suspended in mid-air around this energy field before falling to the ground. And they repeated this many times with different objects and elements, each of them briefly hovering around the disc with no known explanation. Yes, you heard it here, so it must be true. An ancient anti-gravity device. Can't wait for the debunkers to clip that soundbite. Nah, if this actually happened, it would be all over the news. Everyone in the scientific community would obviously be talking about it. Oh, that's adorable. History has a long pattern of silencing those who propose clean and easily accessible forms of energy that don't support the oil and gas industrial complex, like zero-point energy. But don't worry, that's all totally fake and for entertainment purposes only. At the end of the day, even if it wasn't made for anti-gravity levitation, but something more innocent, like, I don't know, a mechanical water irrigation system. Still, how in the world did they make this? So, when did you realize you can already install new skills into your life? Anyone can be an expert in almost anything now without spending years learning it. Video editing, for example. Just a couple years ago, even if you had the most cutting-edge video editor on the market, you still needed to dedicate months, possibly even taking a whole course just to figure out how to use it. Today, insane AI video editors like Filmora 14 lets you do what decades-long professionals used to take years to learn by just clicking a few buttons. Take one-click smart short clips, for example, which takes a video, identifies key moments, and automatically compiles them into fully edited and engaging shorts. Just click, 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 and they're all there, and it's only getting better from here. The AI video enhancer takes your phone camera and upscales it to professional-grade, high-definition video with, again, just a couple taps. Maybe we can finally upscale those blurry UFO videos. And you also got the AI portrait cutout, which can turn any video into a green screen. Let's be honest, old-school green screens are clunky and inconvenient. Auto cutout in most editing apps today is splotchy and inconsistent at best. This perfectly cuts out any subject, any objects they're holding, and doesn't clash with similar colors on the person. So you can finally get over the dreaded invisible shirt syndrome. Seems obvious today, but I don't think you realize how painstaking cutouts like these were just a few years ago. Anyone could be a video editing expert in just a few days now. It's kind of scary to think about, but also the closest thing we currently have to human brain augmentation. This really is the first step to installing one-click kung fu into our minds, just like Neo. Download Filmora 14's free trial and just try to convince me the future isn't already here. I think it's so interesting that this is how we're warning humans in 10,000 years that they're gonna die. Like, not from the spikes themselves, but rather the ground they're sticking out from. Some call it the science of bad vibes, and you're gonna want to steer clear when you find out why it's also sitting on deadly radiation from nuclear waste, which we produce as a result of generating nuclear energy that we dispose of by burying it around the world. And no, the smoke you see rising out of nuclear power plants isn't waste. As a matter of fact, that's literally just steam, like water vapor, which is actually the reactor's main source of energy. Yes, nuclear reactors are basically just glorified steam engines, using the heat from the nuclear fission process to boil water, and the resulting steam spins their turbines. And here I thought nuclear power plants somehow harness the power of glowing green uranium directly. So, real nuclear waste comes in the form of the spent uranium, plutonium, or other radioactive element that was used to generate the heat. This waste produces radiation, microscopic particles that shoot out from it that can pass through our skin and damage our organs, radiation sickness. In order to avoid that, we need to dispose of it properly. And they don't just dig a hole into the ground, dump it in, and call it a day. No, it's quite a process. Specialized nuclear waste disposal facilities like these transport the hazardous waste down a 400-meter elevator underground inside these corrosion-resistant copper canisters. Once they reach the bottom, automated robots transfer them to temporary storage, while another drilling robot machine starts drilling holes into the bedrock that will serve as the waste's final burial chamber. They fill the holes with bentonite clay, which prevents the waste from leaking into the water supply. Then another self-driving machine transports the waste from storage and dumps the canisters into these holes, which they fill with more bentonite clay on top, and another machine fills the entire tunnel with concrete, sealing it off for good. They dismantle the entire facility on the surface, and the waste will continue to decay underground for centuries. Too deep to affect us directly, but the area around and above the waste may be unsuitable for long-term human occupation or growing crops for the years to come. Like a lot of years. Materials like plutonium waste have a half-life of about 24,000 years, so the area might be a little sketchy for quite a while. A really, really long time. So long, in fact, that it'll outlive all languages that exist today. The way we speak evolves, like constantly. For example, here's how English sounded 1,000 years ago. You catch any of that? Words, accents, and dialects change so much over time that we can't even understand the same language I'm speaking to you right now just 1,000 years ago. Within a couple thousand years, all languages today would have evolved into completely unrecognizable gibberish, while that radioactive waste still remains deadly. So how do we warn humans in the future that certain areas contain harmful nuclear waste that might them if we don't even know what language they'll be speaking and reading? We can't just put up a warning sign in any existing language today, as it may very well be unreadable to civilizations 10,000 years from now. Sure, we know how to read ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs today, only because we kinda got lucky and found the Rosetta Stone. Future generations might not get so lucky, and there are plenty of ancient languages today that we haven't deciphered and likely never will. This is the issue of nuclear semiotics. How do we communicate the dangers of nuclear waste into the future? One method is to use pictures instead of words, like the toxic waste symbol or a skull with crossbones. Problem is, the meaning of pics changes over time as well. Toxic waste might be their medical symbol, and a skull might mean bone health or something. But even if a crossbone skull still does mean danger, it doesn't exactly explain the kind of danger that's being warned. Linguists did come up with more intricate warning sign comics like these, which tells the story a little better, but is now a little complicated and open to interpretation. Here we see a little stick man that digs a hole into the ground, goes a little too deep, and releases these symbols into the air that reach him, and then he goes to sleep. There are hundreds of ancient carvings that we still don't fully understand to this day, so I'm not sure if future humans will know what we meant by this. The other idea was this: hostile architecture featuring terrifying fields of scary spikes, which we assume would naturally scare people away, as we believe it goes beyond conventional symbolism and is something that our DNA will forever find instinctively repulsive. But again, that's just an assumption. It could very well end up piquing interest and cause people to want to explore it more, completely backfiring on its intended purpose. I don't know, what's the first thing you doing if you see this? There's also the rubble landscape, filling an area up with ugly, uneven concrete and other gravel to discourage people from living and farming on it. And the forbidding blocks, irregularly shaped stone and concrete blocks the size of houses that create creepy whistling sounds as the wind blows through them. Anything to make the area feel as unpleasant as possible, but I feel like any moderately curious human would be fascinated by these and just want to check them out further. Now, these are all just ideas that linguists and other professionals pitched to scientists science boards on this issue. We're clearly in no rush, but we still kinda gotta figure it out at some point. But by far, the craziest and possibly most effective idea suggested for this issue is that we form an atomic priesthood, a council of about 100 members who preserve and pass down the knowledge of nuclear waste sites and their dangers throughout the generations. Linguists determined the best way to pass down information into societies 10,000 plus years into the future is through stories that would likely eventually become mythology, which could potentially end up turning into a mystic religion within a couple hundred years. And then people wouldn't even believe what this priesthood has to say anyway, as their stories would be generally regarded as myths and superstitions. Just imagine the crazy cult telling us not to grow crops on a certain piece of land or we'll be cursed actually be telling us the truth and none of us even listen. Okay, we might have just solved the Bermuda Triangle. You know, countless planes, boats, and people disappearing into thin air in that area of the Atlantic that's just an urban myth. The world's biggest mystery finally has an answer, and there's a reason the US Navy intentionally avoids it. As retired Navy admirals, among other government officials, have confirmed that UFOs can travel through water just as easily as they pass through air. USOs, unidentified submerged objects, are our most recent addition to the tinfoil hat told you so checklist. And now that we look back with this in mind, reports from our past tell us we've been seeing them for centuries. As far back as 1492, in the personal journal of Christopher Columbus was an entry about a glimmering light he saw moving in the water below as he sailed the ocean. Just a day or two later, he hits land, which means that entry was written when he and his crew were right in the Bermuda Triangle. In 1644, the mayor of Boston is reported to have seen two bright lights come out of the water just off the east coast. 1873, the Adelheid ship reported to have sailed over a massive circular object in the South China Sea that lit up the ocean for over an hour. Something they said looked like a Ferris wheel, which kicked off a series of reports of the same object over the next few decades. In 1879, the HMS Vulture saw a large Ferris wheel spinning in the ocean with spokes that were 7.5 meters wide and spaced 30 meters apart. 1880, commander of the SS Shah Jahan described a massive Ferris wheel under a perfectly calm sea near India's Malabar coast. 1901, Persian Gulf, captain of the SS Kilwa saw lights emitting from the same underwater Ferris wheel revolving at a speed of around 100 kilometers an hour. 1907 and 1909, crews of the SS Delta and SS Bintang again saw glowing spinning wheels about 275 meters in diameter beneath the water in the Straits of Malacca. The Danish Meteorological Institute reported a massive rotating wheel with lights back in the South China Sea, spotted by the Dutch steamer Valentine, this time above the water in 1910. Reports like these have been extremely common all around our world's oceans throughout history, which sounds very similar to what's been seen around the Bermuda Triangle. Locals, tourists, and military alike have hundreds of reports of lights underwater, strange craft circling them, round objects rising and going beneath the surface. It's why the Bermuda Triangle is the Bermuda Triangle. Countless stories about unexplained disappearances, metallic objects, and lights seen in the ocean, which survivors of accidents in the triangle have very commonly reported on. In 1945, we have the now famous story of the 5 military bombers flying over the triangle on routine training. All 5 planes vanish without a trace. The Navy sends a rescue plane and that one disappears too, all never heard from again. And the US Navy is well aware of the activity in that area, that's for sure. Like, did you know the Navy kinda has their own bootleg version of Area 51 they call AUTEC, Atlantic Undersea Test and Evaluation Center, which is located in the Bahamas in the Bermuda Triangle. I wonder why. A secret facility where they test their own, mainly sea-based military technology. And the personnel working there have also reported the same bizarre observations in the area, with some noting crafts up to a mile in diameter coming out of and going back into the ocean without a visible splash. Almost like these objects aren't affected by matter, which sounds impossible but also kind of makes sense when you think about how fast and erratically UFOs move. Some researchers suggest these UAPs may have vacuum force fields around them that manipulate matter, which allows them to move and interact with our world in ways that seem to defy physics. Kinda sounds like a warp drive to me. And these aren't just rumors, by the way. We have ex-Department of Defense officials like Luis Elizondo who openly talk about declassified operations from down there, which only prove exactly what everyone else was saying. One story involves a Navy helicopter pilot who recovers test missiles from the ocean and was en route to retrieve one from the area, who was approaching the missile when all of a sudden something huge and round slowly rose to the surface from deep beneath the water. They couldn't believe their eyes as a circular object the size of a small island becomes visible hole just below the ocean, right under the missile they were going to retrieve. Panicked and unsure what to do, they watch in disbelief as the object sucks the missile down and then sinks back into the depths of the ocean as swiftly as it appeared. Elizondo also talks about the Aguadilla incident, a video of a UAP around Puerto Rico that he confirms enters the water without making a splash, comes back out, and then splits in two, which the Pentagon recently debunked for being just a temperature reading mistake, but you also have ex-military personnel insisting it's real. And these are just the declassified reports. He made it very obvious that there were many more incidents that he was not allowed to talk about that you could imagine would only get worse. So, what on earth is going on here? What are these gargantuan circular objects found in our oceans time and time again? In April 2023, an alleged government whistleblower came out and dropped just the biggest UFO bombshell of our lives that we've never heard of. It was incredibly detailed with very specific information, a lot of which was actually discussed in the recent UAP hearing, which happened 18 months after this post was made. Could this be the classified info that no one on the panel was allowed to talk about? It's a post from 4chan, so it's obviously 100% true, and if you don't agree, you're absolutely wrong. The whistleblower starts by saying that UFOs are mostly unmanned drones and that they're built by underwater facilities at the bottom of our oceans. Yup. Alien bases on our ocean floor, and the one he was assigned to was in the Bermuda Triangle, which he claims the Navy believes has been there since 4000 BC. And the reason planes and boats disappear all the time is because the base vaporizes anything that gets too close to it, and then the entire base itself moves to a new location. That's portable underwater alien bases on our ocean floor. This one in particular stays within the Bermuda Triangle. The Navy is well aware of it, and at this point they just do everything to avoid it. OP claims that UAPs are all built to spec, each one constructed for a specific purpose, which is why we have different UFO types: pills, spheres, saucers, triangles, etc. They get manufactured, deployed, do their business around the world, and then come back into the ocean base to get recycled for parts, which could be why that massive one sucked in the test missile. It was just collecting parts. He says there's underwater bases like this all around the world, built to manufacture UFOs, but they're not run by aliens. At least not directly. These facilities and crafts are all operated entirely by AI. They've been here for thousands of years, which is why we see them in ancient cave drawings and even Renaissance paintings, along with the hundreds of other reports throughout the centuries. But they became especially interested in us when we started dropping nukes, assuming they realized we're now capable of destroying them and possibly even ourselves. And some fringe researchers even suggest there's a huge network of tunnels under our ocean floor that these bases connect to for quick transit around the globe. Maximilian de Lafayette claims there are exactly 12 of these bases around the world, in places like the Bermuda Triangle, Alaska, the Baltic Sea, probably one in the South China Sea. Retired Navy Admiral and oceanographer Tim Gallaudet insists there's an anomaly off the coast of Catalina Island in California that is definitely not natural, yet the military refuses to investigate. He himself suggests that it could be an entrance to some underwater facility, and the government is intentionally covering it up. Tim also talked about being chased while out at sea by underwater objects that move in irregular patterns and going faster than a torpedo, which is hundreds of kilometers an hour, with other former defense specialists claiming these USOs going faster than the speed of sound underwater, which is over 5,000 kilometers an hour. Reminder that most USO encounters are of course classified, which if they don't want to tell us can only get worse, and we're left wondering what's really down there. Congress recently passed the UAP Disclosure Act, a defense bill that is supposed to give we the people full transparency on government info about UAPs. Sounded promising, but then again, this is the government after all. If things are too good to be true, they probably are. The Pentagon actually amended the bill, literally stripping disclosure from a disclosure bill. What? Stating that they retain full control on what gets released and that they can hide anything about UAPs if it's a matter of national security, which is their way of saying the Department of Defense can redact, classify, and destroy any UAP evidence if they feel like it. We're left sitting here in the dark on what in the world is happening in our oceans, and it's almost like our government doesn't want to investigate any of this at all, because how can they investigate something that they don't want the world to know about? Yup. They actually found it. Archaeologists in Turkey have announced they might have discovered the sarcophagus of Santa Claus near the Church of St. Nicholas in Demre, Turkey, which is believed to be his original burial place. Now, Santa Claus was real, sort of. Originally a Greek bishop by the name of St. Nicholas, who was known for many miracles and of course his generosity through his love of giving gifts, which is where we get Santa from. He lived in the ancient city of Myra, now Turkey, where in the centuries following his passing in 343 AD, the Church of St. St. Nicholas was built over the area where he served and was originally buried. But in the 11th century, his remains were thought to have been moved to the Basilica di San Nicola in Italy and were moved around to different sacred sites throughout Italy during the Crusades and all that. So for hundreds of years, we just kind of thought that was it. Santa Claus's bones were all over the place. But now they believe to have found his actual tomb fully intact. A limestone sarcophagus about 2 meters in length with a raised triangular lid that actually matches historical records of what his coffin was supposed to look like. So far, only the lid has been uncovered, and they're continuing to excavate the entire burial chamber with the hopes of finding some sort of inscription in the sarcophagus that can tell us Santa Claus confirmed in the months to come. Does anyone else feel like time is getting faster? Seriously, every day, week, month is just flying by lately, and something just doesn't feel normal about it. And trust me, you're not the only one. Everyone feels it. Well, as it turns out, the universe might be dying, or it already ended and the Mayans were right this entire time. Like, didn't the 2020s just start and we're already halfway through the decade? You've probably seen this years of your life chart that explains why time feels to get faster as we age, showing you how each year that goes by becomes a smaller and smaller percentage of your total life lived so far, which is why the years feel like they go by quicker as we get older, but I'm not talking about that. I mean, objective time itself, by the hour, seems like it's faster than it used to be. It could be the 2020 effect, from which many people report the days, weeks, and months since 2020 seem like they're passing by at an alarming rate. Psychologists coined the term and proposed that the 2020 lockdowns caused a major disruption in our normal routines, making every day feel the same, distorting our sense of time. During the lockdowns, time sort of stood still. We basically did nothing for a whole year, and then we're still heavily restricted for another year after that. When we do the same thing every day in confined environments, we lose our sense of time. But then as things returned to normal and social interactions, vacations, work, the regular flow of life came back, comparing this active lifestyle to the past 2 years of doing nothing, life started to feel as if it was moving at lightning speed and time sped up with it. But no, this is different. I don't know how to explain it, but you know what I'm talking about. Everyone feels it. It has to be something more than that. What if the world, the entire universe actually, is ending? There are many scientifically backed theories that propose how the universe may end, one of which is called the Big Crunch. It's sort of just the opposite of the Big Bang, which was a huge explosion that created the entire universe. All matter, galaxies, black holes, stars, and planets that we have today. Scientists have observed that the universe itself is actually continually expanding out in every direction faster than the speed of light ever since. This is because of dark energy, the dominant force that causes this expansion, and we don't exactly know how it works. The Big Crunch hypothesizes that this expansion will eventually lose its momentum, slow down, and possibly even stop. If this happens, the force of gravity of all the objects inside this enormous universe would take over dark energy as the dominant force in play. And what does gravity do? Brings everything back to the center. All objects in the universe would slowly collide inwards towards each other, bringing the edge of the universe itself in with them. The entire universe gets smaller and denser, which makes it really hot and eventually collapses back to its singular point of infinite density that was the start of the Big Bang, which may even trigger a new Big Bang, and the universe would start all over again in an infinite cycle of big bangs and big crunches that goes on forever. And we're just currently living in one of those cycles. Now, the theory here is, since space and time are directly related, as per Einstein, when the fabric of space gets smaller, so does time. Imagine the entire timeline of the universe as a spring, and passing down the spring is us passing through time. As space collapses, that timeline spring, in theory, condenses as well, making the journey of passing down the spring shorter and quicker. So whereas before, getting from, say, day 1 to day 2 on the timeline of the universe took 1 unit of perceived time, now experiencing that same segment of time from day 1 to 2 only takes 0.9 units of perceived time, resulting in the same segment of time feeling like it goes by quicker. Do you follow me here? Just like in video editing, when you bring a clip into your timeline and increase the speed by 10%, it gets shorter. So now, what if the Big Crunch has already started, and we're experiencing that slight bit of condensed time as the universe is slowly starting to shrink? Because, I mean, it would be slow at first. Time's not going to start accelerating significantly until the universe is much smaller in a couple 100 million years or whatever, where years will potentially go by in a matter of hours. What if we're in that initial stage of time shrinkage, where the length of a year year feels just a little faster than what a year used to feel like. Cause a year was actually supposed to end it all just a little over a decade ago, 2012. For anyone that remembers, there was a huge doomsday prophecy going around in the years leading up to 2012 based on the Mayan calendar. Now the Mayans, they were pretty damn smart. Their empire lasted for around 3,000 years, possibly longer, until they collapsed around 900 AD. The Maya were well known for their advanced knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, and time. They developed some of the most intricate timekeeping methods that we know as the Mayan calendar. Well, calendars, actually. The Mayans had around 20 calendars, a lot of which we don't even fully understand yet. But one of their most important ones was the long count calendar, which is different from any other ancient culture's calendar in the world. Rather than basing it off the solar cycles of us going around the sun, they broke it down into a series of day-night cycles since the last creation. The largest of these cycles was a Baktun, which was around 394 years. And 13 Baktuns would make a complete age, where everything would reset back to zero. They believed they were living in the fourth age, which started in August 3114 BC. 13 Baktuns after that gives us December 21st, 2012, the end of that age, which many people thought would mark the end of the world. But what if, through some divine knowledge of the Mayans, that just marked the end of the universe expanding? And it's been collapsing ever since, as per the Big Crunch, slowly but surely speeding time up with it. Because a lot of people claim things haven't really been the same since 2012, almost like we switched timelines. Coincidentally, in that exact same year, scientists in Switzerland apparently opened a black hole using the Large Hadron Collider, aka the Big Bang Machine, where particles are accelerated close to the speed of light in a 27-kilometer loop and smashed into each other, working on experiments meant to recreate the very first moments of the universe. CERN, the organization leading the research, discovered a new particle known as the Higgs boson, aka the God particle, in 2012. The Higgs boson is a special type of particle that we can't exactly interact with, but permeates the entire fabric of space and basically allows matter to exist. It's complicated, I know, which many scientists actually warned the creation of this particle may form a black hole that would consume the Earth and our entire solar system in a split second. Well, it actually might have already done that, and reality as we knew it ended in 2012. It happened so fast that none of us could notice, and we're currently living inside that black hole and are experiencing the time dilation effects of its immense gravity, or we just switched to a completely different timeline. Because if you look at it, that's also around the same time that people started having collective memories about things that never happened, known as the Mandela effect. You know, when a large group of people recall something being different than what it really was. Popular ones like the Berenstain Bears, Jif Peanut Butter, the Monopoly Man never had a monocle, the cornucopia in Fruit of the Loom, which I swear I can remember that one. We Are the Champions doesn't end with of the world. Remember the Energizer Bunny that strolled around beating his drum? He had a battery on his back, right? Nope, it is and always has been on his leg. Like, that doesn't even make any sense. The reason we have Mandela effects in the first place is because we're living in this alternate timeline where time's speeding up, and we occasionally get faint memories from our old timeline, which we all experience together. At the end of the day, we could just be getting older and perceiving every year that goes by as slightly quicker than the last. But I don't know, something just really feels off to me. Like the passing of time itself just got accelerated by magnitudes of what it used to be. These days are flying by at lightning speed, and I can't help but feel that maybe reality as we knew it will never be the same. A new Mandela effect just dropped that really got me. I'll be honest, I usually don't fall for stuff like this, but this one hit different. Let me ask you this. Where in your chest is your heart supposed to be? On your left side or on the right? Because I clearly remember throughout all of elementary school always being taught it's on our left side, and everyone I know says the same. But then again, I never really did pay attention in class now, did I? Well, apparently it's not. Everywhere I look tells me it's now in the center of your chest, maybe slightly left of center. And I don't see anything saying that we used to think it was on the left side and we've since gotten a more accurate understanding of our biology and updated it. Everything's just gaslighting me into believing that it's always been in the center, which if you went to school after CERN opened the black hole in 2012 that we got sucked inside of and are now all living in an alternate dimension, you probably don't remember this one. Or you're just not from my timeline. The longest lasting battery is finally here. Forget having to charge your phone every night, this will last for years. Scientists have managed to squeeze nuclear energy into a tiny wafer made from diamond. Just a millimeter thick, this battery uses a small amount of carbon-14, an unstable radioactive gas, meaning it constantly shoots out particles that can harm us, called radioactive decay. But these ejecting particles also produce energy. They trap this gas inside the hardest material they can find, in this case synthetic lab-grown diamond, which absorb the radiation produced by the carbon-14, making sure it doesn't leak out, keeping us safe from its harmful effects. While something called the beta-voltaic effect allows the diamond to convert the emitted electrons from the radioactive decay into electricity. Essentially an unlimited energy device. And they told us it wasn't possible. Not literally though, as this decay obviously doesn't last forever, but it is very, very slow, meaning these things can produce energy for a very, very long time. The half-life of carbon-14 is about 5,700 years and would allow this battery to provide energy for thousands, possibly up to 10,000 years before depleting. Which means if the ancient Egyptians hypothetically developed this battery at the height of their civilization, this thing would still be running to this day. For now, they're planning on mainly using these batteries for things like deep sea or space equipment for convenience sake, or even for pacemakers and hearing aids that never need to get replaced. But I know we all want it for the same purpose: smartphones. Do you think we'll see the release of the world's first phone that only needs to be charged once every 10,000 years in our lifetime? So Pokemon Go actually was a CIA psyop, and they kinda just admitted it. Niantic, the company behind the game, announced that they've been spying on everyone playing it the entire time, using user data to build the most realistic 3D map of the world that could even put Google Maps to shame. Because whenever they wanted pics, videos, or any sort of data for a specific location, instead of paying expensive geo-navigators to map it out like Google does, they would just put a rare Pokemon there, and thousands of people would do it for free. As a matter of fact, some people would even pay Niantic through in-game purchases to do their data collecting work for them, like paying a company to work for them. And they all agreed to it in their terms of service, which no one ever reads but always accepts. All to train an AI model on one of the largest geospatial maps for navigation ever, and this is how the CIA was actually behind it all. So, Niantic released this official report, stating that they were using their games to build something called an LGM, Large Geospatial Model. And just like generative AI like ChatGPT uses enormous systems of info called large language models, LLMs, to train AI how to generate answers, this is sort of the same thing, except with geographic data instead of just text, tricking millions of people to map out every detail of the physical world using their phones, which is a monstrous amount of data, all while being tracked by their phone's GPS. Similar to how Google Maps collects data using their Google vans, except they spend millions of dollars doing it. Niantic instead turned it into a game, convincing millions of people to do it for free or even pay them to do their work for them. And I think we can all remember how mega viral this game was when it first came out. Like, everyone was playing it. Released on July 6th in the summer of 2016, where you'd run around catching Pokemon in the world's first viral augmented reality game. The entire in-game map was based on the real world, where you'd have to go to a physical location to catch a certain Pokemon or claim territory. And people got pretty obsessed with it, so much that countries like Bosnia even had to release an official warning telling people not to go into minefields while playing the game. And members of Egypt's national defense claimed that it was a spy tool used by government agencies around the world, infiltrating our countries under the pretext of entertainment. Turns out they might have been onto something. Even posts on Reddit over 8 years ago called it and were called crazy for it. Obviously, Niantic initially denied everything, saying they were all just fabricated rumors. But then in November 2024, they admit they were kind of spying on you, tracking and collecting data on everything you did while playing it, from pictures and videos captured by your phone's camera while you were trying to catch a Snorlax, on top of geolocation data telling them where you are, where you were, what route you took to get there, when you were at each spot, how long it took you to get there, what you're looking at, what you were looking at, what you look like, and what files you have on your phone. Feeding this data into their AI model, they can do things like look at any picture in the world and use AI to tell us exactly where it is. I mean, they could have just asked Rainbolt, but whatever. But I think you can see why intelligence agencies would be interested in information like this. Training AI by collecting data from millions of users around the world, including pedestrian areas inaccessible by cars and even inside their own homes. Unlike Google Maps, which which mainly collects images from street and satellite views, and wasn't actually made by Google. Their maps and Earth software were bought from another company called Keyhole, which initially launched as Earth Viewer 3D in the early 2000s, absolutely revolutionary for its time. Then the government takes notice, and things get interesting. In 2003, a company called IQT reaches out and announces a strategic investment in Keyhole. IQT is a venture capital investment firm set up and funded by the CIA, which they openly admit to like it's not a secret, establishing a link to all that valuable Earth data directly to the US government, which is totally understandable. Governments need this sort of data, but they didn't stop there. In 2004, Keyhole is bought by Google, while the CIA continued to work in close partnership with them. In 2010, a new startup is launched by Keyhole's initial founder, John Hank, within Google's internal incubator program. The name of this new startup was Niantic Labs, the eventual developer of Pokemon Go, who were funded by Google up until 2016 when they became independent and released the game to the world. The original CEO of IQT, that CIA investment company, was Gilman Louie, a well-decorated man heavily involved and recognized by the CIA with many awards from the intelligence community, who also happens to be on the board of directors of Niantic. So the US government was directly involved with Keyhole in the development of Earth mapping software, then joined forces with Google Maps, and finally got the person that started it all to create Niantic Labs, and proceeded to use Pokemon Go to spy on millions of people who took pictures and videos of the world and even inside their homes, as well as tons of other geodata to build a CIA-backed, hyper-detailed 3D map of the world. But it doesn't end there. If that somehow didn't convince you, WikiLeaks already kinda exposed this back in 2017. In March of that year, they released a confirmed CIA leak of surveillance techniques. In those documents was a list of code names used for special projects, among which about a third of them were names of Pokemon. Yeah, like for real. They had Dugtrio, an Android attack program, Spearow and Starmie, hacking tools used to compromise Samsung devices and get private information, Lugia, a malware targeting newer mobile station modem cell phones, along with Totodile, Steelix, Snubble, and Flaffy, all official code names used by the CIA for other hacking tools and malware, which all came out just a year after Pokemon Go was released in 2016. Dude, so what? The CIA has a bunch of pictures and location data. What's the big deal? They potentially have detailed 3D maps of every little nook and cranny of every major city. And this goes beyond just the United States. Here's a heat map of all Pokemon Go data collected from around the world, including the inside of people's homes, where everything is, what times of day they do certain things. So I don't know, you tell me what someone could do with that. Which, reminder, this was all in the TOS, so anyone who played the game technically agreed to it. Remember, if something is ever free, chances are you are the product. Drones above New Jersey, UFOs, UAPs, everywhere. It's hard to even talk about this because so much new shit is just constantly coming out about this every single day. I can't even keep up. But here's a recap of everything we know and what's happened so far, I guess. UFOs, or some sort of flying drones, were first spotted in the skies of New Jersey, reported as early as November 18th and have just been ramping up since then. Countless reports of the most bizarre looking flying drones are now popping up not only across the US, but all over the world, in places like Brazil or the Philippines. At first, the FBI holds a hearing telling Homeland Security that they genuinely don't know what any of these drones are, and everyone's looking pretty concerned. The Pentagon releases a statement saying they're neither US technology nor do they belong to a foreign entity, which made many believe they just admitted these drones aren't human, although I'm not sure that's what they meant. Biden, as usual, said a whole bunch of nothing about it.
There's a lot of drones authorized up there. Since one started and they all got, everybody wanted to get in the deal. But we're following.
Cool, bro. Then Trump comes out to make a statement saying that something strange is definitely going on, but that apparently the government knows exactly what they are, but are for some reason not telling us, and that he's also not allowed to talk about it. Then the Department of Defense, the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Federal Aviation Administration released a joint statement saying that there's nothing suspicious about these drones at all, and that they're just a combination of commercial, hobbyist, and law enforcement drones, as well as manned fixed-winged aircrafts, helicopters, and stars. their official statement. Trust me, I'm thinking the same thing you are. Basically implying nothing to see here, carry on with your lives, which is almost more sus than just telling us it's a f***ing alien invasion, which it might not be. The FAA goes on to ban all drone flying across parts of New Jersey until mid-January, warning that they'll use deadly force to anyone who does. But overall, there does seem something kinda, I don't know, manufactured about this whole sequence of events, in my opinion, with many attributing what's happening now to a certain project, Schluckleam. I can't even say the word or I'ma get... Others are saying there's special drones scanning the area for radiation, potentially sent to track down missing nuclear materials that they misplaced. So we're just casually losing nukes across the country now. Just a rumor. Or that it's a highly classified military drill being conducted by the US Space Force that's on a very strict need-to-know basis. UFO specialist Stephen Greer insists the government is behind it all, and these drones aren't alien, but are in fact just a massive psyop. But then others that the drones are just a distraction from the real concern up there. Plasmoids, the orbs found among them in our skies that are not human in nature. And there are some pretty wild theories about this one. Another congressman insists they are in fact Iranian drones being deployed by a mothership that they sent along the East Coast. China just said, hold my beer, and put on their own alien invasion drone show for fun. Elon Musk tweeted or X'd that Grok, his generative AI chatbot, can tell us exactly what these drones are without telling us what they are at all. Trump posted this pic implying they're food delivery drones, but probably just trolling. And Joe Rogan reposted new footage of more UAPs that allegedly blast off into outer space. That's mostly everything I've heard so far, I think. Basically, we have no idea what the f*** is going on, and everyone has a different reason. Honestly, so much is coming out about this every day, so let me know what I missed, and maybe I'll have to make a follow-up for it. This is what they got locked away in the Forbidden Secret Archives. Something that took 12 world-renowned scientists to successfully record back in the 1950s, who are said to have been part of a classified project that created a device that can look into our past, which all came out in a book called The New Mystery of the Vatican, written in 2002 by Francois Brune, a priest who worked very closely with the Vatican, who was told by his colleague, Father Pellegrino Ernetti, a priest, monk, and exorcist who was also a scientist, engineer, and lifelong scholar. Quite the decorated man, and a well-educated guy too, like he definitely wasn't a crackpot or anything. While the two were discussing interpretations of the Bible in the 60s, Ernetti claimed that he had seen exactly what happened in the book with his own eyes. Just a decade earlier, he was working on a project deciphering old Gregorian chants from tape recordings, when he seemingly heard the voice of the head priest's deceased father talking through the recorder, like they tapped into a conversation he had decades ago when he was still alive. Captivated by the idea of capturing sounds from the past, Ernetti got together a group of scientists to work on a new project commissioned by the head priest, among whom was rumored to be Enrico Fermi, the father of the Fermi paradox and the creator of the world's first nuclear reactor, and Werner von Braun, a German aerospace engineer poached by the US who ended up as a key director during the foundation of NASA. Once again, quite well-educated individuals. Together, they worked on a machine called the chronovisor, capable of harnessing electromagnetic sound and light waves emitted from the past, and convert those signals into pictures and audio on a cathode ray monitor that allowed us to view the past on a TV screen. According to this work, light and sound continue to exist as residual energy long after the events that produce those lights and sounds have happened. And if we can somehow capture those waves and rearrange them in the sequence that they happened in, we can literally watch the past. Sounds impossible, right? Well, you actually kind of have your own version of a chronovisor at home that you use every single day. A mirror. When you look into a mirror, you're not actually seeing yourself as you are, but as you were fractions of a millisecond ago, due to the time it takes for the light to bounce off the mirror and into your eyes. When you look at the night sky, it's the same thing. The amount of time it takes for the light emitted by the stars to reach us on Earth means we're looking at them as they were hundreds of thousands, millions of years ago. We are seeing into the past. The chronovisor took this idea, but instead of distance, applied it to the fourth dimensional plane, observing light and sound emitted from a specific place and time. It used a series of special antennas to capture these waves and convert them to audio and video on a screen, a device that can view events from anywhere and any time in history on a TV monitor just by setting a date and location. Not exactly a time machine, but a time viewer, a project that Ernetti had been a part of since 1952. And he himself insisted to Francois Brune that he saw events like speeches by Napoleon and Mussolini, views of ancient Rome, even listened to famous unfinished plays by ancient Roman poets, only fragments of which existed at the time, and Ernetti wrote them out in full full, which still exists today. But as religious scholars, what they were really interested in were biblical events like the final days of Jesus, the creation of the 10 Commandments and such. In the book, Ernetti is quoted as saying, "We saw everything, the agony in the garden, the betrayal of Judas, the trial, the crucifixion." But he knew people wouldn't believe him if he just told them about it, so he took pics. In the book, Brune shows the actual photos of Jesus' crucifixion and other historic events that Ernetti snuck photos of from the chronovisor. This one allegedly of Jesus getting crucified, and another one of him talking to his followers, which might actually just be low-resolution photos of this statue and that painting, questioning the legitimacy of these photos, but Brune insists the machine was real. One that could view any place from any point in time, including what you were doing in your room last night, all documented in Francois Brune's book, which even includes schematics of the device itself. Ernetti and his team presented the device to Pope Pius XII in the 50s, who immediately confiscated and dismantled it out of fear of getting into the wrong hands. Clearly, being able to spy on anyone who said anything at any time could be catastrophic if it got out. In 1972, an article even wrote about this device in an Italian magazine called La Domenica del Corriere, which for the record was a real magazine and not a satire paper, with the headline, "A machine that photographs the past has finally been invented," leading some to believe that the chronovisor wasn't destroyed, but was still being used by the church to control the masses. Stashed away deep in the Vatican archives, which not only do you need very special permission to access, but is also protected by armed guards and state-of-the-art security 24/7. Clearly all they have is a bunch of old writings down there, right? Then in 1988, the Vatican strangely passed a decree saying that anyone caught using such a device like the chronovisor would be excommunicated. Kind of a weird thing to say about a machine that was totally fake and just a rumor. Up until Ernetti passed away in 1994, he swore the chronovisor was real. Same with Brune, who along with his books about it also heavily wrote about quantum physics, which could potentially provide further explanations for such technology, until he passed more recently in 2019. Two highly respected, religious, and well-educated men that both insisted on the existence of a device that can peek into time, and that it actually hasn't been decommissioned, but rather hidden from the public and is still in use to this day.